Like I'm starting to see a crossover more people that have the same two mutual servers, English Hub and Politics. And with that, I'm seeing an uptick in very odd behavior like this. I wonder if it's because of us. Because we went from the number one room over there to the number one over here. So all the people over there are like, hey, where'd they go? Oh, they're in the English Hub. Let me join that. Looks like people are cycling out. Maybe they're getting some sleep on their side of the world.
bearing no resemblance at all. And just look how dependent we are on electricity and modern infrastructure. If the power were to go out for 2 weeks where you live, all the food gets spoiled in these supermarkets, no more deliveries. Medicines that require refrigeration spoil. Your toilet stops flushing. Your water stops pumping. What do you do? Could be wintertime. It could get to 0 degrees or below outside very quickly at night. What do you do? Do you live in a neighborhood? Everybody else is in the same condition. What do you do? Who do you trust? You know, people 100 years ago were in a much better position to handle this than we are today, that's for sure. As you go back further and further, people are better and better equipped to handle this baselining.
Yeah, the book written about it was called I can't remember, like 7 Meals to Anarchy.
Mhm.
They're saying now it's like half a meal, like maybe not even.
Yeah.
They said people back.
If you live in Europe, yeah.
Oh yeah, people back then had some kind of steady way. They had their canned preservatives. They had their a garden. They had well water. There's some little things here and there. So I think the book was called 7 Meals, but yeah, now it's like not even. I mean, people are so hopelessly dependent on the system, a system that doesn't care about them. Right. And the system could just as easily revoke all privileges without any appeal. And they would rather go online and screech about what flat earthers say in our own spaces, not bothering anyone else. See, my take is that they are trying to find some control. They're totally being controlled from the moment they wake up, the moment they open their eyes, to the moment they close them. So they think, if I can, exfluorinate, I have some control in the world.
Another theme is emerging. The primary theme being people confusing the map for the territory. People are confusing too system users from system builders. Right? So, hey, flat earther, what about all the pilots? What about all the astronomers? What about all the Windows users? Don't they know how to code an operating system? Does a pilot necessarily know how the map was developed?
How's everyone doing this morning?
Pretty good, man. Just driving around town.
Keeping it real.
Ah, man. You see any curvature?
No.
I stopped looking.
That's fair.
Apparently you have to go all the way to outer space to see it. And no one's done so for over 60 years. In the 1960s, some people did something because God picked America to win the space race, because apparently God loves capitalism. And then the space age abruptly ends in 1972, and never again. But going to Mars is no problem, apparently, if you believe their story. So we'll see how that shakes out.
We'll see here pretty soon. They're supposed to circle around the moon or something. Orbit around. I'm starting to think that they didn't think NASA was going to go this far. I think it was all just propped up, and then eventually it was just a lie after a lie after a lie, and they can't go back now. I don't think it was meant to be this big. The globe
I'm with
theory.
you there, dude. I've been thinking the same thing for years now. Yep. They've just doubled down. They had no way to back out of this. And the only way out of it is to just slam on the gas pedal. We're stuck with this until like America dissolves or something.
Yep. I think they're fucked.
So in that regard, right, like the UK was pretty smart. They never endeavored to put people on the moon. Russia pretended to want to put people on the moon, but they were careful. They were smart too, to an extent. It's almost like they trolled us, like the Russians trolled Americans to go the extra mile. And we took the bait and we ran with it. And we're like, oh shit.
Yeah, bro, there's no going back. They've already lied and said that they went to the moon. I mean, you had the president involved at that time as well. So there's no going back. Like we all know, well, some of us know that we didn't go to the moon, but
the moon topic, you don't need flat Earth for that. That's probably one of the best things about that. Like the moon mission, that right there was called out at the time. When it happened, people are like, this is some of the biggest bullshit I've ever seen. Who's going to fall for that? I mean, atheists.
I know people personally.
Yeah, atheists took it to court. Took them to court. Said, hey, how about you prove some of this stuff? And they refused to give proof. They just kept playing legal trickery rather than present the proof in the court of law. So when people look at this, they're like, hey, how about what happened then? When did it switch? When did like about half of Russians and 30% of millennials or whatever start thinking? It was always that way. It's always been about 30% who absolutely believed it because of political reasons, about another 30% who really didn't know for sure, like didn't care, and about 40% who were like, absolutely not. That is the most fakest, dumb shit they've ever tried to pull yet.
What amazes me is there are people who do not believe in the moon landing. They think it's all BS, along with other things, but they can't grasp flat Earth when we have proof. It's amazing to me because they're like, why would they lie to us? I mean, we clearly see they lied about this. Doesn't matter how big or small.
That's that Bart Sabel. That Bart Sabel, one of the guys who's very active on YouTube, making astronauts gone wild. Something funny happened on the moon. He hates flat earthers, like really hates flat earthers. Says that flat earthers are CIA, without exception. Every single one of them, all flat earthers are CIA. So yeah, it's really interesting when you see people like that, because what he'll do is a flat earther will use some of his content. He'll report the channel for violations, copyright. Then if the clip doesn't get taken down, then he'll say, haha, CIA. If the clip does get taken down, he'll say, haha, CIA.
Once you go flat, man, you never go back. I don't ever see myself believing in the globe. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it is interesting when you get some of the people who do go back and you ask them, well, what was it that convinced you? What got you to go flat Earth and what got you to go back to the globe? They can never explain it. They can never say, oh yeah, I saw this evidence of a flat Earth and now I saw this evidence of a globe. It's always like some sort of like performative art piece about people. Like we had this guy called Ranty. He has like, used to do long distance photography all the time. And suddenly out of the blue, This other guy he didn't like to begin with, called Bev, did his own long distance photography, and the guy's like, "That's a globe." And then he named himself Flurspective, so that everyone started calling him Flurf. And he gets pissed about that, and they laugh anyway because they're like, "Hey, once a Flurf, always a Flurf." So then he goes on to cover some sort of meninism, sort of like he thinks that men are being treated unfairly in society, like a male rights activist. At that point, hey, globalists have him. Take this guy. He's too retarded for this topic.
If there was one thing, and I know I'm reaching, but if there was one thing that would convince you that we're on a globe, what do you think it would be? One thing.
Proof of curvature. An observation, a measurement, something showing the Earth is curved. Even smallest amount. Even say, hey, we were wrong about 39.59. It's like, 68.58 or whatever. Some level of curvature or motion. That'd be another good one too. Say, hey, you can't detect curvature because of XY reasons, refraction or something. The optical, the atmosphere just constantly distorts your vision to make it always appear flat. Your eye converts the information or whatever. But here is proof of rotation, axial rotation.
Yeah, that'd be very strong evidence for me too. If somebody could set a gyro somewhere, in fact, I'd request several gyros to be set up at specific locations and then film them, watch them all, and see what they do over the course of 24 hours.
This is why we say thanks, Bob. Bob Nodell. Yeah. He set up he did the gyro experiment and was able to manipulate local variables to get independent results. He got from like 2 degrees of rotation to like 30 degrees. And even if you take his data and like do weighted averages and all kinds of happy horse shit, it doesn't even get close to 15.04. Not even close. Even with like a margin of error, just like say, hey, we're just going to bake in the margin of error, use weighted averages. It's like one of the funny things where the globalists thought they had won because they got a little bit of a soundbite, out of context soundbite, and they thought, oh, here it is. So he finally drops the data, and people run the numbers. At the best, at the very best, if you give all the charity to the globe side, the flat earther set it up wrong. The flat earther didn't use weighted averages. The flat earther didn't wait for it to warm up. Everything. Their best sample size got to like 14.2 degrees per hour. Even with the margin of error of the device, it's not even there. It's not to the 15.04 they would need. So it falsified axial rotation because your Earth would have to maintain a 15.04 axial rotation continuously nonstop. It can't slow up and speed down. It's got to be 15.04 or nothing at all. Any other result is a falsification.
And you're going to have to set up, I think, different gyros at different points on Earth because that 15.04 degrees is going to be divided amongst the different axes of the gyroscope. So, for example, if you set one up at the equator and Earth is a globe, then it's only going to rotate in one axis. If you set one up at the North Pole, it's going to rotate on another axis. But if you set it up at like 45 degrees north latitude, it's going to have to rotate across 3 axes. You're going to need pitch, roll, and yaw. You're going to be able to monitor this. And if you set up gyroscopes at different locations, initialize them all at the same time, and then go, you should be able to see
that the gyroscopes are maintaining rigidity in space relative to the housing that's rotating around them along these different axes that accords with a rotation at different points on the surface of a spinning globe. And something like this seems rather trivial here in the 21st century, and it's never been done. If these optical gyros indeed behave the way that they're claimed, then show us that, then use them.
Maybe
Oh,
it
but
was done.
the sensors are a bit noisy, they say. What, DJ?
I said maybe it was done. It didn't work out. The results didn't come in.
Yeah, and they're like, oh shit, we better pretend like this never happened. Yeah, it's an interesting take. Like, maybe it was done, and that's why we haven't heard about it.
You know what else has probably been done like 100,000 times more than what we've gone out and done is measuring over long distance with high-end optics and infrared and stuff like that. I bet people have gone out extensively, especially anti-flat earthers, and tried to do long distance observations and then not release the results because they're not going to help their case at all. Because there's no way that flat earthers could have this many published observations and the globe earthers have fuck all.
Yeah, that's a good point. It brings to mind something I've been talking about recently, the Sophia telescope. For those that don't know, there was an exact replica of the Hubble Space Telescope that was put inside a modified 747 jet, and it was flown around the Earth. This program was decommissioned recently within the last few years. This telescope had, amongst other features, high-end infrared optics, and they claim to have done horizon studies with it. Isn't that interesting? Imagine if Jay Tolan had access to something like this. So I'm like, great, show me some of the footage. Where can I go on NASA's website to retrieve all the footage that Sophia took of these long distance infrared horizon zooms? And guess what? The footage has been taken down. The databases are not for public use anymore. Apparently they were up at one point, maybe before Flat Earth was popular, I don't know. But NASA acknowledges that they took the databases offline and they're not for the public anymore. Isn't that something? That's something. There we go. Thank you, old dude, for posting a picture. About the best we have are P900s taken on airplanes. But it's enough. Man, imagine that thing. Holy crap. Like, it's a lens the size of a car, an aperture the size of a basketball. Right, I have to step away for a bit. I'll be back online in a few.
All right, sounds good.
What a time to be alive, man. So without all this technology back then, people would just have to take NASA's word.
No, not at all. Yeah, the people at the time, right now, don't take government's word for it. I mean, people, yeah. So people say like, "Oh, government said something," but yeah, even the 1960s, with all the technology and whatnot, people called out. Like I said, the American Atheist Association, ran by Madeleine O'Hair, said, "Let's see the evidence that you went to the moon." Took him to court. Took him to a court of law. Sued NASA for the evidence for they went to the moon. And instead of presenting the evidence, having the astronauts testify in court, they played legal trickery to move the case to court, till they eventually got some yes men judge to dismiss it on jurisdictional grounds. And still to this day, you can't give the evidence they went to the moon. The director, the last director of Roscosmos, I can't, like Dmitry, whatever, something Medvedev, he was outgoing. He's on state media. Like it or not, Russia has state media. He's on state media, and one of the interviewers said, hey, after your 15-something years, better part of almost, a decade and a half of running the world's best space program, all the propaganda, laying it thick, what do you want all the little boys and girls to know? What's the biggest takeaway? He said, well, all the little boys and girls, I want you to know that America never landed on the moon. There's no evidence they did so. That's on state TV. It wasn't like some sort of outlet where someone would say, oh, it was a shock jock, it was a parody skit. It was just being silly or something like that. He was trolling. No, this was state-run TV. His propagandized exit interview about how great the Russian space program is. His number one takeaway to tell all the little boys and girls at home watching: America never landed on the moon. There's no proof they did so.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all across the plane. Candace Owens lost her marbles. Holy crap. Did you see her latest video? For the audience listening, she basically thinks Charlie Kirk was a time-traveling soldier from the multiverse. He saw the future, as it is claimed. And somehow his death altered the timeline of history for the future of man. Like, that kind of level crazy. It's crazier than Flat Earth, am I right? The latest in space news, brought to you by Crit. Looks like there's a satellite deorbit that's happening, and a clock that's counting down. What was it, in 3 days? We could expect to see some fireworks in the sky. Is that right? I didn't read into the article, so I'm unsure if this is some kind of scheduled deorbit or if this is due to some geomagnetic activity, solar weather activity. When I first started to take a hard look at Flat Earth, we were already locked down in the economy. And it was so easy to do because conspiracy theories were already flying everywhere, every which way, about everything you could imagine. Flat Earth seemed to be just another one of those conspiracy theories. And I was bored, and I'd heard about it before, and I said, you know what, I'm going to go take a look at this. And when you were feasting on Flat Earth back then, you had this whole table of nonsense to pick from. It was associated with just about every other conspiracy theory imaginable. Because that's, after all, what it was for most people back then, including me. It was tied into the moon landings. It was even tied into the freaking Titanic. Hindenburg, mud floods. It was all seemingly connected. And Flat Earth seemed to be like a linchpin that was holding the entire web of conspiracies together. I really did think that at one point. And over time, as my interest deepened in the subject, started to realize that Flat Earth really stands alone. While there are related topics to it, it really does stand alone. And it's not a conspiracy theory. Flat Earth and conspiracy theories belong in separate buckets entirely. There's no crossover. The reason why I say that is because nobody can hide the world from you. Nobody can hide how you experience and measure the world from you. Nobody has done that. It's impossible. You can't hide the natural world. You can't conceal natural discoveries like this. So people come in and say, if the earth is flat, doesn't that mean everybody has to be in on it? On the big scam, on the big concealment of the nature of earth? And the answer is no. People aren't in on it any more than a religious leader who sincerely believes he's the second coming of Christ is in on it. People have a sincere belief that the earth is a globe. They teach their kids that the earth is a globe. You learn about the globe in classrooms. The globe is cool. The globe's in popular media. It's everywhere. You're entreated to a globe when you sit down and watch a movie. This isn't being done by any conscious effort to deceive you. This is just a cultural symbol at this point. What it comes down to is we're deceiving ourselves. You live on a flat world, you experience it flat, but when you turn on your navigation device, you're presented a globe. And so you believe that you're on that. You believe that you're on the map. And I think the only people that might come close to knowing that the earth is flat, despite their best efforts to work with a globe, are these people that work in space programs. And not everybody. I'm talking a very select few. There are probably a few people in the space programs. There are probably a few people working for U.S. Geological Survey, people that are involved in charting and maps, cartography. I'm sure there are some people that figured it out. And they have every reason to keep their mouth shut. They're probably surrounded at work all day, every day by people who believe in the globe and haven't figured it out yet themselves. You know, there's probably a crisis of conscience happening amongst people like this and these occupying these positions. But the human mind is ever adaptable. Given enough time, they'll learn to deal with the conflict. Back when you first researched Flat Earth and you thought that this was the key that unlocked all these mysteries, you felt like that you'd just been endowed with a certain knowledge, certain power that gave you special insight into everything and anything in the world around you. And this is why we got so many Flat Earth content developers who hold themselves out as gurus, as guides, as sages, heroes, knowers. But if it's conspiracy theory ideation that brought you into this and you haven't left that mindset, you haven't switched over to the empirical mindset that's required to observe reality, measure and deduce it as it is, you're still stuck on feeding off of this nonsense train, you're probably not going to advance. You're probably not going to pick up and casually read mainstream physics and chemistry textbooks. You're probably not going to read literature pertaining to surveying and geology, because you're going to think that all of this scientism is bad and you're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that's the end of it. Because you might think that flat Earth, your observable empirical reality, operates under a completely set of different physical principles than the actual laws of nature on which flat Earth is understood. You might be open to an idea of some mysticism, and along with that, some asceticism. You're going to think that there's a lot more to this, and in fact, there may be, but the fact of the matter is, flat Earth is a physical existence. It is objective, and it will continue on after you're dead. And most of these discoveries in what are called scientific fields today are completely legitimate. I'd go so far as to say that 99% of things that humans figured out and developed up until about the 1920s is pretty good, pretty well intact. But in the community, there's an aversion. The perception is that mainstream scientific claims cannot be trusted. And this claim is done without individually and objectively evaluating those claims. It's all thrown out. Just nope, can't trust it. It's all scientism. I think a more careful examination is required. And you know what? Maybe math and science isn't for you. Maybe you're just not really too interested in this, and that's fine. Doesn't mean you can't speak about flat Earth or you can't defend your point of view on flat Earth. You can still go do that. You're just going to go about it in a different way. And there are plenty of people in this community who are extremely artistically inclined, visually inclined. And I think that's a very important trait to have. Being able to see the world and think about the world consistently, congruently with each other is really the whole point of what we're here for, is to help people to process their environment, their visual environment, so that they're no longer shoving their sensory input through a filter of perception that somebody else constructed for them to believe in. I think artists do a really good job at doing this, at separating the left and the right hemispheres and understanding when the left side of the brain takes over versus the right side of the brain takes over, as they're drawing and depicting things, as they're conjuring images in their mind or looking at the real world and drawing from still life. The well-practiced artist is really good at objectifying things properly. And I think that's a very valuable talent to have in this field. And you can talk about flat Earth in these ways too. You don't have to talk about Newton versus Einstein versus Maxwell versus whatever the hell. Like, you can just discuss the beauty of the natural world around you and how you see. Learning to draw with perspective. I mean, my goodness, how many people do we talk to that come in through these halls, and we try to describe in plain, simple terms how you see, and they have a problem with visual perception of perspective. You say, yeah, everything in your field of view appears to converge at a vanishing point. There's a vanishing line of a horizon separating Earth and sky. But things converge to a point, and that point is no bigger than 0.02 degrees on average for many people. Anything smaller than that cannot be resolvable. It doesn't mean you can't see the light, but this is why we can't see forever. And you can add on top of that all the conditions of the natural world, the air that you're breathing, nitrogen and oxygen and other things, water molecules, dust, dirt, particulates, pollution, dynamic systems of pressure mediation, high to low.
Yeah, I was listening a little bit ago, like with the conspiracy theories really on the globe side. They've done things to silence minorities, silence dissent. They turned the topic about people, try to shift it that there's something wrong with the flat earther rather than the topic itself.
There's always that uncomfortable notion in their minds that the flat earther could be right. Our modern world is technologically advanced beyond recognition from every era that we have in recorded history, bearing no resemblance at all. And just like how dependent we are on electricity, and modern infrastructure. If the power were to go out for 2 weeks where you live, all the food gets spoiled in these supermarkets. No more deliveries. Medicines that require refrigeration spoil. Your toilet stops flushing. Your water stops pumping. What do you do? Could be wintertime. It could get to 0 degrees or below outside very quickly at night. What do you do? Do you live in a neighborhood? Everybody else is in the same condition. What do you do? Who do you trust? You know, people 100 years ago were in a much better position to handle this than we are today, that's for sure. As you go back further and further, people are better and better equipped to handle this baselining.
Yeah, the book written about it was called like I can't remember, like 7 Meals to Anarchy.
Mhm.
They're saying now it's like half a meal, like maybe not even.
Yeah.
They said people
Oh gosh,
back.
if you live in Europe, yeah.
Oh yeah, people back then had some kind of steady way. They had their canned preservatives. They had their a garden. They had well water. There's some little things here and there. So I think the book was called 7 Meals, but yeah, now it's like not even. I mean, people are so hopelessly dependent on the system, a system that doesn't care about them.
Right.
And the system could just as easily revoke all privileges without any appeal. And they would rather go online and screech about what flat earthers say in our own spaces, not bothering anyone else. See, my take is that they are trying to find some control. They're totally being controlled from the moment they wake up, the moment they open their eyes, to the moment they close them. So they think, if I can, exfluorinate, I have some control in the world.
Another theme is emerging. The primary theme being people confusing the map for the territory.
I would agree. I haven't really seen any evidence. Lots of stories, but when you dig into the story isn't really the evidence. Like the king hasn't got any clothes. It's crazy.
You know what? I will give you guys one thing. I do think you guys have actually made me slightly smarter.
I will take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Stick around a few weeks. We get into this and more topics.
So, would you agree that history about genocides, or just history is probably all wrong too? Like, history is probably pretty wrong or pretty incorrect too, right?
So what do you mean by history? Do you mean like what you did yesterday? What your dad did before you were born? What your grandparents do? What do you mean by history?
Yeah, like for example, Nazis. They probably got exaggerated about, right? Or
Okay. Yeah.
Great
So
example.
not that bad.
I help, right? Your reasonable cognitive function could probably understand that if we're talking about, then all of the facts that we're told about the world probably aren't 100% true, because propaganda exists, right? And we see this all of the time. So if you're asking about if we can trust what they tell us about war, Probably not. Does it mean that things didn't take place in the way that they could? Maybe. Not exactly. Again, this is historical. In the past, I wasn't there. I'm trusting the resources and the historians and reports of the time and so on, understanding from the vantage point of now with social media that most definitely wars and so on, like you said, are most definitely used as a propaganda tool. So, yeah, probably in that regard. Obviously, history is, in that sense, can't be true.
Yeah, we can prove without a doubt that the entire papacy, primal papacy of Rome, was founded on a series of forged documents. So yeah, we know that there's a lot of monkey business going on with forged history. Don't want to get into the discussion that you wanted to bring up, though, my friend. We are broadcasting live worldwide on YouTube and Rumble
And TikTok.
and Twitter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, thank you for calling it Twitter.
X, whatever it's called.
No, Twitter. X
Wait,
is dead to me.
There was a high priest in the Old Testament, so the Pope is like the high priest, you know.
Yeah, so Rome was one of 5 bishops that was excommunicated from the rest of the 4 during the schism of 1054 AD. And I'm going to say you probably don't want to get into this with me, especially here since we talk about flat Earth.
I don't know, brother. A simple reading of the Bible would tell you that the high priest is Jesus. And he supplanted the Mosaic law, and because he wasn't from a tribe that was eligible to be a priest. So it clearly says he is the priest. It also says that a change in the priesthood requires a change in the law. Jesus is the high priest. He's the only high priest.
Even better,
So
thank
no
you,
Pope
AI.
is the high priest.
100%. Yep, the Eastern Orthodox world agrees with you.
I know.
And that doesn't even matter if the Bible's true or false. It's just that's just what it says in there. I mean, you just read it. It says it right in there.
Does it actually just say Jesus is the high priest, or is it inferred?
A bishop is a type
Yeah.
of higher priest, and then a pope is supposed to be like even higher, it seems. So
Well, yeah,
When
yeah.
they
You
are
can make
high
up.
priests.
Yeah, you can make up whatever. Yeah, you can make up whatever club you want, dude. But if you're going to use the Bible as your source document to do it, then you have to be accurate to what the Bible says. And the Bible says that Jesus is the high priest, and there's no other priesthood. So there are no other priests, dude. It's that simple. And in the sense of being a high priest, and then it says every believer is now a priest, serves the role of the priest, and Jesus
Where does
is the
it
role of the
say
high priest. So
where
yeah, it
does
says
it
in
say
the Bible.
every believer?
The
It
high
says
priest
there's
is the only one
presbyters
who has
and
direct contact
overseers.
with God on your behalf, which is taught by the Jewish rituals around the temple. Purification, making yourself or the high priest pure, so they could go and see God's face, where everybody else couldn't because they weren't pure enough, they weren't the high priest. Jesus was obviously the high priest representation that they performed, and is obviously the intercediary between us and God, but also reminding us with what AI just said, the removal of those curtains when Jesus died, the rip down the veil, pointing out that now there is no veil. Jesus has pointed that you can have direct communication with God. But anyway,
A lot of people don't know, but there's actually 4 signs that stopped in 30 AD. Obviously, the curtain, and then so the curtain the curtain opened itself. The high priest of the Levites didn't have to do it anymore. The candle on the left of the menorah went out. Previous to that, it never went out. The crimson cloth that was put on the scapegoat versus the sacrificial goat, that part of it was kept inside the sanctuary. It would turn white. There was one more I can't remember, but all of these were to signify that God accepted the sacrifice that they were doing. After 30 AD, none of those signs happened. That means God no longer accepted their sacrifices. Why?
Jesus.
because their priesthood was obsolete. Correct. Sacrifice was already made.
There was no point carrying on the sacrifices because he carried on, nullified the
Was
sacrifices.
destroyed in 70.
Now, those 4 signs are actually written in the Talmud. So the Jewish people themselves told on themselves that God's no longer accepting our sacrifices, all the way up until the temple destruction.
And the Holy
Wow.
Family escaped the temple destruction based off a sign and prophecy from God.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sure we
And
deviated
then
off.
James, the brother of Christ, came back and started the the James liturgy, which is celebrated today in Eastern Orthodox churches.
They escaped the temple destruction when they went
Yeah,
to
they fled to
Egypt?
Decapolis. Yeah, not to Egypt.
Is Decapolis, is that, from what I remember, there was the temple where the altar was like another smaller temple where an altar, that in Decapolis. Because I know that the Jewish, I have to say that now, I think I knew that the sacrifices stopped in Jerusalem and the temple fell, but they didn't actually stop until a few years later because there was another temple.
Sanhedrin had a lot going on.
Okay.
Anyway, Earth is flat. Christ is king. Well, Christ got the kingship from his father's side and from being God, but he got the high priest lineage from his mother's side. She was from the Maccabean lineage.
So I think the question was, is history a lie? I mean, yes and no. It depends how deep you wanted that question to be, right? Why I asked at the beginning of the question, with regards to history, what you did yesterday, as in your own personal experience, or say a secondary story about maybe what your parents did before you were born, or maybe like stories that your grandparents told them about their parents, and this kind of passing down of tradition, stories, and history. Basically, are these histories true? Oh, yeah, for all intents and purposes, these things happened in your lineage. Are we talking about some kind of international history? We're talking about events that have happened. That this type of history is what I was trying to point out. The difference between what we can experience, and the further we go back in time, then obviously there's an awful lot of amount of trust that's involved. So it's hard to verify either way.
79%.
It's interesting what you brought up at the beginning, Yoda, when you said it was foundation was documents. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that we forget about, is that those that are in control have control of the administration. That means all of the paperwork and stuff, they've got control to that. So when you talk about forged documents, I haven't even put it beyond the realms of possibility that the majority of documents, if people have got them under lock and key, can be whatever they want them to be, I guess.
Dude, how could they
Right,
forge
as long as they
documents
can-
before?
Go ahead.
Yeah, but how could they forge documents before Adobe Illustrator and WordPress?
That's funny. Yeah, as long as they convince the public of their legitimacy, then their documents follow very easily.
Hey, can you read? No. Yeah, this document says I'm in charge of you.
That's it. Meanwhile, the Eastern Church was translating Bibles into local languages since like the 100s. Fun fact, did you know that the House of David line still exists today in the country of Georgia?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they're Christian.
Okay, St. George's Cross. I know the flag. It's got 5 St. George's crosses on it, red on a white background.
And one of the first widely translated Bibles was in
Georgia, in the 300s.
Okay.
There is a ton of gravy, truth gravy, in the East.
Yeah. Just quickly, I know how very easily we can get bogged down and into the weeds about certain interesting subjects, but I'm interested in your view alongside some other views that I've seen around recently. I think it would be good to get a few people in a conversation. I know DJ's looking at some things with regards to, let's call it, timelines being distorted, a flood, and all that Satan's possible little season, all that type of. So I'd be interested in looking at it from an Eastern kind of point of view, to be honest with you, especially when
Absolutely, it's a bit different than you
talk
find
about,
with like Tartaria narratives, but yeah.
Yeah, especially when we're like talking about lineages of people and time frames and down stuff, especially within the church.
Yeah, we have the lineages of Christ. We know who Mary's parents were from the Proto-Evangelium of James.
And I think that's fine to accept, like they're all up and point, right? They're not lineages that exist now. From the way that I'm looking at the Bible, very, very, very little is kind of speaking about things that are happening now.
Okay, yeah.
So it's after that 70 AD kind of thing. Anything after that type of time frame, then it'd be interesting to look at, especially like, as I said, with regards to the church, how it separated, the story we're told about how it separated, the Reformation and all of this stuff.
As someone who went to a Lutheran seminary, I'm kind of upset that Martin Luther didn't have better dialogue with the East.
Yeah. I think the main reason why I wanted to ask you is mainly because of the architecture that the church is said to be responsible for, let's say, for the last 2,000 years. Right? So magnificent cathedrals, magnificent buildings all over, especially over the European continent. I think it's interesting. In control, the things that they are said to have built, right?
Let me ask you something. Does the architecture involving gargoyles and mothers squeezing their breast milk in fountains into men's mouths and little boys pissing on people, is any of that, do you think, maybe Western Christianity or Eastern Christianity?
I've always kind of...
Man, that's not little boys, you doofus. That's Pootie.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know, that's little angelic pistlers, all right? Little angelic pistlers.
Yeah, little angel pistlers. In Belgium, the mannequin piss. I've seen it.
I think I'm more talking about how the actual structures even got there. That magnificence and, the goals and the fountains and how they're ordained and so on, the stained glass windows, for example, but the actual huge structures themselves, if we're talking about, I brought this up the other day, Canterbury Cathedral, said to be over 1,000 years old. It's huge, right? The stones are massive. Right? You know the road I'm going down, so being church, St. Augustine, this guy is said to have done this, okay? But yeah, with this eye, all of these ancient buildings being around and the fact that they really get there and may or may not have been submerged, blah, blah, blah. How old are these buildings really? These buildings are predominantly owned by the church or a religious organisation, let's say. So again, it'd just be interesting to look at it again.
All right. So broadly, I think we had easily 1,000 years of millennial rule of Christ. And God was so good, he's given us at least another 1,000. As far as the architecture is concerned, a lot of that came out of the Franks, who moved into Europe and birthed Charlemagne, who was an opportunist, started minting and printing his own coins and currency and all that stuff. And Charlemagne installing his own political appointees as popes, and that kind of really started the whole schism. And Rome happened to break off from the rest of the Christian pentarchy and happened to become the biggest, most wealthiest, and most powerful of all the bishops in their jurisdictions, and even sent crusaders into the east to destroy Constantinople and murder Christians.
Hmm.
So yeah, who's the whore of Babylon now?
I just, if we're saying in this,
Hey, brother, why wouldn't the prostitute shut up?
Why?
Because she was the whore of Babylon.
Dude. I'm going to tell that to my priest during confession. Confession is actually practice for your judgment.
Okay, so within the idea that Jesus has already had his millennial reign, that millennial reign was probably filled with some kind of technology, maybe, that isn't portrayed to us in our commonly understood history. Here we've got some depictions of a load of peasants, pulling carts and stuff, and behind them there's a magnificent cathedral with some amazing piece of architecture. Somehow these peasants made this stuff. It's not necessarily the case, although the story isn't really elaborated on. It's more elaborated on because of the narrative of today. But is it possible that these magnificent structures were built during that time? That time has ended, and now that we see these buildings, we're just given a new narrative. The time frame in which they were built more recently than they were further back, closer towards Jesus's life 2,000 years ago.
I think the church being united for 1,000 years easily, and the schism forming, and then for a period of time afterwards, the Holy Spirit withdraws himself from schismatics. That's what I think. And then from there, you see a decline and degradation.
Okay, so is this? Hopefully, I'm not being stupid. I'm just trying to follow up. So this schism and this decline is obviously after Jesus and his elect had gone, so it was no longer that had stopped. Jesus has gone to the land of Christ or ascended to heaven, whichever way the story goes, and the schism happened after that.
I believe the Holy Spirit is active within the church. The church is a physical body that has been given to us by Christ, instituted by Christ and his disciples and all the apostles. And as long as we're faithful to him, he's going to be present with us. That being said, the schism, I don't think, was the single marking point where the Holy Spirit withdrew in 1054 AD. It was probably a long, drawn-out process. And we had seen the construction of cathedrals from before the year 1000, continuing onward for several hundreds of years. And in the West, things just generally turned to degenerate shit.
Okay, so with this time frame in mind, this is where some people have started talking about, and I've been looking at what's called Satan's little season, right? A time where Satan is loosed and is set to deceive the nations, right? That would still necessarily have to take place then, or has that already happened?
I don't know, but I think there's a good case to be made if it has taken place already. That it's probably taken place between the years like 1500 to 1780 or something.
Yeah. Do you think we're still within it? Or do you think maybe that's past and now we're in something else?
Personally, not answering for anybody else, I think we might be crawling out of it.
Okay.
I don't know how long that'll last.
Again, if memory serves, because Satan's little season ends with, I think that's when Armageddon happens, right?
Mm. Yeah, that's when it gets real.
Yeah. So Gog and Magog, all the armies of the earth to fight against Jesus and his armies, and Jesus comes and wins, and he's swimming around in all that blood.
I also wouldn't be surprised if this didn't happen for another few hundred years, maybe 1,000. So
Yeah. So it's kind of okay. So this is where I've stepped over the last, let's call it 6 months or so. This is kind of where I'm at. So we've had these types of conversations, but I just wanted to be clear in the thought process. I've come to like similar conclusions, dude, as I'm kind of pointing out. So I've changed I've called it my Christianity. Not certain things, obviously, it's still Christ-centric, but with regards timelines, where I am, because of different people's theologies with regards to, let's say, the end times, eschatology, those types of things. Lots of stuff going about, and I was very vocal about this, especially like within the last 2 years, with regards to the Book of Revelation and Jesus is coming back and so on. I don't think I have that position anymore. So I appreciate the conversation, dude. There's quite a few people that I've been speaking to that have. I'm not saying taking this Satan's little season thing on as this is the truth of the matter, but kind of taking things like mud floods and Tartaria and all of these different types of things and coming to the conclusion that we're obviously living in some deception. It kind of fits more. So yeah, I appreciate what you said, man, for sure. It was deeply personal to you as well, so I know you're not speaking to anybody else.
No, it's all right. I mean, I don't know how much more gas I have left here, but something that came to mind as you were talking was, gosh, was it in like 2 Thessalonians? There's a verse about the restrainer. The implication being that there is a worldly power that Christ has instituted that has the function of restraining the Antichrist. Some of us think that the restraining was removed with the murder of the Romanovs, the Tsars of Russia, in the early 1900s. They're Orthodox Christian family, and they have lineage back to Constantine.
The Jews killed them.
So we might be closer than we think. It might be later than we think.
It's the Jews, right? The Antichrist is Jewish, right? The Antichrist will be Jewish.
Some of the prophecies we understand is that the Antichrist will come from a Jewish tribe, and he will be gay, and from the tribe of Dan.
Sorry, I've got to quickly inquire. Can you hear background noise through my microphone?
No, so if your kids are playing, I don't hear them.
Okay, cool. No, it's just we're going through a storm at the moment, torrential downpour, 80 mile an hour. My place is starting to like rattle and stuff, but that's fine. As long as you can't hear it, that's all good.
And when you look into who murdered the Romanovs, the Tsars, you're going to find out, let's just say it's the usual suspects. You know what I mean?
Okay. So I call this in my own head the first because this was, if I think you're talking the same time, the time when about 60 million Christians were kind of executed, like wars, loads of Christians were killed, the Revolution.
There were multiple. So yeah, like if you looked at Rome, like at the height of like Christians getting murdered for sport by the Romans, like Diocletian, like if you looked at the percentage of the population that was getting hauled off and exiled and murdered for being Christian, and during the worst of the Roman periods, it was multiple times worse during the Bolshevik Revolution.
Oh wow! Because this doesn't
Yeah,
get
like we're
spoken
talking like
about at
10
all,
times
does it?
worse. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, this never gets spoken about. This isn't the sort of stuff.
No.
Which always
And America kind of
mainly
slept
takes
through
me
it,
up.
right?
Sorry, what did you say, mate?
Oh, like America, the West, we all kind of slept through it. And to
Yeah.
think that even the Tsar of Russia, their family, they were cousins of the freaking crown of the UK. That's the husband. What's his name?
What, the German guy? Alfred.
Yeah, so like if you pull up like, what is it, King George V? He's like riding on bikes with Tsar Nicholas II, and they look like identical twins.
Yes. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. The British royal family. Very, especially with Hanover's as well, but slightly later.
You know who all the kings and queens of England actually got their title from? It was the Roman emperor, the emperor. Who's the true emperor? It was the freaking Tsars.
Okay. Because the Holy
They
Roman
murdered their
Empire,
landlord,
I
dude.
always have to remove my bloody geography or sort my geography out. And whether it's the Roman Empire or yeah, of course, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's always been about killing the landlord, the emperor. The emperor wasn't Roman Catholic. I mean, sure, there were quote unquote holy Roman emperors like the Habsburgs in Austria and stuff. But no, the true emperor came from Constantinople. And when that was toppled, they fled up north, first into Kiev. That was in like start in the 900s.
Isn't this the time? Again, if memory serves, isn't this the time where they had? Isn't this the time where the Roman Empire split, and they split between in the east and the west, and they needed the religious authority. So it's the religious authority in the east that moved north up into Russia.
Yes, that's right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that started around 1000.
Yeah. Because the west really declined, like away from like that type of Christianity. They separated.
Yep, and the east was getting beaten up by Islam and coming in.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they were squeezed and they fled up north. A bunch of people fled into the west from the east and brought with them all the science and technology, and then that later became called the Renaissance. What's funny is like you can Google this, called the Emperor's Throne Room of Constantinople. And in like the 800s, we have artifacts from this. In the 800s, they had automatons, they had mechanical men, mechanical animals in the throne room of the emperor that would serve wine and perform circus tricks for visitors.
Wow.
Powered by gears, powered by steam. And all of that knowledge and technology fled into the West, and they called that the Renaissance. And it was just a recasting, an extension of the development that had already taken place at that time.
Okay, that rounds that circle for me beautifully. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yep, I saw these artifacts firsthand myself in the History Museum in Berlin. They've got a display of this.
Okay.
It's freaking beautiful. Yeah. Yep. And then they fled north, first into Kiev and then to Moscow. And they called this the third Rome. Why? Because Constantinople was the second Rome, and the first Rome was the backwater village in Italy.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. And so it's really interesting, right? So then history happens, and you've got the Tsars, and then you've got the Bolshevik Revolution, the murder of the Romanovs. And then you've got communism, and then communism falls, and now you've got whatever the hell this is. But at the same time, you've got a re-emergence of ancient Christianity in Russia.
Okay.
Yeah, so now things are getting a bit weird, right?
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, you've got an entire nation of people that are devoutly Christian. And some of the reformers called the Eastern Orthodox Christians basically like truer Christians than we could ever be.
Okay. See,
Yeah,
so
things are a bit weird.
So I remember you said that it was when these people were killed that that was the restrainer. So after that took place, then Satan was released, and then vast deception was abound. Although beforehand there had already been schisms within the church, and Christianity had started splitting for whatever reason, but it was after this restrainer was taken out, the true Christian, so to speak.
Yeah, it might be it. It might be it. Listen, I mean, Tsar Nicholas II was the last Christian emperor of the world.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting to know.
Yeah. That's it. There's no other. That was it. The end.
And when was this?
1919. Somewhere around there.
1919.
Yeah.
So just over 100 years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, it's pretty bitter. And you know, if you ever meet an Eastern Orthodox Christian, there's something genuine about it, and to think that there's a ruling family that could be inclined in this way, it's extremely wholesome and endearing. It warms your heart, and then you see what happened to them, how they were betrayed. So they were led by their confidants because they thought they were escaping the Bolshevik Revolution. They were led to like a safe house. But the people leading them to the safe house were part of the Bolshevik Revolution. And they lined up the royal family to take a picture of them before that they would flee to England to reunite with the rest of their family. And then machine gunners came out and shot them all to death.
That's sickening. Wow.
Yeah.
That's how you seize the power. You seize it by any means and keep it by any means.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Kids. Yeah, and like I said, you find out who actually was involved. It's the usual suspects that did it. And that alone adds another whole layer to this that we can't talk about.
Damn it.
Yeah. So with the restrainer gone,
Sorry.
World War I, World War II, World War III.
Oh, don't get me started on World Wars.
World War I started before, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. World War One's actually World War Two.
Yeah,
World War Two
yeah.
was actually
Yeah, World War I shouldn't have ever happened, that's for sure. Jeez. Yeah, and the usual suspects are involved in that too, but it's ugly, man. The history is so ugly, and we are at a very interesting point in time.
Yeah, we've got. I mean, I can speak only from really my experience. We've got a very diluted look back at history, especially coming from Britain, right? British Empire did some terrible bloody things, but it's all right. Tea and crumpets before four. Everything's okay.
Yeah, listen, man. The British. I mean, they were Orthodox for hundreds of years. Yep, they were Orthodox Christian. You bet.
We get told our history is Catholic separation from the church,
Yeah.
Protestant and Catholic wars. Basically,
So
the
even
Protestants
with the
won.
fold of Protestantism, dude, like Protestants are still operating from a Catholic worldview and don't even know it. That's the
crazy.
sickening part.
Yeah,
The
when you
East
try and
has
step
these
away.
answers. The
Because
Eastern Orthodox
that's
Church
why I
has no
brought,
pope.
yeah, that's why I brought up earlier separation between you. We're here with the Pope in Rome. We're dealing with that guy at that time.
Leif Erikson, who discovered North America, he was Eastern Orthodox.
Wow.
When he made the sign of the cross, he'd go up, down, right, left, not up, down, left, right.
So well, that went by so fast. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so when you make the sign of the cross,
Yeah.
you take your three fingers, your index, your middle finger, and your thumb, representing the Trinity, touch it to your forehead, below your navel, although Roman Catholics don't do this. Got to bring it all the way down, and then you put it on your right shoulder, and then you push to the left.
Okay.
After the schism, sometime after the schism, the Roman Catholics reversed it. And what's even worse, they don't just go from the left shoulder to the right in reversal, but when they go from the forehead, they go down to the heart. And then they go left to right. It's an upside down freaking cross, dude.
Wow, of course, yeah.
Yeah. It's these little things, we call them indicators.
Yeah.
So yeah, Leif Erikson, Eric the Red, Christians, they were doing the full freaking, up, way down, right, left. They're not doing the Roman Catholic upside down cross.
With the right hand. With the
I
right
think
hand.
that's so smart, don't they? Doing hand
Yeah,
signals that only
use
they
the right
know.
Oh, okay.
So there's a monk from California. His name is Seraphim Rose. He's a priest. He's considered a father in the sense that he's a priest, and he's kind of on the short list of people who are up for becoming a saint. There's a whole process for that. He's considered by many very widely to be somewhat prophetic in his writings, and he has written a ton. I think he died in 1982 or 1983. He gave a lecture at UC Berkeley, of all places, back in 1981 or 82. His lecture is called The End of the World, and it's about an hour long. And it is very eye-opening, even for today.
Oh, that's cool because I'm here in California. I'm by
Cool. He was in Platina.
I'm by the Los Angeles area.
I'll post a link publicly here in the chat. So it's a recording. Somebody set up a tape recorder or something in the lecture hall like 40 years ago.
Yeah. I can't hear anything. What is that?
Seraphim Rose used to be a hippie, and he was really big into Terence McKenna and mushrooms and LSD, acid, all that stuff. He was also big into theosophy and Gnosticism, Buddhism, Freemasonry. And he threw all of that away. He had a conversion experience. And I'm bringing this up. It's not about flat Earth, but with regards to the question about our timeline and history, it's a very appropriate topic. And I think I'll leave that there. So there you go. Enjoy.
Down for that, brother. Flat Earth, it's just another mystery school. You heard it here. You heard it there. You heard it everywhere. Most
I
flat
sure hope
earthers,
not.
most flat earth, yeah. No. Most flat earthers, are nonsensical. Think
Yeah,
about it.
they're riding the goat.
They're all into all kind of esoteric woo-woo that they can't prove. It's all religious, spiritual, creation, nature of God claims. They have nothing to do with the shape of the earth, right? Like probably more than I would say 90% or more of the flat earthers are like that I've encountered.
No, you're totally right. Absolutely. And so I've got a document out there if you want it, just send me a message, DM me. So it's on the church fathers. This goes from like 100 AD all the way up to the Reformation of men who are involved in the church who have written about the flat earth. This includes the confessor of the Emperor of Constantinople. This includes St. John Chrysostom and so on, St. Athanasius, St. Basil, so many Eastern saints and Reformation people. They were all flat earthers. So you can break free of this crazy Gnostic occultism and flat earth and join us, graft yourself onto the branch of Christianity.
That was the other question I was going to ask you.
Oh, okay.
Just because I've seen, I always see how things change. We all do, right? It's just something that I've noticed. Along with my venture into what I classified as Satan's little season and stuff, there are other people that seem to be further down the road talking about Gnosticism and the Gnostic text and a different, completely different way of looking at the Bible and Jesus Christ and who the creator is compared to Jesus' actual father and so on. So this is, I've heard this from other flat earthers and I've kind of come across it before. Have you got any thoughts on this or Gnosticism and what that means? Or should we not bother talking about it because it's really not talking about flat? And I'll appreciate and accept that.
That's a big topic. Like, there's no single one Gnosticism. You've got the Sethians, the Valentinians, the Basilidinians, or whatever you call them, the Bogomils. You've got so many different branches. They don't all agree. I mean, it really all traces back to Greek Platonism, Plotinus. There are people that call. So
No, Yoder. You may be factually correct. It's simpler than that. It's all about boobs and ass. That's what it's all about.
It's boobs and ass. You got it. It's all about. It's not just boobs and ass, but also like assholes of other men. And you don't want
I'm
any
being
of
serious.
that.
So see, some people heard me and they thought I was being tongue in cheek. I'm being serious. Most of these schisms like that occur because people can't reconcile the passions and desires of the flesh with the fact that the flesh is not inherently evil.
Yeah.
They can't reconcile that. They don't know how to square that circle. And so they have to condemn the things that they desire, and then they try to create this whole worldview which justifies this struggle within themselves. So in other words, they're really horny. They can't get over the fact that every time they see a boobs in the ass, they get horny and they want to get it on because they think that's evil. So now they have to create this whole worldview which justifies their brokenness.
Wow.
Yeah, so I got it. So the demi-urge is an urge to fuck and fuck you and fuck everything.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about the great mystery. What is one of the great mysteries in the Bible? Marriage.
Yeah.
It says that the marriage between a man and a woman and they become one flesh it is exemplar of the relationship between God and his church, Christ and his bride. It's all one big mystery. So if you can make that perverted, then you can really screw people because you got to consider like the biological imperatives: eat, defend yourselves, and procreate. So procreate is 1/3 of your imperative. And if you make people think that procreation is evil, the Puritans did this, by the way, themselves. They said, like, oh, desiring your own wife is evil. So when you have sex with your wife, you can't desire her. You have to like imagine she's ugly, and then like do it out of service, not out of pleasure. Like all these people, dude, they're just pissed off that God created man and women to be together, and some of the erotic passions that men and women share for each other are perfectly natural, normal, and holy. And they cannot comprehend the fact that your wife wanted to lick your tip and take a little sip is holy. They can't comprehend it because they're perverts.
Puritans now.
Yeah, they're perverts, bro. the wife that wants to get impaled by her husband and have her mons veneris on the top of her pubic bone get pounded into oblivion, she's not the one that's perverted. The other people who say that a husband and wife's passion for each other is perverted, that's who's perverted.
I got a question. How am I doing on selling Eastern Orthodoxy to a non-Orthodox guy?
It's intriguing me about selling it, dude, but I'm more open to it now than I was, say, 6 months ago. That's for sure. So yeah, I mean, you're explaining it really well, and I understand what you're saying for sure.
Okay, cool. How about you, AI?
I wasn't even paying attention.
Okay, fair. I mean, my foray into this wasn't by any means like from birth or I was forced into it. I was actually at a Lutheran seminary, and one of my adjunct professors was no shit, he was an Eastern Orthodox priest. So he'd be sitting there in the commons having like lunch or whatever. He'd come over, and he was big into the same kind of music I was. So we're talking like heavy metal and stuff. This is like 25 years ago, and he'd be talking about all the coolness of the ancient church, not Roman Catholic. So fast forward about 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and I'm checking this stuff out. No, I never became a Lutheran pastor. So did you know that Bob Marley is Eastern Orthodox?
Really?
Yeah. And Kat Von D became Eastern Orthodox. Pretty sure Mel Gibson's on his way because he went to Mount Athos recently. Out by me, we had an entire Amish community. Yes, I actually do live amongst the Amish. We had an entire Amish community convert to Eastern Orthodox.
You did.
And I had nothing to do with it.
I always imagined you did live among the Amish.
I freaking do. I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Big shocker, folks.
You've got internet in 1889 or whatever you live?
Sorry, what?
You've got internet in the times like
yeah, I do. My Amish bishop allows me to use the internet for 2 hours every Thursday. It happens to be Thursday, and it's my 2-hour block.
Kind of funny how name and titles kind of describe people, because I remember when you joined the server, you had that name Amish, and in my mind, I depicted you when you spoke as an Amish, but it was just based on your name.
Dude, it goes back even further, Gemsy. You checked me in along with Gospel Bearer, Orion, and Pantomath. And I came in as Sporadic E. And I was given a Globe Skeptic role because I was not unsure at the time. And about right after my check-in and my roles, you sent me a whole bunch of stuff about the Sporadic Meteor Complex. Maybe because my name tipped you off. And I only knew about that because my mom was an astronomer. And I know a lot about astronomy from her. She actually worked at the Big Ear, the radio telescope lab in Ohio. Yeah, man, we go back. And then I changed my name to Amish. And now I'm Yoder. And Yoder's like the most popular Amish last name, let me tell you. Like if the Amish could have a phone book, Yoder would take up half the freaking book.
Do you guys sing Yoder Ahihu?
I like Yoder. Still, the sporadic complex and the observations of the radiant sources that we share, that's one of the most interesting observable phenomena I've ever seen.
Yeah. For me too, man. It's the most, yeah. I think it's cooler than Flat Earth, honestly.
What? I
Same
think
here.
meteors are cooler than flat Earth.
Yeah, the sporadic meteor complex is cooler than Flat Earth.
Why?
Let me tell you what, there's a shape of a cross that adorns the night sky every night.
Yeah.
From north to south poles across the equator. You can only see it in infrared.
Right. That's just astrotheology.
Honk honk.
Actually, infrared is one of the better looking, let's say, scans, but there's also radio surveys, which is not infrared, and there is also thermal imaging, and that phenomena is observable in all of those spectrums: infrared, electro-optical, which is active infrared, radio, and thermal. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, personally, Yoder, I think there's only one cool thing. There's only one cool thing. Everything else is waste of impression. What I mean by that is I'm not impressed at all. The only thing that impresses me is that separate sentient entities exist. Everything else is menial. The idea that physical things can have different permutations or be not what we expect it to be, like that's all subservient to the fact that a sentient entity and another sentient entity exist. But there's absolutely no reason for sentience to be translated from one entity to another. So, like when you give birth to a child, there's no reason for that child to be sentient whatsoever. There's nothing about you that can impart sentience onto it.
I gotcha. I mean,
so
me,
in other words, if you extrapolate that out,
this is the structure.
If you extrapolate that out to my whole metaphysic, nothing in the physical and natural world is impressive. The only thing that's impressive is that God created other sentient agents besides himself. All the other creations, like, whoop-de-doo compared to that.
Oh shit, are you a Gnostic? Just kidding.
No, that wouldn't make me a Gnostic.
Yeah, I mean, Gnostics are like rejecting the natural world because they think it's full of evil.
No, I'm just saying it's not. It's nothing. Like it's no big deal compared to the sentient entity in itself.
No, I gotcha.
Like a single sentient entity is worth so much more than the entire physical natural world put together.
I agree with that. I think the sporadic meteor complex is higher than flat Earth, but underneath that.
Yeah.
How about that?
Like you get the cake for your child that they really wanted, and it makes their day, and they're smiling and they're happy inside. Like that's way better than some arranged stars, by far.
Totally.
Which part of the problem with this heliocentric model, and I fell victim to it too, is where I got so romanticized with deep space that I used to fantasize about all these stupid rocks doing stupid things way out in the depths of space. And then one day I had this epiphany, like, wow, that's retarded. Who cares about that stuff? This stuff's useless and a big waste of time.
Just mention the fantasies you had about green girlfriends from Mars or something.
No, my fantasies about deep space, besides traditional space opera type stuff, was that
and the girl.
No, I'm serious. When I died, then God would show me all of the mysteries. Like He would take me to 3 trillion miles to the left and show me some stupid rock doing some stupid thing. I was like, oh man, it's going to be so awesome when I see the stupid rock roll down the stupid rock hill in stupid space. It's going to be awesome. Then I realized, wow, that's
and then he shows you it is a stupid rock in a stupid space. You're like, oh shit.
Exactly. What a big big waste of a hope and dream,
Yeah.
Really, I should have been hoping and dreaming to like do things with like actual accomplishments, like being there for the people you love and all these other types of things that actually matter.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Like your experience matters. Your experience determines your fate forever.
Yeah, and the universe itself, without something to experience it, is pretty much useless. No matter what's going on in it, no matter how miraculous it is that it rains diamonds sideways out of Uranus, like none of that matters if there's nobody to observe it. It's literally a big waste of pointless time. Yeah, but speaking of the history of religions, it's crazy how people don't realize that the globe paradigm is like entrenched in religious, back up from the past. They just don't get it. They think like the globe is just like the pure secular, dispassionate search for the truth, and has nothing to do with religious tainting from the past. It's like, dude, you haven't even been paying attention, bro.
Yeah, and the globe and the solar system is all Kabbalah. So, like in the Kabbalistic tree of life, except for Yetzirah, there is a point called Tifereth in the middle. It's below Doth. It's above Malkut. It's right in the center of the diagram. It's called Tifereth. It's called the heart. It's called the solar awakening. It's called the sun. And everything in this tree, in this diagram, which purports to be a representation of the emanation of things, which is a completely heretical, Gnostical thing. Everything basically emanates from it. Yeah, and this precedes any notions of the solar system.
How did they figure this shit out, though?
What?
Like, how did they figure the things that they said back in the day out? Like, from a religious...
They didn't figure it out. It's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
They didn't have to figure it out?
No, like the solar system's completely fake.
No, I'm saying like from like a religious perspective, the worldview that was figured out from that.
So there's no Big Bang?
Some say it was figured out. Some say they were influenced by other entities that had designs on humankind to steer humankind's evolution through knowledge to a particular result, which will ultimately put Satan as the god that everyone worships.
So,
and then, of course, humans have their own machinations, right?
Yeah, but isn't it like some person sitting down and thinking and then saying something and then people believe it or something? I don't get it.
Yeah, but think about it this way, bro. Where in the world? Let's say you're a person. You have to make fire, cook your food. You have to hunt your food. You have to stab it so it dies, so then you can, so it's not running away. All right. Then you take a pee. Then you take a dump. Then you kiss your wife. And then you're like, oh, that must mean God has 7 spirits emanating out from his backside that all become magical words that float in the mystical sea of the ether. Like, how do you get any of that stuff from there? Doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Right? I understand that. So.
Right. So then you're back where you started, which is how did they come up with these ideas in the first place? Well, I think the answer is obviously because there's more things in the world than just human minds. There's other minds, and those minds have influence on human minds. and they know things that we don't know. And they also know that they know better than us certain things, and so they're able to deceive us.
So what do you guys think? What's your opinion about what's out there? Like around us, you know?
I got cows
away.
and shit like that around me.
You think it's just terrain, endless forever?
Nope, we have air pressure, so it doesn't go on forever unless there's a million of these places like us, and we're all underneath the same thing or in the same place. That's the only way it could go on forever in your mind.
Because I see this life as as I think it's the creator's experiment. So I think it's something to do with this place that we call Earth. So I'm not sure. So that's why I don't tend to believe it goes on forever.
I say it's like a horse race, and then once the race is over, they clean up the track and they straighten it all out. That's why they flood this place a bunch of times, because there's like something going on and they're betting on it.
Oh, what about the rising sea level?
Oh, that's not true.
You know, well, you know the Black
That's not
Sea,
true,
for
though.
example.
Yeah, it's not true.
Yeah, how are you going to prove? You have to prove that, and you haven't even proven that to yourself. So you're just believing here. Now we don't accept that what they tell us. Difficult to validate.
There is proof of a massive flood. It's not accepted, but there is proof.
Everybody accepts there's a flood. They're digging buildings out still. How could there not have been a flood?
Bro, really sorry for the background. Wait a minute, my little bro come.
It's okay. I thought maybe T-Dub asked you if you're talking about Alberuni. All right, real life caught our friend. That's okay.
Wait,
There we go. Yeah, take your time.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Now let's talk. I'm sorry, my little bro. You know, yeah. So I'm talking about the scientist of Muslim and the Christian trader. They do like. Yeah.
You're talking about Al-Biruni.
Oh yeah, Alberuni, yeah. They do like something about angles. I don't really remember, but they do like in a well. They do something about the angles by the shadow cast by sun. I don't really remember, but you know, I have studied.
Purely from social pressure. Yeah, that's not Al-Biruni. You're thinking of Eratosthenes. 30 years invested at 8%. Flat man.
And he was Greek.
Yeah, you got your mystical figures mixed up.
Bro, I'm
He's a
really
Greek
sorry
Egyptian.
because when I was kid, I have studied about this and I just remember right now. So sorry for my mistakes.
It's no problem, man.
Okay, I always get the Disney princesses mixed up as well.
Sorry, guys.
It's all right.
But what was your point? You're talking about Aristophanes, but what was your point? So you're saying that he measured the shadow lengths of sticks in the ground, yeah?
I think so, like this, and they do like 800 kilometer away. They also do this and do some mathematics, and they have proved that Earth is curved and find the radius.
How does that prove Earth is curved?
Like if there is I can explain you the concept because I remember only concept. There is like the circle have the total angle is 360, and they do something about angles, and they find out if the earth is circle 360, the radius will be something like 3000 something, and today's modern science says that the earth is 3000 something miles, and before, when the modern technology is not available, they have proven that earth is curved and the earth radius is 3000 and something.
Okay, so we measure some shadows on the ground from sticks in 2 different cities. Okay, and that if the Earth was a ball, that would give you an idea of how far away it is. Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, what if I told you that on a flat surface we would get the same shadow lengths if the sun was a lot closer?
Bro, this question I asked my teacher, and they told me then go to your bedroom and put the bulb on the center of your room and see your everything cast shadow. But then I asked, so am I right? Because then he proved is wrong. I think I did something like this, and she gave me the best example, but I really don't remember. But she proved me wrong at that time.
Okay, if the sun was very close, we would get an equivalence in terms of the shadow length. So if the sun was very close and a lot smaller, we could get the same shadow lengths on a flat Earth. So regardless of whatever your teacher said, those shadow lengths could be achievable on a flat surface as well. But the sun would have to be a lot closer. Now, what your teacher probably didn't take into account was that, you know, we're not taking for granted that the sun is 93 million miles away. If the sun is close, a lot, 93 million miles away is how far they say the sun is, and that should invoke parallel rays. You should be seeing parallel rays coming in. We don't experience that, but the point is, on a flat surface with a local closer light source, you can achieve the same shadow lengths and recreate Eratosthenes on a flat Earth. So this doesn't prove the Earth is a ball. It means if the Earth is a ball, then the sun is 93 million miles away. But if the Earth is flat, then the sun could be a lot closer and a lot smaller than they're predicting.
Okay. That whole science was wrong.
This isn't
physics was wrong.
It's not that it's wrong. It's that they're assuming the sun is 93 million miles away. If you don't assume the sun is 93 million miles away, then the shadow length can work on a flat Earth with a closer sun. So it's not proof that the Earth is curving. It's assuming the Earth is curving.
I'm sorry.
Bro,
Can please someone look into the chats? I have provided some information. Can someone engages with that with me? I cannot speak actually. That's why I'm providing the information in the chat section. I'm very sorry. I will not interrupt anymore. You guys continue.
We can we can definitely discuss this. I just want to make sure, Bob, that you understand that these shadow lengths are not exclusive to a ball. It means if you pre-assume a ball, then the sun is 93 million miles away. But if you don't pre-assume the Earth is a ball, then the sun could be a lot closer and a lot smaller. Does that make sense?
Bro, then if Earth is flat, then how does the Earth, the day and night works? Bro,
Wait. You don't need to change the subject. I just need you to understand that the Eratosthenes observation doesn't prove that the Earth is curving. It proves that you have to pre-assume the Earth is a ball to begin with in the first place. Then you can get an estimate of how far you think the sun is if the Earth is a ball. So you have to pre-assume Earth is a ball to begin with. So that's not evidence that the Earth is a ball.
So, bro, that does not make sense.
Of course it makes sense. If the sun is smaller and closer, the shadow length would be the same at a certain point. So,
but sun is smaller and shorter. Sun is also bigger than Earth.
But this is what I'm saying. We don't believe the sun is bigger than the Earth because that's not what we observe. We observe a sun that is clearly smaller than the ground that we're standing on, circulating around the Earth. Why would we assume that the sun, is bigger than the Earth? That's not what we observe. Do you understand? You have to pre-assume the Earth is 93 million miles. The Earth is a ball. And all you're doing with Eratosthenes' observation is determining how far that sun must be if the Earth was a ball. But if we don't assume the Earth is a ball, then we could get the same length shadows on a flat Earth with a smaller sun. And we observe a smaller sun. We don't observe anything around the sun that leads us to believe that we have parallel rays coming in to the Earth's atmosphere from 93 million miles away. We don't observe anything that tells us that.
Okay. I can. Okay. So, do you know about lunar calendar?
I've heard the stories
I'm
of the
sorry.
lunar numbers.
I'm sorry. I'm
bear with
again
me.
engaging with the conversation. I'm sorry. The thing is, the fact that you just stated is not 100% correct. That parallel rays are coming from the sun to the Earth. Rays actually bend when they change medium. Like when they are coming from the space and then
Yeah.
enter the atmosphere, they bends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
that would be called terrestrial refraction. So the story goes that all of the light we receive is refracting around the ball. Now the problem is not only do we observe corpuscular rays, which is directed light pointing to a source, which seems to be just above the clouds, we also see hot spots above the clouds where the sun is. If the sun was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see a hot spot on the top of a cloud from an aeroplane because that sun is coming in parallel and should be spread evenly across the Earth. But instead, we're seeing a sun above the clouds with a hot spot on the clouds and corpuscular rays coming through those clouds. So why should we believe that the sun is 93 million miles away when we don't observe anything that resembles terrestrial refraction when it comes to the sun?
Bro, I have some questions, and after you will continue, please.
I just want to, before you do, I just want to make sure Dark understands the point that I'm making and whether he agrees it's a fair point.
Hey, Dark.
Dark, we see corpuscular rays, we see hot spots of the sun. We don't experience anything that resembles parallel rays coming in and bending around the ball into terrestrial with terrestrial refraction. We don't see any hallmarks or consequences of that. We're seeing hot spots and corpuscular rays. Do you understand the point? That's for Dark. Sorry, Death. I'm talking to you, Death.
Yeah, but then the concepts are going to be more complicated. I mean, what do you think? What is sun? Why actually there's a lot of things, like if the sun is smaller and it is more closer to us, then where is the heat?
Where is the heat?
I mean, what do you think, how the sun is actually emitting rays? I mean, is sun a torchlight? Is someone is like, I'm not, I'm just asking what is
Well,
the theorem about emitment of rays?
I can't get to the sun. We can't do an experiment on the sun. We can't take, we can't take those kind of measurements. But I'll tell you what I
No,
know
but
it's not. I tell you what I
but
know it's not. It's
but
not a
the thing that you are the thing you are saying, that you don't have a theorem that why sun is illuminated, right? What is going on inside the sun, you don't know that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, why do I need to know that?
Yeah.
Does that suddenly make the Earth a globe?
See, it's a mechanism of a nature, actually.
Why even we are having a discussion on if the Earth is flat or not? Why do I need to know that as well?
Why do you need to ask about the sun if the Earth is flat? That's the question.
Bro, I study the sun thing.
I mean, if the sun is more closer, then there's supposed to be
93 million
something like
miles.
heat. I mean, it's supposed to be some heat, but we are not experiencing any. But that's completely fine, I guess, because heat needs.
Have you
a
never
medium
been
to-
sunburnt? Have you never been sunburnt or got? Have you never gone in the sun? What do you mean?
Okay, guys. Okay, guys. I have something.
Hold on, I just asked him a question.
Okay.
Bob, put yourself on mute for a second.
Yeah, the amount
Death
of heat is very
gonna.
low. If I light up matches or something like that, something resembles something like who resembles that amount of illumination, it would be much more heat. Sunburn is very
No. How do you know that? What amount of
I mean,
illumination?
if you just turn off your lights and then just light up a lighter or something like that, and
Yeah, that's
you
not a
can
sun.
observe the
Yeah,
that's
a light, right? A light bulb or a lighter, they're not the same thing. Okay, the sun's not the same thing as either of those.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't know the distance, we don't know the size, we don't know what medium the sun's in.
you don't have a theorem
know.
that can explain. Yeah, that's completely fine.
Yeah. So you can give a theory that tries to explain it. Okay, but if it requires the Earth being a globe, we've debunked that because the water's not curving. We've gone out and tested over the surface of the water thousands of times and empirically validated
I have actually
that the
put
water
some
is not
points
curving over
in the chat
distance.
section. You can engage with me in the chat section upon that.
No. I can engage right here. And please stop posting AI slop in the side chat, or you will be stopped from posting in the side chat. Essentially, use your own words, please. You can do your research on AI, that's fine, but don't post walls of AI text in the side chat.
Bro, I just want to say something, bro. I just want to say something.
I cannot reference. Okay, that's completely fine. I will.
Hold on. So Death, do you see the side chat? You're in the side chat. Great. Do you see the images that DJ posted at 19 minutes past the hour?
Oh wait, I'm finding it.
Okay. You go see
the timestamp. I mean, when.
Bob, I want you to pay attention to this as well. This is important. So you guys think that the sun is 93 million miles away in a vacuum, and that light is traveling 93 million miles parallel, and then when it hits the Earth's atmosphere, it's bending around the ball due to terrestrial refraction. Okay, that's your claim.
Yeah, bro, I have one thing. We don't believe. We have observed.
Great. You believe that. Trust me, you believe. You haven't observed a 93 million mile away sun. Okay, Bob, I don't need to debate you whether you believe or not. What I want you to do is look at the images that DJ has posted, okay, at 19 minutes past the hour, where you can clearly see the sun, right, the orb of the sun above a cloud. Okay, now below that sun we see a hot spot of the sun. And we've got thermal images here that show you that the hot spot of the sun is directly under where that orb is. Why should we believe that the sun is in a vacuum 93 million miles away when we observe hotspots like this, which is only possible with a closer light source? Why should we believe it's 93 million miles away?
Okay, I have believed that Earth is flat, and I have believed that sun is not 93 miles away. Then I also have to deny all the physics that I have studied and all the theories of relativity and everything.
You can keep the laws of physics. We're the biggest defenders of science and the laws of physics that you'll ever come across.
If the Earth is flat, then there is no point of gravity. The theory of relativity all is based on mass.
Relativity is not physics.
Bro, theory of relativity have everything to do with physics.
No, it absolutely does not. Relativity is mathematics. It's not
and
physics.
Mathematics is the physics.
Mathematics with a sprinkling of philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there any graviton particle in the Standard Model? We're talking physics. There's no such thing as a graviton.
Gravity's emitted from the Standard Model.
Bro,
gravity is absolutely not a part of Standard Model of physics.
Neither is a globe. Globe isn't involved in Standard Model of physics.
Gravity is not a force in relativity. So how can you account for it in physics?
Bro, there is a lot of things.
Relativity is not exclusive to globes either.
Relativity is also not scientific.
Bob, you're talking to two gentlemen here who understand physics very intimately. And for you to say that you need to throw physics out the window just shows that you don't understand anything about the flat Earth claims. Because like Yoda said, physics is congruent with flat Earth. You can keep all of physics and explain why things go down. You can explain why space can't exist next to a space low pressure system next to an open atmosphere. You can explain how everything works on a flat Earth using standard physics. The theory of relativity is not standard physics. You may as well call it metaphysics at this point.
Yeah. But theory of relativity is the special theory of relativity is like observation change results. So I just want to say my girlfriend is coming and I have to go.
Oh,
Sorry,
good.
guys.
Okay, bye. I don't think he knows a single thing about
results.
Yeah.
Is he referring to the Coma-Razor experiment?
He thinks he is. So much for relativity.
Like the double slit? I don't know. That's yeah. Wow. Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Relativity is true because of the double slit experiment. What?
Obi, did you have any more questions on anything that's been said?
Do you have a girlfriend who's coming to pick you up too?
Actually, I think Death was talking as well. Death, did you want to pick up?
I'm researching. Please give me some time. I will be back. Sorry.
Okay, good. Research actual physics and real science. Because we're not going to sit here and talk to you about flat Earth physics because there's no such thing. It's just physics.
A moment ago, you have agreed upon the light is bending upon walking through mediums, but all of a sudden you don't. So, I have to look for my
Well, the
source.
light
I'm sorry.
doesn't operate the way you think it does.
So, what's the theorem that you have? Please enlighten me.
Well, what do you mean? What theorem? You think light is bending around a ball. It doesn't do that because you need to measure curvature to have that in the first place.
No, light bends when it's goes to a lighter medium to a heavier medium.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And
So what?
vacuum is a lighter medium.
We don't disagree with that.
atmosphere
Death.
is a heavier medium.
Death. We don't disagree with standard refraction. What we disagree with is terrestrial refraction, which is your claim that all the light from the sun is coming in parallel and then being bent around the ball. You can't prove that.
But I mean, I'm not even okay. Let's just, for the sake of the argument, I'm accepting that light is not coming from the sun parallelly, but when it's entering from the vacuum to the atmosphere, it is bending.
Well, Eddie, what vacuum? A vacuum.
Okay.
Why? Yeah. How do you know the sun is in a vacuum? Why would you assume there are parallel rays?
I have not. I just accepted that. But
Yeah. So why would you though?
Okay. So the assumption of this okay. So the fact that the sun is in the vacuum, there are two things. By my understanding that okay.
What
So
vacuum?
there are a lot of okay. So let me speak. So there are a lot of nuclear fusion reaction going on in the sun, but
Oh, really? What's powering the fusion?
Okay, so there is no sound. So because sound needs a medium to travel, so in vacuum there is no medium. Okay, so what are fueling those reactions, right? Let me just get back to you.
Hang on, bro. You're asking, but you're asking us to accept a whole bunch of premises as being true in the first place.
You have asked what is fueling those reactions. I'm just
No, but you've asked us to accept this nuclear fusion reaction. You asked us to accept that the sun's in a vacuum. I mean, how do we know all this is true?
That there's curvature to the Earth?
Stick to the last question that you have asked. What is fueling the reactions that is happening on the sun? I am getting back to you. I will answer all the questions.
No, I already know what the answer is. Like, you don't need to teach me. I'm asking if you know, and apparently you don't.
I don't know the answer of the last question, so I'm gonna search it on the
Okay, well, in conventional cosmology, gravity is fueling the fusion process. You know how? It's causing a compression of matter inward against a common center.
Mm-hmm.
The resulting friction creates fusion. Right? So we have to accept that, right?
Despite that matter having a natural propensity to want to repel each other.
Yeah. Right, because there's a huge vacuum. Entropy is going to entropy.
Yeah.
So the claim is that there's a magical force called space gravity that reverses the entropic process of dispersion, molecular dispersion. So I have to accept a magical mystery force that's not really a force. In order to believe in this solar system cosmology, isn't that something? You need a magical space gravity force for your entire cosmology to hold up, and you can't prove it. Yeah, that's funny, AI.
Yeah, I got destroyed. I accept that. I accept the defeat.
Yeah, it gets worse. Like, where's the curvature of the Earth? Who measured it? Who measured that the Earth is curving? Has anybody done it? Is there a famous person? Is there a statue memorializing the great event or the person who made this measurement and discovery? Not that I know of. This is almost like an urban myth. You know what that is in English?
Okay, so I'm trying to accept that the Earth is flat. On the basis of that, there's a lot of like I mean, I'm coming from an Asiatic country, and I assuming that by assuming your accents and the whole on the English that you are coming from an European country or maybe America. So in India, it's night right now. So there is a possibility that some other place in the earth there is morning. So how flat earth theorem explain that?
It's like this. Let's say we're standing in a gigantic warehouse and the lights are off on your end of the warehouse, but the lights are on my end in the warehouse. It's dark where you are, but it's light where I am. We're in the same warehouse.
That can happen actually.
Yeah.
And if
you watch the sun go away.
Cloudy or foggy, then it's more natural to happen actually. Like, yeah.
The light of the sun actually reaches an extinction coefficient over time and distance. Not sure what that's about. Whatever you're hot micing.
Can we measure how far away the I mean, can we measure what is the path of the sun actually? I mean, what is the path of the sun?
Can we measure the path of the sun? I mean, we can observe it in the sky.
I mean, we haven't done it yet.
What do you mean? Yeah, we have. Like, open an astronomy textbook. You'll learn all about the sun's path. It traces what's called an analemma when you take a snapshot of it every day over the course of a year.
Yeah, observer dependent.
Yeah. Nobody can triangulate the height of the sun, whether you think Earth is flat or a globe.
No, I mean, what I'm trying to say that is, I am trying to imagine a map.
Right, I'm muting Zoom forever for hot miking.
I'm sorry. Oh, thank you.
There.
I'm trying to imagine how the flat Earth map look like. I mean, what is the original map of the Earth? Can there is any image? I mean,
it depends how you make a map. I mean, there are plenty of examples of maps that are made in different ways. Some use the stars, others don't. In fact, I'd say most maps today are based off of the stars. Anytime you invoke latitude and longitude as a coordinate system, you're invoking a map reference from the sky. But you can make maps without latitude and longitude. You can use like a military grid reference system and then use use a map that is created not using the stars fixed to this coordinate system, but instead using planar surveys. So there's something called the UK Ordnance Survey. UK, the British Empire, undertook it to survey the British Isles and Ireland. And what they did was they created a large series of grid squares. In total, I think it's 2,500 by 2,500 kilometers. They do not use latitude and longitude, and it's measured and surveyed flat, and it does not match the globe. But it's accurate enough for the UK to use for resolving boundary disputes.
It's flat in 26, bro.
Great. Yeah, you can just interrupt.
Ain't no fucking way, bro.
Fuck, this is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, actually, I cannot able to find any logical argument against you. Wow.
Now, let me show you the British the UK Ordnance Survey, called the British National Grid System here.
Yeah, I Google it out.
All right, check side chat. I posted an image. If you take the British National Grid System and slap it onto a globe, you're going to see that the lines of latitude and longitude do not match the grid squares.
Mm. Mm.
And for this map, it's not based off a curving surface at all. It's a flat surface. UK surveyed it flat. And it's accurate enough, like I said, for resolving property boundary disputes. So like in British court systems, if you have like two neighbors whose property lines are in dispute, they may use this.
But the thing is, like, if you put a flat image on a globe, it will bend.
Right, because the globe is fake.
Yeah, it's a sphere, and you are putting a flat map on the sphere. So then the edges of the squares are not 90-degree.
Yeah, so I would say that if we are accustomed to using latitude and longitude for getting our coordinates somewhere on Earth, that the distances that exist in reality, apart from the coordinate reference grid itself, are going to be much different than the coordinate reference system. And those distances, the discrepancies would become larger the further you go. I would also say that in reality, the true orientation of land masses is different than what is portrayed on a globe as well. Yeah, I would say even GPS is not giving you true and accurate distance measurements. However, it's internally consistent.
But I mean, GPS system can be possible. I mean, even in the flat Earth, even in the real Earth.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it on flat Earth.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and GPS is not dependent on the shape of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. GPS is not dependent on the shape of the Earth. Yeah.
Correct. The receiver interprets the signals, called pseudo-ranging. So the GPS interprets the signals it receives from the GPS transmitters. And the receiver is responsible for incorporating that into a coordinate reference system. And your receiver, you can choose a different coordinate reference system. You can choose to use latitude and longitude, or you can choose to use a flat Earth. That's right. Or you can choose to use a different convention altogether. Yeah, so the GPS system does not prove that Earth is a globe because the coordinate reference system that the end user has in the receiver is an arbitrary choice.
I'm just gonna ask one thing, that is, do you guys even what do you think that what do you think that black hole do even exist?
No, just a mathematical construct. It's science fiction.
And
Yoda, can you hold on one sec? Yoda, can you touch on how the idea of space violates the laws, gas laws, and thermodynamic laws?
Yeah. Right. So gas expands to fill a void, and gas expands because it has heat energy. And when gas molecules expand, they do not transfer any energy into their environment. It's called an adiabatic process of expansion. So what happens is when gas expands, it does it without work, effortlessly. Gas molecules with thermal energy will travel, that is to say, propagate in straight lines forever and ever and ever, unless they bump into something. The funny thing about gravity is now gravity says that these gas molecules aren't doing that anymore, that they behave almost like a solid or liquid. So you have gas molecules that are bending and arcing around. You have gas molecules and the globe concept that expands out into outer space, but gravity yanks it, causing the gas molecules to reverse course.
Change its temperature.
Yeah.
Make its collisions non-elastic.
The claim is that gravity is causing a heat compression of gas molecules, which has never been measured. So if gravity is constantly acting on gas molecules, then gas molecules should be constantly being compressed to the surface of the Earth. Nobody ever measures that. Like here on Earth, you don't have anybody measuring gas molecules going up and reversing course and coming back down to the surface. You don't have anybody measuring gas molecules propagating outward towards the horizon and then bending in geodesic arcs around a ball. None of this actually happens.
But if you run the experiment in Earth, that means gravity is applicable to the each of every gas molecule towards the Earth center. That's maybe cancel out. Not maybe, that's actually cancel out each other. I mean, if some force is applicable to everything, I mean every particle, then
Not according to kinetic theory.
Good morning. Am I audible? So the thing is, like, if we actually goes to calculate, then the thing that comes out is like there are gases that are heavier than there are gases that are lighter. Like
Denser, or less dense. Gravity doesn't pull heavier gases down.
Okay, so if we took if we took gases like xenon or helium, these are lighter gases, so they can goes to the upper portion of the
no, that's
sphere.
not how it works.
That's talking about an interrelationship, right? But when they're independent of each other, they don't do what you're claiming they should do if gravity was real and works exactly the way you're saying it does.
Pardon me, can you please repeat? Sorry.
I'm saying that, yeah, you're talking about interactions between two different types of gases, right? But when they're independent of each other, they don't display the behavior that you're talking about.
Correct. Yeah. Gas is chaotic. It's billions and billions and billions of tiny particles bouncing off the walls, off each other, going thousands of miles per hour in all directions, mixing homogeneously together. So, I mean, like you were taught that like the pressure is weight, which is mass times gravity, right? Distributed over an area. So is gas pressure created by the weight of gas molecules? The answer is no. Like gas pressure is the result of the number of times molecules are hitting a surface, regardless of how much molecular weight they have.
Yes.
So yeah, in Avogadro's law, you learn about the mass independent nature of gas pressure. It doesn't matter if you have like 1 mole of hydrogen hitting a plate versus 1 mole of radon hitting a plate. If the plate is being hit the same number of times, it's the same pressure.
The thing is like, if I mean, if we use colorful gases, then we can see the difference. Like if you open a beaker of a colorful gas, like I think cobalt, wait, chlorine, I guess. Yeah, chlorine is a colorful gas. If you open a beaker of chlorine, then you can visually expect that the chlorine is saturated near the ground. It's not.
It's very temporary.
Instantaneously mixing up with the air.
It doesn't agree with the mixing of gases.
Yeah. If you have two gases that are at the same temperature, their resulting kinetic energy is going to be the same. It's going to be equal. But because the kinetic energy of because the kinetic energy of gas is 1/2 times mass times velocity squared, basically heavier, quote unquote, more massive particles are going to move slower than the lighter ones. So the velocity, velocity of gas scales inversely with the square root of its mass.
If there's a gap for the gas particle to go through, it'll go through it. It's not going to stop and go, well, I'm not supposed to be here. I better go back.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're well.
Hey, Jedi.
Hey.
What's up, Jedi?
What's up? Anything exciting?
Is there any reason for the ozone layer happens to be a specific layer of our atmosphere?
Yeah, it's inside the sphere.
Isn't ozone heavy gas? Heavier than...
Yeah, it's like inside the stratosphere or something. Well, why did you bring up the ozone layer, sir?
Because ozone layer has 3 particles of oxygen.
Okay.
It's more the point that is provided to me is like, if a particle is more heavier, then it will move slower. Then why, there is 20% oxygen in the atmosphere that we are breathing in, but ozone that have more molecule of oxygen floats over the. That's actually proving your point, but got my.
Right. Why isn't it falling down?
Yeah, but the question that I'm asking, that why is found on a specific region of our atmosphere.
I don't know.
The density. Why the density is high for a specific portion of our atmosphere?
Yep, you do have a density gradient, but the pressure is not caused by gravity. Call it a mystery. Right? We don't see evidence of the gravitational field where it thins out exponentially with elevation and the resulting air pressure changing exponentially with the result of gravity. That it doesn't comport. You can't basically study the air and then conclude that there's a gravitational stack that's causing the density distribution, because it doesn't follow with the inverse square law or inverse cube.
Okay, if gravity doesn't relate it to pressure, then why there is lower atmospheric pressure on the top of the mountains?
Well, simply put, the top of the mountains are far away from the source of where gases are produced and exchanged and mixed, which is at the surface. So where are gas molecules going to expand and fill up besides outward and up and away from the surface that they originate from? I mean, there's more volume available at the top of a mountain than there is at the surface of Earth. Yep, and furthermore, it's colder up there, so gas gets a bit more sluggish. So, with a decrease in temperature, you have an increase of sluggishness, which reduces pressure.
But I'm sorry, but if we decrease the temperature, the pressure in general increases. I mean,
no.
If we put a vapor inside a beaker and we try to decrease the temperature, then it will become water. If we continue to decrease
Got it backwards.
the temperature, then it will
When you heat up
become
when you heat up a gas, it causes expansion and pressure increases.
Yeah, but when we decrease the temperature,
You decrease the pressure.
The pressure is actually increasing.
No, it's not.
No, you got it backwards.
So, a raise in temperature increases the momentum of gas molecules, causing more pressure because of more collisions. When you lower the temperature, the gas is, like my friend said, more sluggish, slower, so less physical conditions. So
I have, please, let me, the thing is so you are saying that water is more lower in the pressure than the atmosphere?
Water's liquid.
What?
I mean, if we lower the heat, lower the temperature, then the vapor can become the water that have a fundamentally higher pressure than the gas. I mean,
talking about walls of a container.
No, I'm talking about a particular. I mean, if we put a balloon inside the container, then the pressure on inside the balloon's wall or the particular section, we can put anything like it
increases.
Yeah, it will increase, right?
It'll try and expand until it reaches the maximum tensile strength of the balloon, and will either pop or just expand to fill whatever chamber it's inside of.
So we've got gas.
Even we have seen the ice on the top of the mountain is the actually example that the water or the vapor that is available on the top of the mountains became like solids. Okay, so okay, that actually makes sense, and I'm actually proving you guys right again. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you just take a empty bottle of water, plastic bottle, put the lid on it. It'll be at room temperature, and stick it in the freezer for an hour, and then take it out and see what happens to your bottle.
Or leave it in the car on a sunny.
My brain stopped working, man. I'm gonna be mute for some time. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is how these discussions are supposed to go. I'm liking it.
Oh no, I'm proving your point. Yep, I like those conversations.
Just refreshing to hear. You hear so many people fight and argue and struggle, and it's just nice when someone's got enough knowledge to actually understand and concede when they feel it they need to.
Anybody talking?
At the same time, Dave.
I guess you guys already said it. I just wanted to pop in and say how refreshing that was. To hear somebody actually think about it and say, "Wait a second, I'm proving your guys' point." But go ahead.
Yeah, it's refreshing, isn't it, Dave?
It's such a treasure when somebody actually comes in here and actually thinks about the subject, for themselves instead of just trying to repeat the story and tell us about the story and stuff. Anyway.
So it looks like we're running an event at the moment. And the question is, do boats go over the curve? I'll ask that to everybody who's entered the room. The question on the table at the moment is, do boats sail over the horizon, over the curvature of the Earth? And are they obscured by that curvature of the Earth? Anyone's got any comments upon that? They feel free to do so.
What curvature?
I was going to say 11 years ago, I would have answered you yes, Jedi. I know they go over the curve, but I can't honestly say that now because I've honestly investigated what makes them actually appear to go over a curve. And they never go over the curve where they're supposed to anyway, and I'll shut up. Did I disconnect or did Dead Air Dave strike again?
No, you struck again, mate. You didn't disconnect.
Okay.
The conversation. That's right, mate. The
We've got
conversation.
boats going over the curve. Everybody just think there's 90% of the public out there thinks that proves they're on a globe because a boat goes over a curve. So explain that to us. We don't understand. I'm just kidding. I'll shut up.
As Jedi said, we've got an event today. Why do boats go over the horizon? Does anybody have any questions, comments? What's up, Tom?
Looks like no one's going to respond to you, Roots, but I'll play Glover for a second. Yes, boats do appear to go over the horizon. I've seen that at the beach. Explain that, Flat Earther.
You're getting good at this, Dave. You're becoming very intimate with the Glober position. I'm getting worried.
I can still man the globe fantasy with the best of them, I think.
But you see, the thing is, if there is curvature, right? If there is curvature, I will observe a boat to become obstructed bottom up as it gets further away from me. I observe the boat become obstructed bottom up as it gets further away from me. Therefore, there is Earth curvature. Valid form of argument, right?
That's correct, T-Dub, and don't listen to him because he's anti-podal at the moment. Sorry, go ahead.
T-Dub, I've got a question. Does that happen in the same place every day? Or does that position change?
That's irrelevant.
Yeah. And that's just refraction anyway, Roach. What's wrong with you? You don't know refraction? You even refract, bro?
Yeah, I refract, bro. But the cause for the bottom up disappearance isn't refraction every time, bro.
It's like gravity. It does whatever it needs to do to make it look like a globe. I mean, it looks flat, but it's really a globe because of refraction and gravity. There you go. Now I'll shut up.
Exactly, and sometimes it's just plain Earth curve, right?
It's always Earth curve. Can't be. Eventually, the boat will go over the horizon because the Earth's a sphere. I can't believe I just said that. It sounded ridiculous, didn't it?
Indeed.
What's up, DJ?
What's up, man? Good to see you.
You can see me. Fuck, I've got a camera on. I hate it when that happens. How's the temperature, mate?
It's getting warmer. It's only like -10 today.
Fucking hell. That's balmy weather, mate. You get the shorts and the t-shirt out soon.
Yeah. It's meant to be 1 degree in a few days, apparently. So I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be like summer here, yeah.
While you guys are on weather from mid-USA, I'd like to appeal to God, whoever's in charge of this Arctic air, go ahead and take it back up to the Arctic. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to ask as well for our American friends. Well, every time I look at the weather map across America at the moment, it's so blue, it's bluer than the sea. So I'm wondering how you're doing. It appears to be very cold over there.
We've had 2 weeks of almost sub-zero wind chill temperatures, at least, or near 0 Fahrenheit, but pretty freaking cold. So I need the Arctic air to go ahead and need the globe to spin however it goes and get that Arctic air the fuck out of here. Thank you.
Wow. I want to put that fake suns up in the air, get some sunlight, get some heat going.
Because you know, Jedi, weather can only happen on a spinning globe. You know that, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's got to be spinning as well. Because if it wasn't spinning, everything would fly off. Has to spin so everything comes back. The amount of people that keep telling me that gravity is caused by the rotation of an object is baffling. Absolutely baffling to me.
Okay.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Great. What about you?
Very well. Quick
Great.
question. Do you think that gravity is caused by the rotation of an object?
Okay. Interesting.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Do you think that gravity is caused by the rotation? That means spin. An object has to spin to cause a gravitational field. Do you think that's true?
No, it's not true.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I don't think it's true. Just the amount of
Yeah.
people who keep telling me that this is how gravity is caused is, like I said a few moments ago, baffling to me.
Yeah. So when you can spin any ball and any globe, it's not produce any gravity. If you have evidence, you can show. If anybody can, it's true. If anybody can say it's true. Is there any evidence is available? Yes, JD, tell me. You have any evidence about that? If anybody
I think I'm more
you.
pointing out people's misconceptions and ideas about what they even believe to be true. The current scientific rhetoric doesn't ever mention anything about the spinning of an object causing gravity. But some people, I don't know, believe that to be true for some reason. Now, I'm not saying that gravity is a thing and blah, 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 flat earther, you know my position. But when people are coming in here arguing for the position of gravity, they seem to be making things up and not following the formal narrative that we are told.
Okay, so you are saying true or false? You can say. What's
No, I'm saying according to the narrative about gravity, spin or rotation's got nothing to do with it, according to the official narrative.
Yeah, but you are telling about the you are making the logic with gravity, so that's why I'm saying it's what's your thinking, true or false?
Oh, false.
Yeah, false, right?
Yeah, obviously false.
Yeah. Who was saying this? Who was putting
Oh, I
this?
can't remember that name, my friend. To be honest with you, it's more than one person, and it's happened quite frequently over the last few weeks. It happens quite a lot, actually. It just surprises me.
Yeah, right. So,
What are we doing? We're talking about gravity?
yeah.
Trying not to.
Well, I know. I don't like talking about it, but I mean, like, I've started like playing along just for the idea of sake of okay, if gravity makes the Earth a ball, then that means gravity's pulling water down onto the Earth. That means water's curving. So let's go test for the curvature. If the Earth is not curving, then whatever gravity is, it's something else. It's not mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass.
No, when Earth is rotating, it's not making the gravity. It's not any logic when Earth is spinning and moving like that the example of spinning. It's not producing the logic of gravity.
No, but boats go over the horizon. Therefore, we've proved that the Earth's surface is curving. Therefore, proving gravity.
Yeah, and this is right. Earth is moving like Earth is moving like spinning in this space. This is.
That's 100% true. Because we observed that, right?
Yeah. So we observe that, right? We know the Earth is spinning because of daytime and nighttime, and that means that the Earth is curving. So let's go out and test for the curvature because water is curving around the ball. See, in order for this entire oh, sorry, Tito. I'll be real quick. In order for this entire thing to work, the Earth going around the sun, spinning day and night, moon orbits, planetary orbits, all of these things to work, the Earth has to be a ball. Like it all comes back to the Earth being a ball. And in order for the Earth to be a ball, the surface of water has to curve because the oceans are curving around the Earth because of gravity.
Hello.
Hi.
Are we talking about whether if boats go over the horizon, it might can fall or not, right?
No.
No.
No?
We're asking if boats, when they go over the horizon, are going over the curvature of the Earth because the Earth is a sphere. Is that really what's happening?
Actually, I worked on the vessel one time, and if boats can't go over the horizon, then how can vessel go around the ocean?
Did you go over the horizon, or was the horizon always in front of you?
Of course, I went over the horizon.
Sorry, when you were on your boat, was the horizon getting closer and closer and closer to you until you went over it? Or was it...
There's no line on the horizon. There's no such a line.
Yeah, exactly. So the horizon was always in front of you. You never went over it, did you? It's always in front of you.
Oh, like, I think that means like literally can you see the horizon or not?
But yeah, the horizon is only optical. It's not a physical thing to go over and down the other side. It's an optical phenomena. Only happens in optics. It's based on how you see the world.
But the meaning of the word the horizon is just the surface, like the end of the surface you can see.
Yeah, it's where the surface that you can see, so it's based on your eyes, how far of the surface you can see before you can't see it anymore, and it appears to touch the sky at distance. Yeah, it's an apparent location. It's only observable through optics, your eyes. It's not real. It's not real like the top of a mountain. You understand, or the top of a hill. It's not a physical location like that. It's just an optical location. Unless you think you're living on a planet.
Then I think I can explain that if you keep go over the horizon, if you keep doing that, at the end you can meet the edge of the continent.
That's nice.
Thanks.
Yeah, when you go ahead, Tito. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask: is there a distance to the horizon?
Good question.
What was the question? Excuse me.
Is there a distance to the horizon?
How far away is the horizon if you're at the beach and you're 6 foot tall? How far away is the horizon? Approximately. On a nice clear day. It's not foggy. It's not early morning. It's not misty. It's a nice clear day. You're standing at the beach. You're 6 foot tall. How far away do you think the horizon is?
I don't remember exactly, but when I see the farthest ship that I can see with my bare eyes in clear sky, 8 apart, like 20 miles, like
Wow.
nautical miles, I think.
That's amazing.
What you said with your your bare eye? What would happen if you got a high-powered zoom camera out and you use that to observe the horizon? Would you be able to see more or less? Do you think?
Of course, I think I can see more
Awesome.
farther away.
Yeah, absolutely. So we understand that the optic, your eye, or say a camera, something with a zoom or focal length or something like that, will help you perceive a further distance. So the limiting factor to how far you can see is the optic that you use, right?
You sounds like you want to set the exact distance from where you are, so you can say you can go over or not, right?
No, what I'm pointing out to you is the horizon changes distance. Depending on your human eyes, or if you get some binoculars out, or you get a telescope or a high-powered zoom camera, or if it's misty or murky or a nice clear day, if it's hot or if it's cold. Those will be the limiting factors to how far you can see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. At no point have we mentioned the curvature of the Earth, which, if it was curved, would cause things like boats to go over the horizon, down the other side, and be physically obstructed by that Earth. Now, we've just spoken about the limiting factors of how far we can see, and so far the horizon is optical. It changes its position depending on the optic that you use. So if the horizon's optical, it can't be physical, like the top of a mountain, the top of a hill, or Earth curvature.
Yeah. I was.
Hold on, Kodora. Don't interrupt.
So this is why we asked. This is why we asked the question: do boats go over the horizon? Because people think that they live on a planet, and the horizon is Earth curvature. So we think that when the boat goes over the horizon, we think it's going over the curvature of the Earth. And the reason why we can't see it anymore is because the curvature of the Earth is in the way. But my friend and I have just spoke about optics. What actually limits how far we can see? We can see the boat with our naked eye until it sails away and we can't see it anymore. Then we'll get some technology out, a telescope, and we'll see it again until it keeps sailing away until the telescope can't see it anymore. And then we'll get some better technology out and we'll see the boat again until it sails further away, reduces in angular size, and we can't see it anymore. This is primarily the limiting factor as to how far we can see. And obviously the weather conditions might be foggy, like I said earlier. But these are the only factors to how far we can see, not the curvature of the Earth. And the curvature of the Earth should be a most obvious limiting factor because of the size that we're told that it is. For a 6-foot observer standing at the beach, the geometric horizon for boats to go over if the Earth was a sphere would be just under 3 miles away. That would be with your human eyes, that would be with a telescope, and that would be with high-powered zoom camera, because it would be at a physical location like the top of a hill. But obviously, when we get technology out, we see further. The horizon changes its location, its apparent distance from the observer, demonstrating it is not curvature of the Earth. Any comments, questions, my friend?
So you're saying, oh, sorry.
Oh, just a second, Sovereign. So just to add to what Jedi was saying and to what you were saying, I went to an Earth curvature calculator and I just put in what what you said, right? So if you're standing at the beach, okay, and you're looking out at a boat, and you said 20 nautical miles, that's 23 miles away. So if you could see a boat that's 23 miles away with your naked eye, right, it should be hidden behind the curvature, right, behind the horizon by 266 feet. Right? That's like the size of a skyscraper building. So you shouldn't, if the Earth was a globe, you should not be able to see a ship at that distance. Yet when we go out and make observations, we can actually see a ship at that distance, but that wouldn't be possible on a globe. The horizon should be at 3 miles away. You know, if you're looking from 6 foot tall, you know, basically standing at the shoreline, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Anything that's beyond the horizon should become obstructed behind the horizon. Depending on how high it is, right? Depends on how much it would be obstructed. But say a boat, you know, any size boat, okay, would be hidden completely behind the curvature of the Earth. Even if it was the Titanic, you know, it would, at 20 nautical miles, it would be completely hidden.
And remember, you yourself said that you would see these boats 20 plus miles away. And then Jedi said, well, what if we had a high power zoom camera or telescope? And you said, well, then we would be able to see them further. That's impossible if it's curving. It only happens on a flat surface.
Sorry, I haven't had my friend speak for a while. Are you still there? Sovereign?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Sorry, we do tend to talk quite a bit. We'd like some feedback if you've got any questions or points you'd like to raise about what's been said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of lack of English skill, so I think I understand half of what you said. And so you were talking about the point is the Earth is round or not, right? Is that right?
Well, okay, so the point in the conversation is about the Earth. What is it? Is it round or is it flat? What we've been describing is how flat it looks. You being able to see that boat, for example, 20 nautical miles away. Now, I assume you were standing on another boat when you were out to sea, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll give you an altitude of, say, I don't know, 40 feet. Even with that altitude, you shouldn't be able to see the boat if the Earth was a sphere. The curvature of the Earth would be in the way. DJ, I think, put in a side chat the mathematics that goes with it if you wanted to check that out. But it's just an observation of that boat. I think that's where most of us flat earthers starting, right? Seeing things that we shouldn't be able to see because of the curvature of the Earth. Now, we do see these things. You see that boat. I see France, for example, from the UK and other observations. Another of my friends near have made long-distance observations where we see boats or buildings that we should not be able to see if the Earth was a sphere. So that's kind of where we're at. When we're asking the questions, do boats go over the horizon? We're asking the question, do boats go over the curvature of the Earth? And with observations that we make and the observation you make, apparently not.
When I start talking, I definitely said, don't focus on the number of the distance I saw because I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It was almost 10 years ago.
That's fine.
When I was working.
That's fine.
And I think while I'm...
It's a nice
This is
example.
the thing. Yeah, definitely. Look, this is the thing, Sovereign. We have observations where we 100% know the distance to the ship that we can see out in the ocean. Okay, we've tracked the ships using tracking radar, and we know that the ship is a certain distance away and that it should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, yet we can see the entire ship, right? Or a different object. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. And
No, that's okay.
Okay, I was using radar, and the thing is, the ships or landscapes doesn't show earlier, but when I keep going, it appears later, gradually. So I think definitely the Earth is round because it hasn't shown earlier, but when I sail by the route, it appears gradually from the horizon that I can see. It means it's round.
Sorry, are you saying that you are sailing in a ship towards the land? I missed the first part of your sentence.
I'm sorry?
Well, this is the thing, right? We can calculate how big the Earth is and how much curvature there should be. I mean, they tell us that they've calculated how big the Earth is, right? So we can tell that there should be a certain amount of curvature over a certain distance. Okay, so if we can see a ship that's, say, 20 miles away, for example, okay, it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? There can be other reasons why things appear to disappear bottom up.
Yes, I agree.
Right, so we could have ocean swells. We could have atmospheric effects such as sinking refraction. That's something that's very common that happens. But what we don't ever see is validation of any Earth curvature. Okay, just something just appearing to disappear bottom up doesn't necessarily mean that it's physically being obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth because the Earth is a globe. Right? There are other reasons.
Other reasons, what can they be?
Yeah, so I just went over a couple of them. Okay, so ocean swells is definitely a reason as well. And we can also have something called sinking refraction. We can also lose resolvability due to the way our perspective works. So we can, this is the thing, we can recreate bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. No problem. On a small scale, we can recreate something that looks like it's disappearing from the bottom on a flat surface.
Recreating what?
So something that looks like it's being obstructed behind the horizon, okay, but on a flat surface. Okay, because you're saying that it appears like you're seeing things that are cut off at the bottom, and you're saying that's because of the globe, right? Because of the curvature of the Earth. What I'm saying is that we can recreate that same effect on a small pond, or we can recreate that effect on a flat surface like a floor that doesn't have any curvature. Okay, showing that it's not something that is happening because the Earth is a globe, right? It's other things that you need to take into account, such as ocean swells, right? Certain effects related to the weather, the temperature, and the pressure, and also the way our perspective works.
Then, if you believe the Earth is flat, then how can you explain when you go over the countries by the flight How can you explain the time it takes? Like,
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it takes a certain amount of time to fly from one location to another location. You know, it's going to be the case on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth. Do you have a specific example that you think would not work if the Earth was not a globe?
no, I mean, I believe the Earth is globe.
Yeah, Earth is a globe.
Right. So that's what we've gone out and we also used to believe the Earth was a globe. Okay, we all were taught that growing up. But when we actually go out and put that to the test in reality, we can confirm that it's not a globe because there's no curvature over the surface of the water.
You don't know. It's already have a curve in the surface under the ground.
Yeah, so the surface of the water should also be curving, right?
When you can go outside the Earth with the help of rocket, you can also see pictures like a globe of the Earth.
Yeah, but you can't confirm those pictures, right? And if those pictures were true, then the surface of the water would also have to be curving.
You can search in the Google.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, you think we haven't seen a photo of the globe?
If you know why you can see like that.
Okay, because pictures can be faked, my friend. I don't know if you're aware, right? That things can be faked, like pictures.
You have evidence? Do you have any evidence these pictures are fakes?
Yes, we have 100% proof. 100% proof that the pictures are faked.
Can you verify this proof?
Yes.
Yes, we can verify the proof, and so can you.
Show me. You can tell me how you can verify, and also tell me what is the proof.
Okay, so the proof. Go ahead, Jedi.
How can I understand it is not
Hold
real?
on, my friend. Thank you. The pictures that you show from space show the Earth to be a sphere, right? The pictures from space. When you, not that you have, go up to space and turn around and look at the Earth, it's a planet, it's a sphere, isn't it? You want to know how we can validate or invalidate these pictures, right? Well, we measure the surface of the Earth because the pictures show that the surface, the water, 70% of the blue-green marble is curving. So the water should be measured by us on the surface to curve. It doesn't. The water that we measure on the surface measures to lay horizontally. That's flat. That's a straight line from point A to point B.
Means you are measuring only water, not a globe, I think.
You think? Why don't you ask what we're measuring?
Right.
Why don't you ask what we're doing?
I was telling about only globe, not about only calculating the surface of water.
No, we're not talking about calculating. We're talking about measuring the surface of the because the picture, hold on, I want you to understand. The pictures that show the Earth to be a sphere show the water curving. That means that when we go and measure the water, it should be curving. It isn't. When we measure the water, it's measured to be flat, horizontal. So being as 70% of that picture is water, and that water is supposed to be curving, when we measure it, it's measured to be flat. So we invalidate the pictures by direct measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, but the water is cannot stable on the Earth. It's stable on not on the whole Earth because water cannot stable on the Earth because water is only a ground. So that's why Earth is a globe. There are a lot of houses, greeneries. You are just telling about only water, water, water. Please
Sorry,
tell about
my friend, how much of the Earth is water on its surface? 10%, 13%, 50% of it is water, 70% of it is water. How much in a percent value of the Earth's surface is water? So
You can tell me.
70%. You can see in the picture, right, of the Earth being a planet, the blue and green marble. Most of it is blue. That means water. So we're talking about water because that hasn't got any hills or valleys, marcations, and so on. That most definitely should show a rate of change of curvature over distance when we measure it. We can use other things as well. We can use salt flats or seabeds that no longer have sea above them. Very flat pieces of land if you want. But when we measure the Earth, we measure it to be horizontal, invalidating the pictures that you keep talking about.
But these flat things are including in the globe.
The flat things, so 70% of the surface of the Earth is flat.
So these 70% is also including in the globe, which is circular in shape.
That is water. Water's measured to be horizontal. So 70% of your globe is flat then. How do you have a 70% flat sphere?
Water is also come on the Earth.
What?
Water is also including in on Earth, okay?
That makes no sense to me. Can somebody translate?
Okay.
70%. Look, hold on. Kudera, do you think the surface of the water is curving, or do you think the surface of the water is flat?
You don't know about that. If you can research.
No, I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Did you understand the question?
Yes, I
Hello?
understand. Oh yes.
Okay, can
understand.
you answer the question that I asked you, my friend, please?
Tell me again what you want.
Okay, so you didn't understand the question. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so is the surface of the water curving, or is the surface of the water flat?
Curving, bro, curving.
Okay.
Curving.
Okay, so
Not
when
a flat, not a curving. It's like a ziggling, up and down, up and down.
No, curving. Oh my God, curving over distance.
It's not a curve and not a flat. It's like up and down, up and down.
Basically a wave.
Okay, look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. Okay, see how the water is curving on your globe?
Sorry.
Yeah, see the globe?
Yes.
Yeah, see all the water is curving, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we calculate how much it should be curving over a small distance. Oh, good Lord.
I know. Manners don't travel, apparently.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go, Jedi. This is what I'll do. Okay, so this observation that I'm putting in the side chat debunks the water curving. It debunks the globe. The globe is over. Okay? This is 21 miles distance, zero curvature, impossible on a globe. You're welcome. Any questions?
Yeah. This is a globe and circular in shape. That's it.
No, bro. What? I just put an observation in the side chat at 44 minutes after the hour that debunks the curving water.
But
it's flat
brother,
water over 21 miles.
In your field of view, in a field of view of yours, you can see it as flat in your field of view. But if you see on a bigger scale, if you go a bit behind, farther than a human eye, you would realize that it is curved.
Okay, so this is 21 miles distance, which is 34 kilometers. How much curvature do you think there would be over that distance?
Whole Earth is a curvature. You can see.
I could not.
It is whole in the curve.
I can't tell. Yeah. Please continue.
No, you continue. That guy was interrupting you. So I asked you a question.
No problem.
Okay, I can tell you
Yeah.
the answer if you like. Okay, so over 33 kilometers, which is 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature, which is about 90 meters, over 90 meters of curvature. So it would not look flat if the Earth were a globe. In fact, the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 223 foot of curvature. But that's not what we see when we go and test it. We see zero curvature, and we see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Okay, good point taken. What is your reference? Where have you studied this point from?
So this is a video. So this is a video, right? This is an observation that was done.
No, not talk. Wait a second.
Yes, so this has been repeated hundreds and hundreds of different times by different people. Okay, every single time the results are zero curvature.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I'm asking that you said that after 33 kilometers, or
yes,
what data did you use?
This is just the mathematics based off the globe.
Okay.
So a sphere with a radius of 3,900. It would dictate a rate of change of slope over the surface approximately 8 inches per mile squared. A geometric horizon for an observer standing at altitude at 1.225 multiplied by that square root of feet in altitude. So if you're 6 foot at the beach, based on the radius value of the Earth, the geometric horizon is approximately 3 miles away. It's just, at the moment, it's geometry. The Earth is a shape, it's a sphere. That means there's consequences to its radius, diameter, and circumference, a rate of change over the surface, and a geometric physical horizon for boats to go over and then down the other side and be obstructed from our view.
Amazing.
How big do you think the Earth is?
Just hold it.
Hello. I know.
DJ, what are your thoughts on it?
What's that?
What?
On the point given by Jedi. What should I say? JD, Jedi.
Jedi's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Jedi.
So
Okay.
exactly what Jedi said is what you will confirm if you look up the mainstream calculations for Earth curvature.
Sorry.
So we can calculate how much curvature there would be over a certain distance on the globe over the surface of the water using 8 inches per mile squared. There are other formulas that you can use, but they're all going to give you the same result over this distance. So over this distance on a globe, there's 293 foot of curvature. In fact, you could just go online right now onto Google and type in Earth curvature calculator. And then you can pick a calculator, and then you can put in the distance, 21 miles, and then you can put in the observer height, and it will tell you all of the information that Jedi just told you.
Yeah, all the information that we got, we took it from Google, right? Because you can Google how big is the Earth. It'll give you the radius, the diameter, the circumference. You can say, hey, if I'm 6 feet tall, how far away is the horizon? It'll tell you approximately 3 miles. And then, like DJ said, if you want to get specific, you can use an Earth curve calculator, and it'll be like 3.04 miles or something like that, right? And then what we did was we went out and tested it. We would use direct line of sight, laser tests. There's even radio wave communications that have falsified the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, have a look in the side chat. All right, let's stick with this Great Salt Lake one for the moment. Okay, so I just put an Earth curvature calculator screenshot in the side chat. Can you see it, Alu?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Wait a second.
Yep. Okay, so we put the eye height, 5 foot. Okay, that means the man has the camera set up on a tripod.
Where is it? Wait a second. Yes, yeah. Now I can see it. Yes. Please continue.
Okay, so the eye height, that's just the height of the camera. on the tripod. So he's got the camera. The camera is just 5 foot above the surface of the water. Okay, and then the distance is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That's 21 miles away. Okay.
Okay.
And then you hit calculate, and it's going to tell you the distance to the horizon, 2.7 miles. And then the target hidden height, which means how much the shoreline that's 21 miles away would be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.7 miles. The shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 foot. Okay, so that's a huge amount. Okay, so if you have a look at the observation again, right? So just a second. I'm going to repost it, and
No, but in it is showing 223 feet, if I'm right, feet.
That's
right. You can't see the main. Your main debate is about why you can't see the curvature. But in order to see the curvature at a, what should I say, at a human peripheral or human vision, you should be for a human vision, you should have a curvature about 50 to 60,000 feet.
No. We're not trying to see the curvature.
35,000.
Listen. You're getting it mixed up.
Yeah.
We're not trying to see the curvature.
I'm getting it mixed.
Yeah. We're trying to see the byproducts of the curvature. Okay, we're trying to see the objects that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, not the actual
in the z-axis.
Yeah, not the actual water curving. Okay, so things the argument like boats go over the horizon because the Earth's a globe. Okay.
Yeah, I can now understand your point. You mean to say like the water from a distance, if the Earth is curved from a distance, you should see that the water level, the water is covering the boat behind or the building behind.
That's correct.
Create a vision like that. That's what.
So I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures now from the same test that I was showing you. Okay, so the first picture. Okay, this is the camera. This is the camera that's set up at 5 foot height. Okay, and then this is what it looks like 21 miles away on the other side of the lake. Just a second. Okay, here it is. Okay, so this is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. This is what he's zooming into. So this shoreline that you can see here should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet, which is about 80 meters. Okay, now, just quickly, this is what it looks like from behind that camera that I posted the screenshot of. Okay, so we can see the beach. We can see the big white tower in the background, just like we can close up. Okay, now he does it again at nighttime. Right, we can see the shoreline. We can see the tower. There's no obstruction. Okay, that shoreline should be hidden by 223 feet. Think about it like this. If there was a 25-story skyscraper building on the beach on the other side of the lake, you would only just be able to see the top of the building sticking out from behind the horizon. The bottom 23 stories would be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, but we're not seeing any obstruction. We can see the whole white tower. We can see the shoreline. We don't see any horizon. Okay, we just see flat water. Yeah, so that curvature is not there.
No, but it is because it states this current issue. Like you are only 223 feet away. Am I right? Oh, so I mean to say
no.
33 kilometers away.
Yeah, 33 kilometers away.
So, in order to, because if you are 33 kilometers away, you can see a curvature of, I think, about 0.2 to 0.5 degree only. Very less, which is very less.
Used again. When we're talking about the observation of boats going over the horizon, we're talking about something being obstructed. So really, what we're doing is we're seeing things that we should not be able to see because the curvature, like a hill, is in the way. Now, like I said earlier, if you're 6 foot, you're going to get a geometric horizon approximately 3 miles away, right? That
Okay, no,
you don't have to be 50,000 feet to perceive that curvature. We're talking about curvature away from you towards something, not left to right. So we're making these observations because the globe Earth makes a prediction about things we should or should not be able to see. What we're seeing is things that we should not be able to see if the Earth was a sphere.
Okay. So in this case, I will just use if you are using geometry, I may use a basic case of geometry in that case. As you know, water level will follow our Earth's what should I say? Our Earth's curvature. It's a basic science, and we are standing in Earth only. So we are having a tangent. We are our vision is tangent to the curvature of the Earth. That's why we can see the objects clearly. That is the main reason the water is not hiding what should I say, the water is not hiding the objects. That's the main reason.
The tangent in this instance is from your eye away from you where it meets the horizon. That distance is approximately 3 miles away. So things that are beyond 3 miles away, like the boat, we shouldn't see.
Brother, in case of tangent, length doesn't matter because what I mean to say is that as you know, tangent. What does tangent mean?
Tangent is a horizontal straight line touching a curved surface at one point.
Exactly. Amazing.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. When the tangent, what should I say? The human vision is tangent to the Earth's curvature. That's why we can see it clearly.
Yeah, that's what we're
it does
saying.
not hide.
Oh, hold on. That's got a distance though, based on your altitude and the size of the Earth. That's why I keep saying 3 miles. We see horizons further than 3 miles from 6 foot. We see objects that should be hidden behind a horizon that's 3 miles away, and it's not hidden by any horizon. So that geometric tangential claim is what we're testing. And when we test it, we don't find it. What we find is a flat Earth, not a geometric horizon, not any curvature to the water.
Alu, there's a diagram that I just put in the side chat. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the tangent line, right? The line of sight. Okay, and then it would be intersecting where the horizon would be on the globe. Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm seeing that only.
Okay, so can you read out the diagram for us? Just the top section.
Which part? A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet.
Very good. Very good. Do you agree with that statement?
I'm trying to understand because I'm also, learning new points from this debate. I'm actually liking it. It's my first time debating.
It's good, man. That's awesome. That's great. You can practice English. You can learn a bit more about the Earth and geometry. But yeah, look, try to understand what that diagram is telling you. Okay, so that means that the horizon, it should be at a certain distance away from you, depending on how high you are above the surface. Okay, so if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be about 3 miles away. If you're 5 foot tall, the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. Okay, so we can calculate how far away the horizon should be depending on the height.
Okay, right.
Okay, so if we can, so anything that goes beyond that horizon, should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
So,
you're right.
what's the horizon for 5 foot height? Because
At 2
as you said, your camera is 5 foot high, na? If I'm
Yeah,
correct.
that's right. So I'll post the mathematics one more time. Okay, so 2.73 miles. 2.73 miles is the answer. Okay, but I'll just post the mathematics one more time. Okay,
And
here
we are 3 miles away.
we are 21 miles away from the
21 miles.
Yeah. Check this out.
Okay,
Check
sorry.
this out. Okay. So here's the mathematics. Okay, so the eye height is 5 foot high, and then the target distance is 21 miles away. So the target is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? The beach
The
on the other
horizontal
side of the
distance is 2.73 miles.
2.73. Okay, so the horizon's so at 2.73 miles, that should be where the line is, the horizon line. Okay, anything that goes beyond the horizon line should start to become hidden behind the horizon.
And what
Can I
is the
give-
distance? It is 2.73, and you stated that the distance should be 2.7 only, if I'm right.
Yeah, 2.73. That's the distance that the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe.
So maybe you should be, a far more further in order to prove this point.
Yeah,
that
we are.
because-
So okay, so have a look. Have a look. You're almost there. You're almost there. So have a look at this diagram right here. Okay, see the black line?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where the horizon should
2.7
be.
mile horizon.
Yeah, that's where the
Okay.
horizon should be, but we don't see the horizon there. Okay, we don't see any horizon over the entire 21 miles distance, and we can see the shoreline at the top of the picture there. We can see the shoreline 21 miles away. It should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet. Let me give you an analogy that's very easy to follow along with. You know the ship, the Titanic?
Yes.
Okay, so that sunk, yeah. So the Titanic was 165 foot tall. Okay. Okay, so if the Titanic was where the camera is, okay, just say that the Titanic's parked right next to the camera, and the Titanic's going to sail across to the other side of the lake 21 miles away. Right? This is what would happen if the Earth's a globe. Once the Titanic got to 2.7 miles away, it's going to reach the horizon, and then as it keeps going across the lake, the bottom of the Titanic will start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. By the time the Titanic gets to the other side of the lake, 21 miles away, you won't be able to see any of the Titanic. The Titanic would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but we don't see any curvature over this distance. We see flat water. We don't see any horizon. We can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, if you parked the Titanic on the other side of the lake, you would not be able to see it. It would be hidden behind the horizon.
Sorry for interrupting you. Well, you were seen like by your eyes? This is not there is not have any curvature.
In the camera.
Because I have recently searched in a Google, Earth is 100% globe, and there is zero credible evidence supporting a flat shape, while roughly 29% of the surface is land and 71% is water, not a 70%. Both exist
more than
on
70.
a curved,
Like seriously.
yeah. Both exist on a curved and spherical shape.
Just
yeah. So we just debunked that. Okay, so we're showing you the water is not curving. Okay, so if the Earth's a globe, the water must be curving. We're testing that.
Please excuse me for a second.
And there is no scientific research about means.
We're showing you real world tests. We're showing you real world tests right now. I just showed you a real test.
Okay.
Yeah. So just because Google says something, it doesn't make it's true.
Okay.
We have to reach out to Ben, see if he come in here.
I'm just I'm not just debating with you, start debating with you and forcing to you. This is not a flat. I am just confirming to myself.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm putting that type of the question. So be friendly with me. Cannot feel like that I am just like
Okay.
fighting with you.
Yeah, it's okay, man. No problem.
Yeah. I am also here like that new people to learn English, so that's why I am interrupting sometime in my sentences. You already know while I am speaking.
Yeah, no problem, man. And you're doing very good with your English, I think.
Yeah. So, majority of people know Earth is flat or not. How can you provide? You will provide to the public Earth is flat.
Well,
How public can know?
you're the public. We're providing it to you now. Would you prefer that this was on the 6 o'clock or the 10 o'clock?
Okay, if you want to provide to the public Earth is flat, firstly you can make a website like that. Provide the information on the website, which is which is registered under the government,
Yeah,
which
there are
helps
loads of.
to the which helps to the public. This information also researched by people.
This is a website.
Yeah, there are loads of websites.
Yeah,
Loads
but
of-
it's not a common website about the Earth.
Not that you're listening.
No, this is a website. This is website only for fun, the peoples and talking with the other peoples.
There are other websites. There are also wiki pages. There are also other social media links. There are also books that you can get from the library. Some of them date around years old.
I was just saying you can also make a book like that. Provide the information. Earth is a flat.
Okay, some people.
That was I'm saying.
I just told you. Some people have. There are lots of books out there. Some are currently been written. Some are 200 years old.
Okay.
It's just not widely known.
But Google provided only day by day updated information.
Hold on.
So how okay.
My friend, I'm asking you to hold on. Hold on. But Google, right? Google's just a search engine, dude. It's not a diviner of knowledge. You understand that, right? It just goes to the most commonly used reference material when you want to search something or ask a question or do your shopping. Right? It's just a search engine, dude. Now, it's up to you to verify the information that you get when you Google something. Now, for all intents and purposes, Google's really, really good if you want to know which actor was in what film and when and how many Oscars they got or played for what football team or things like that. And obviously, it's going to tell you the most common narrative that's today, the Earth being a sphere and so on, because that's what you're going to get when you Google it. But you have got to verify things, especially when you get something from the internet, right? It wasn't long ago that people were saying that you shouldn't believe anything that you get on the internet. Nobody believed anything that they read in the newspaper for a while, and now all of a sudden we Google everything like it's the source of knowledge. My friend, please, I implore you personally, can you please take some more care for your own intellectual well-being? Don't give it away to some AI you haven't verified, dude. Verify your own world.
Okay. I'm not just fighting to you, dude, friend. I'm just confirming myself, dude.
I'm not fighting you. I hear it a lot though, and it breaks my heart a little bit that a lot of days their first response is to Google something and then trust it
without any issue. That's the problem. The trust. A little bit of digging around, a little bit of questioning an AI source, and you'll understand that it's not always the first answer that is true. You can get it to bend to your will if you want it to. Just be careful, dude, in this generation, all right? I please, just be.
I'm just talking friendly with you and sharing my opinions and my studies, so that's why I'm just only sharing, not fighting with you. So you can cooperate with me.
Yeah, and I appreciate 100% when you turn around. I'm just saying what I've been educated. I was in the same position as you were. DJ was, T-Duck was, everybody was. We all were educated the same thing. The thing is, eventually, we got round to testing the thing that we were educated. And unfortunately, the thing that we were educated appears not to be true. We can't validate it to be true. That's what we're pointing out, and what we're pointing out to you. So we understand this is what you've been educated. We understand that this is.
I know. We all are educated. I know.
So I appreciate it where you are. I was there once. I sometimes think to myself what it would be like for me if now, not being a flat earther, I would come into this room and speak to these flat earthers. I wonder what my experience would be like. It did say to what it was 10 years ago when I first came into the subject. I spent about 2 years looking into the subject before I spoke to anybody, really. But for you and for a lot of people these days, when you come into us, it's very different now.
How much time long ago you are coming on this platform and talking about this flat earth?
Okay,
How much
so
years ago?
myself personally, since 2018. So, yeah.
It means you are providing information since by 2018 in this platform.
Yeah, so 24/7 Flat Earth, our Discord server, where the moderators from DJ, T-Dub, and the rest of us. That server's been running since 2017, I think, and I joined in.
Okay, you are also moderator.
Yes.
How you were become a moderator?
By being absolutely fantastic at all times.
How you can become a moderator?
Okay, so first of all, it's by hanging around, spending lots of time, and for the moderators getting time to know you and trust you. Trust is really important, especially in today's circumstances, right? On the internet and on social media. So trust has to be earned before any moderator is given. There are other roles available. It's like a ladder. You start at the bottom and you work your way up. So as trust is gained and so on, then roles are gained. Abilities like commuting is gained. But yeah, primarily time and trust.
And it means you are also providing your work.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct?
Ask the question again.
I was asking. It means you are also providing your work to the public. Am I right?
Well, if I answer the question correctly, if I'm providing my work to the public, my work is my own personal observation and my understanding about the flat Earth. It to the public is speaking to you and it being live streamed on YouTube, where anybody can hear the conversations that take place between or any other flat earther and any other globe earther talking about this subject. I think the main thing is in today's society, I don't think people should be ashamed or put off for challenging what they believe to be true. And I think this server does a lot to push people in that direction, to help them have critical thought and critical thinking skills. to not. It's not that trust is a bad thing, but to only give that trust when it's earned, not just give it away to authorities because the authority is the authority. The authority also, whatever authority that is, has to gain trust from you. It should be earned. In this particular circumstance, with regards to the flat Earth, globe Earth, the verification for the claim is the measurement of the surface. And that's why we talk about it.
Now it means you are also providing the work of this 24/7 flat earth Discord.
Yeah.
Can I do work with you?
I don't know, mate.
What?
I don't know. When we say work, it's not paid, voluntary. And you are more than welcome to join this channel or any other channel or our home server whenever you want, and so partake in those conversations.
Because I'm also a developer, so that's why I was asking. I think you are understanding to me. Are you listening?
Yes and no. I've got some background noise, so you'll have to.
Yeah, can I start work with you for this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Are you listening?
Yeah, I mean, hey, go ahead. Go ahead. Create that web page with flat Earth information. You can do that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let's go on a few dates first.
My god, this is event, this is a conference. We collect all the admins, all the members together, and we see what's gonna happen in the next future for the server. That's my assume.
No, this is just called The Boats Go Over the Horizon.
Oh, so you guys play Horizon?
Yeah, Horizon, yeah. The apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. That's what the definition of horizon is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got nothing to do with the Earth curvature. Unless you think you live on a globe.
No, I live in Egypt.
Yeah, on a flat. Exactly, bro. Yeah.
The Giza Plateau is really flat, isn't it? In Egypt, the Giza Plateau is really flat, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, cool, good. I'm coming through, okay, right? You can't hear me?
Yeah, your microphone's clear, even though it cuts out sometimes. As usual.
Thanks.
Yeah, DJ. Well,
We all can hear each other, guys.
yeah, DJ. Can you start?
What's up? What's up?
Well, no, nothing. I'm just starting conversation with you, but I am thinking the question. I have not any question, so that's why. If you have any question means topic to start conversation with me. Because the reason is that I cannot like to speak stuff. Are you
Yeah,
listening
so yeah, I can hear you, man. Yeah, I don't have any questions.
No, I'm not just starting to use to put me question. If you have any topic you want to start conversation with anything.
I don't actually. I have
to make a conversation long, which helps me to improve my communication.
Well, the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of that before?
Yes, recently you told me.
What do you think?
What?
Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Okay, Binet is speaking. Okay, yes, I believe Earth is globe. You believe Earth is globe or flat?
Well, I know it is flat.
Okay, you know it is flat.
Yeah, that's how we experience it. Have you ever experienced the Earth to be a globe?
Why it is not a globe?
I don't see a globe anywhere when I stand on the ground. All I see is a flat plane.
Yeah, you are right.
Hey DJ, what happened yesterday with that domino guy? That was highly entertaining.
Which guy was that? What was he talking about?
He kept saying the ground doesn't move, but the sun isn't moving and the earth is moving, but the ground doesn't move, and it kind of kept going back and forth with that.
I don't know, man. I erased them. My brain must have erased that memory. That's funny.
Yeah, it was like there was like two kids, I mean like teenagers or something, and they just kept calling everybody dummies and like, bro, you believe it's flat, you're dummy, bro. And then they kept having these illogical arguments that wouldn't make any sense. It was like probably late afternoon Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, DJ. DJ, it was his name was Domino. I was listening to it yesterday in a politics server. His name was Domino.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mustn't have been listening at that time.
I mean, most of these people that cannot blend in with each other. It's difficult to put names on everyone. We've had these discussions so many times. But yeah,
Cycling was between.
It was. It was.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Yeah, it was audio chaos. They kept talking over everybody, and then finally, once the muting got started, and they had to honestly address one point at a time. It
Yeah,
was
they get
hard.
wrecked. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully that discussion makes it into one of the on the level things. It was a fun one.
Yeah, I'm gonna be starting clipping stuff as well, but actually adding graphics and things like that to assist visually with the conversations that are being had. So I'll be going through everything over time and clipping stuff out, making videos about it. So
now that's bold and brave, man.
yeah, well, I'm sacrificing my YouTube channel, man. I got 5,000 subscribers. Took a long time to build it up. It's gonna piss off my subscribers when I start posting flat Earth content for sure. But I'm just decided to do it. Gonna start making 101 content, clipping debates, conversations, rants, all sorts of stuff. Big plans for this year, and then cross promote it on all the different platforms. Try to get our conversations and arguing talking points and stuff out to more of an audience than just Discord and the people that listen on our YouTube. TikTok and places like that seem to be in need of good quality conversations, content, rather than being dominated by esoteric ice wall, lands beyond the ice wall flat earthers.
I had one
Yeah,
of those
no.
yesterday.
Yeah, they stumble in here every now and then. They
Yeah.
stumble in here and get a rude shock.
Yeah. So, what do we think about extra lands and other domes and other sun stuff? That was interesting. He really wanted to talk about that. Can't remember the guy's name.
It's almost kind of like steady a little bit, right? Like they don't. It's almost like they're like intentionally coming in here because they're paid to come in here and try to like create this alternative narrative and make us go against like real world observations. But yeah, DJ, I'll do the same thing if you want me to. I'll do the same thing that I do with Magin. I basically what I do is like whenever I hear a good rant, like a concise educational section, I'm like, hey, this went on for 25 minutes. It was a good monologue, and then I'll give him the timestamp, and then he has gone and clipped it for us. So appreciative of the like over 100 videos that he's already done for us. It's so cool.
Yeah, awesome, Sheepdog. Yep, awesome.
How it is flat.
Yep. Yes, the Earth is absolutely not a globe.
Then what about the time zones? And able to see many stars in different places
Okay.
and different angles.
Yeah. So the sun moves. Okay, that's what creates different time zones: daytime, nighttime, seasons. Right. It's all to do with the path of the sun, the cycle of the sun. And then we have what was the second one? Stars. Yeah. Okay.
The stars.
Yeah. So you see so you see different stars if you're in a different place on the Earth. Okay, because you can't see forever.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you see the whole sky above you like a big dome kind of thing, right? And it's unique for each person that's looking up at the sky. So if you're in a different part of the Earth, you can see different stars up in the sky. Think about it like this. Let's say you have a big warehouse and you have lights on the ceiling. Okay, let's make this warehouse 500 miles across the warehouse from one side to the other, a giant warehouse. Now, if you're standing on one side of the warehouse and you look up at the lights on the ceiling, right, you can see the lights above you, but you can't see the lights on the ceiling at the other end of the warehouse. They're too far away from you. Okay, but if you go over to the other side of the warehouse, 500 miles away, then you can see different lights above you.
But the distance of Russia and America is very low, so that is one square ball, like a ball, right?
Did you say it's
So
very
that we
low
can
or
able
it's very
to-
long? Did you say it's very low or it's very long?
If flat means it took take a more distance, right? But it's a very less for a Russia and America. When compared to the Russian America, it's a very less kilometer only. So that we easily prove that they have a ball size of Earth, and also you have a similar day and night.
Hold on a
right?
second. Hold on a second. Are you saying it's a small distance between Russia and America? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So that it can prove I have like a ball.
It's a
round
short
shape.
distance between Alaska and Russia.
Yes.
Sure, yeah, but it's a long distance if you want to go from New York to Moscow or something like that. It's a huge distance. Okay, so they're both very big places. Okay, why would that mean that the Earth's a globe?
If you say Earth is a flat, means what is the right side of city and what is the top leftmost city? You
No.
can
We
able
don't live.
to
We don't live on a Mercator map. We don't live on a on a rectangle map. Yeah, that's just a map.
But Alaska have a day at the same time. Russia also have a day, so that we have both similar day and night equally. We have.
How can the sun distribute its light equally between two places at one time?
Not equally. It's like a similar one. If in America, have
What
a
time
very
of year are you
low
talking about?
sunlight.
What time of year?
The Sunita William already told Earth is a flat, not a flat. He saw the Earth away from the Earth.
I'm lost, DJ. We've got a preacher in the house or something.
Yeah.
Right, I see lots of names that I don't recognize. We've got someone called Max. That's Maks. We've got there's lots of names that I can't pronounce, but someone called Star, Merchagestar. Sorry if I've really butchered your name. I do apologise. We've got some regular people in as well. We've got Rayleigh Criterion.
Yeah.
Says who's in the house. What's up? Hello. Who was that?
Hello, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very well. How do we pronounce your name, my friend?
It's actually unpronounceable. Just call me
Just now I checked. Just now I checked America, Alaska's time. That is 8 a.m. Just now I checked also New Zealand time. That is 6:32 a.m.
Okay. So
And
it's
hence
different
prove
times
that
in different places.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the sun above all of these places at the same time, or is some of these places noon?
What are you talking about, guys?
We're talking about time being dictated by the sun above someone's head or
Time is
not
the
above
only way we
someone's
can.
head.
Time is the one and only way we can find the Earth is not a flat. So that I taking that factor. If any put
So
any pictures
what's the
on,
question to me?
please accept Earth is not a flat.
Please accept the Earth is not flat. Okay, for me to do so, without you just preaching it, you are required to provide me evidence. And that would take the form of a measurement of the surface of the Earth having a rate of change of slope. If you have that evidence, a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth curving, then I have nothing but to accept that direct evidence. Now, have you got that? For me to accept your plea that the Earth is not flat, you are required to provide evidence that the Earth is curving in the form of direct measurement of the surface curving. Do you have that?
Why should it be in the form of measurement?
Because that's how we directly measure a geometric claim, the Earth being a sphere, a shape, with a radius, diameter, and circumference, and a rate of change of slope over the surface. Now,
So
if the surface of the hold on, if the surface of the Earth was curved, a planet like the pictures show us from space, then consequently we would measure that curvature on the surface of the Earth. We don't.
Like, I don't know a lot about this topic, but I heard some people saying that the Earth should be like rounded because when you see a ship goes, it's faded a little by little. Like, just answer these simple questions.
Oh,
First
you want to
is
understand
then I have another one. In this when they consider the ships disappear bottom first. If you go to the beach or watching some ship video, as a ship goes away, a hull does disappear first, then the body must is the last. On the flat earth, the ship could just become a smaller, not disappear bottom first. Okay, so
Do
that
you know what? I thought the same thing too. I thought on
yeah,
a flat Earth.
okay.
Yeah,
Hold
so
on. I'm agreeing with you to a point. I thought on a flat
If
Earth it
flat
would be
means
as you
like
described. I'm trying to address what you said.
if the flat means the ship will be very smaller and not a disappear one. So that
Yeah, I know.
disappear means go down. That means the Earth look like a ball. So that the ship disappear.
We
Ship
understand
will
your
be
question. Jedi's
yes.
Jedi's now answering your question. We all understand your question. Thank you.
So, like I was saying, I kind of agree with what you were saying. If the Earth was flat, I thought long ago that it would be as you described. The object, the ship, would decrease in angular size and just get smaller because there would be no obstruction of the curvature of the Earth. Your observation is saying that the bottom of the boat is being obstructed first as the ship appears to go downwards. And the reason why we can't see the bottom of the ship is because of the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Two things though. One, you can recreate an object disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface if your camera is very low to that surface distance to that object because of the angular relationship apparently it's described. The bottom of the boat disappears first, and so we can recreate that on flat surfaces. So the obstruction of the bottom of a boat isn't only because of a curved surface. There are optical phenomena as well. And the second thing as well, the boats going over the curvature, that horizon distance is based on two things. One, the radius value of the Earth, and two, the height you are above that curved surface. It will give you like a imaginary tangent line from your eyes to where it meets the horizon. So the boat goes up towards the horizon and then goes over that horizon, the curvature of the Earth, and down to the other side. Now, when I and others went to go and test this claim, we found out quite a few things. One, we don't observe a geometric horizon where the mathematics of a sphere dictates. Let's say for a 6-foot observer, 3 miles. If we get a camera out, the horizon appears to be further away. We know the distance has changed because we can use like distance markers like oil rigs or bridges or lighthouses or something. Something on a map, if we know our location, we can figure out our distance to it. And based on that observation, we can estimate a distance to the horizon. So yeah, I agree with you up until I tested the claim. One, you can make things disappear on the bottom up on a flat surface. And two, that horizon that you say is the curvature of the Earth isn't. It moves. So yeah, I don't know what you want to say about that.
yeah, like
I
you just
appreciate
said.
the all effort from the DJ. I appreciate the all answers and some stickers, some gift. She put it in the text. It's all like appreciate. I have another one. The gravity works are the same, right? Same to everywhere. If Earth were flat, means the gravity should pull toward the center for the disk. Objects near the edges would fall sideways. But the gravity pulls straight down everywhere. So kind of the side waves or drift method over. So it's
Okay, I get what you're saying about this concept of gravity and what it should or would do, but that would mean the surface of the Earth would be curved. It isn't. It's measured to be flat. So I know why you bring up this gravity idea, right? Or this thinking, because on a sphere you need gravity to keep you on the ball. You need gravity to keep you rotating and moving around the sun. You need gravity for a lot of things. You need gravity to bring your phone back down to the floor when you drop it. These things obviously happen, right? You pick up a pen, it falls to the ground. It doesn't mean that you're on a sphere, though. And if the gravitational idea was true, like I said, that means the Earth would be a sphere. That means the surface of the Earth would be curved. We should measure that. We don't. We measure the surface of water, the surface of Earth, to be horizontal. Now, that is not curved. If anybody understands very geometry, straight lines and curved lines can't be the same thing at once. So we measure the surface of the Earth practically every day to be level, horizontal, flat. So that means the Earth can't be curved, a sphere. That's how you validate the claim, by measuring the Earth. When we measure the Earth, it's not a sphere. That's a lot to take in, guys. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you letting me speak. If anybody's got any questions about what was said, if you don't understand something, maybe a particular word or the entire sentence, please feel free to ask. I understand that for the majority of you, English is not your first language. But like I said, any comments or questions, anything you want to bring up?
Hello.
Hello.
So, sorry, I just joined the group. So, are you trying to say that Earth's flat or something?
Yes, I'm saying the Earth is flat because it was measured.
Because it was measured?
Yeah.
Could you say it to me with simple examples, something small example?
Okay, so you understand water when it's contained in a bucket or a bath. When no forces are applied, like wind, it's level, horizontal on the surface, right?
Yeah.
You understand that? Good.
Yeah.
That applies to all bodies of water. A lake, a swimming pool, a large body like a sea or an ocean. All bodies of water on the surface of the Earth should be curved. They're not. They're horizontal. So if the water is horizontal and the water is 70% of the Earth's surface, then the Earth cannot be a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you mean in a pool
So
that the water should be curved inside the pool, right?
Okay, so you have a fish tank or a swimming pool or a bath. Right now, the water will take the shape of the container, but be level upon the surface. Like, for example, your glass of water. Now, when it's vertical, the water's perpendicular, horizontal. When you tip the glass at 45 degrees, the water in the glass tries to remain and will do eventually horizontal. Now, we understand that this is the natural dynamics of fluid. It's to be horizontal upon the surface when contained and at rest.
Yes.
Cool. So when we measure the surface of water, not just in your coffee cup, not just in your bath, but a lake, let's say 10 miles across, 20 miles across, a body of ocean like a channel, 30, 40 miles across, 50. When we measure these bodies of water, they measure to be horizontal on the surface where they should be curved if the Earth was a sphere.
Like, how do we measure such a thing? I have no information about. I don't have a lot of information about this.
Okay,
Like,
so
I'm just asking questions.
do you understand the term surveying? Do you know what or who a surveyor is?
Surveyor?
Yeah.
Actually, no.
Okay, so that's a man like you or me who will go out into the world and they will measure the world, for example. They will use tools. Some tools require light for you to look, so that would be called a theodolite. Other things like lasers. You know what a laser is, right? You've watched Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can use these tools to measure over the surface of the Earth. This is called surveying. When we survey the lands using tools, we measure the Earth to be level. In actual fact, we get horizontal from the surface of the Earth. All horizontal lines will be parallel to the surface of the Earth. Let's say you've got some shelves that you want to put a plant pot up on. It will be, when you look out the window, let's say you live at the coast, it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the Earth, in this water, appears to meet the sky with distance. You will reference the Earth to get level.
I understand what you're trying to say, but aren't your measurements very small?
Can we buy butter after we finish fasting?
The measurements very small. The measurements and the distances that we're using should show curvature.
The day after tomorrow,
because we're testing that claim for curvature. Now, these distances can be 10, 20, 30, 40 kilometers. Because over these distances, there should be an exponential rate of change of slope.
Okay. Let's see, for example. So, do you believe in solar system or not? Do you guys believe in solar system or not?
Okay. What's the solar system? Not that I don't know what it is, but I want you to tell me what you mean by solar system in this argument.
I just want to know whether you know general definition of solar system.
Yeah, general definition of solar system. Solar being the sun, heliocentric. So that means the planets, Jupiter.
All the planets.
Yeah.
Around.
Do you want me to give them in order of size or composition? Mercury, Venus, then the Earth, Mars. Okay, cool.
Do you?
Yeah, so we know what the solar system is.
Okay.
Okay.
So
now,
in all the other planets which you have, do you know any planet which is flat?
No.
And if no, why do you think Earth would be the only exception?
Because the Earth measures to be flat.
Why?
I can't turn around, my friend. In all reason, I can't turn around to you and point at something else.
How many planets do we have in our solar system? 8, right?
So if we turn this into a pub quiz or something, because I will literally wipe the floor if you want to do this. How many planets?
Simple question, man.
I know. I was going to name them for you, and you stopped me. Now, do you want to talk about the discovered, not actual white planets, dwarf planets like Sirius as well, finding the asteroid belt, or the other exoplanet? What do you want from us?
I just want you to ask, why do you think Earth will be the only exception of a planet which is flat, and all other would be, as you're saying, circle? Do you know? I think there is a planet which is mostly made up of water too. What was
water. Okay, that's nice.
So, do you think it's flat?
You are under, my friend, please. You are aware of the concept that things can be different, right? Like, for example, me and you are taking a walk in a forest, and we see in the tree a squirrel, and the squirrel is eating nuts. Now, do I turn around to you and tell you that you are a squirrel living in a tree eating nuts because I see one?
No, because I am not a squirrel.
How do you know How do you know that you are not? My friend, please don't speak through me. How do you know that you are not a squirrel in a tree eating nuts?
because I don't have the characteristics of a squirrel. Do Earth have a characteristic of a planet?
Okay. So the characteristics of a planet in this instance are a curvilinear surface, a sphere, in motion. Now the Earth doesn't measure to have a curvilinear surface. The Earth also doesn't measure to have any motion. So
Earth doesn't have any motion.
So if you want to fit the Earth into the category of, my friends, please, if you want to fit the Earth into the category of planet, it would have the identifying factors of a planet, wouldn't it?
So Earth is not a planet?
No, because it doesn't measure to have curvature or motion.
So a planet is a body which have a curvature motion.
Yes. You understand the solar system model, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So what's a planet in the solar system model?
What?
What is a planet in the solar system model?
A big mass of a body which around the sun, I think.
Cool. So a big massive body, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, they all look like spheres, remember? So they have curved surfaces. That means, by consequence, to your claim, the Earth should have a curved surface. When we try to measure the curved surface on the Earth, where the curved surface should be, we don't measure any curved surface. We measure over all distances of water that we can measure, the water to be horizontal on the surface. So the Earth doesn't have the characteristics to fit into the category of planet, because the Earth also doesn't measure to have any motion.
This is what I wanted to ask. What do you mean Earth doesn't have any motion? You mean that rotation itself, or around the sun rotation?
Let's say, for example, do you yourself experience any motion to the Earth?
Me, myself?
Yes, you.
No.
Okay, so if I was to say that the Earth was in motion, I'd have to prove it to you somehow, wouldn't I?
You have to prove it to me.
Yes. So how has that been proven to you that the Earth is in motion, being as you don't experience it yourself?
I can prove you, I think. For 12 hours you will have day, for 12 hours you will have a night. It's a big proof for you.
Pardon?
Why? You said saying day and night.
Sometimes it will go dark, sometimes it won't.
If you live near middle of the Earth, it's a big proof. Day and night is a big proof of rotation of Earth. I mean, why do you have a day and night?
Sorry. Proof? Or would you say possible explanation for a phenomena that can be explained in several ways?
Yes.
You're talking about day and night.
Yeah.
Now that is really when we see the sun or not. Okay. Now understand, on a planet, that seeing the sun or not. Oh my God,
I didn't quite hear you. What were you saying?
It's okay. If I'm cutting in and out, somebody else can speak. I've been speaking for.
No, you were saying something. We didn't see sun at night.
Yeah.
Something.
Day and night is when we see the sun or not. So daytime is when we see the sun. Nighttime is when we don't.
Jedi. Tell me why. Just explain me this.
Yeah, because that's due to the sun moving across the Earth.
Sun moves across the Earth.
Yes.
So
that's what you observe, right?
Not me. That's what you were saying.
No. Okay. So when you see the sun rise in the east and throughout the day get higher in the sky and get lower in the sky towards the west, how would you describe that to me?
I would describe it as Earth rotating around the sun.
Okay. Could it not be just simply the sun moving across the sky to cause the same phenomena?
This can be very simple. Let me explain it. You can be at North America at day, and you can send your friend to China and ask him whether it is day or night there. If
That's
sun
funny.
is rotating around, as if you are saying the earth is flat,
It's
if
funny.
sun is rotating around,
Guy,
both
just
should
2
have
minutes ago,
day.
you told Jedi that you don't experience the Earth moving, and now you say you do.
The day and night is a proof of earth moving. That's what I'm trying to explain. Now he's saying sun moves around the earth.
Yeah, do you experience Earth moving? You said no, and now you say, yes, I do, when it's day to night rotations. Which is it?
Due to the proportion of earth, I don't even think I am 0.01% of a body. How could I feel something earth moving, a huge body moving? Do you understand?
Yeah, we understand the idea that it could be moving at such speed that you wouldn't feel it, but we'd still need proof that it was in motion for you to tell us it was, and we don't feel it.
Feel it because of my mass and body.
I appreciate my friend. Hello. Excuse me for being taught. My friend, please. I understand. And my friend, I understand English isn't your first language. I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want you to interrupt me. All right, so let's both take a breath.
You are interrupting me,
Oh my God, he wants to talk through me. I'm appealing for him not to. So other people are trying to listen. So let's try and not talk through each other. Please restate your point.
So your question was proof of earth rotating. And I said day and night is a proof of earth rotating. But you said earth stays still, sun rotates around us. So I am saying you keep your one friend at China and one at America and see whether it is day
It's dark in one place and the sun, and it's day in the other where the sun is. We understand.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
How is it proof? How is it proof that the Earth moves? Because even on a ball, this isn't even exclusive to a flat Earth or a globe Earth, right?
I will explain in a simple example way. Take a ball, put a red dot
Yes.
Put
and then move the light around it.
No.
Then move the light around it.
Keep the light at one place.
Listen, my friend. I want you to stop for a moment and listen to my words very carefully. If I have a ball, and hey, listen to my words very carefully, my friend. If I have a ball, hey, listen, stop talking.
Cool down, Peter.
If I stop talking, and listen for a moment, please. If I have a ball, right, and I have a single light source shining on that ball, and then I move the light source around the ball, do you achieve the same effect as turning the ball without moving the light? Yes. Will you have one side of the ball illuminated while the other is not?
So you mean like a ball is constant?
I'm asking you, if I have a ball and I move a single light source around the ball, will I constantly have a changing illumination of one side of the ball and the other not illuminated?
Okay, so this is what you are asking, right?
That's a question. That's a question. That's a yes or no question.
That's not a yes or no question.
Yes, it is. He's asking if you can create the two phenomena in two different ways.
You guys were saying I am interrupting, so can I say it now or not?
Well, I just don't understand why you won't ask the question. Why you won't answer the question? It's a simple question.
So you want
can I achieve the same effect? Can I achieve the same effect as what you're describing by moving the light source?
Okay,
Yes,
I am
yes, you can,
I am
right?
asking this exact
Okay.
question. Can I answer it or not? Please don't
We hope
interrupt
so.
me. Some seconds, at least 30 seconds. Give me. Can I answer it, Jedi or T-Dub?
Dude, that's why we're quiet, so you can speak. So speak,
Okay,
please.
okay, Sisi. T-Dub, your answer is yes. We can have the same phenomenon as well. But if that were true, do you have moon all the time above your head? That's what I'm
No,
asking.
no,
Why? See,
because it
if
moves.
the torch is also moving, then if
No, no,
what about the moon?
no. We're not. We're just trying to reach a conclusion. A phenomenon was observed. Let's call that
Phenomena.
phenomena day and
But
night.
the problem with your phenomena is it's losing a lot of points. If
No,
your point was true,
we're just demonstrating to you that you can cause the
the
same
Earth,
thing in different.
see, if the okay, you are saying sun is moving. What about the stars? If you
Yeah,
put your
everything.
camera
Okay.
at night at the sky, you
Okay.
can
Let me
see the
explain.
stars moving.
Yeah. Let
Are
me
you saying
explain.
universe also rotate around the Earth?
Let me explain. The Earth is
Okay,
flat and
start.
stationary underneath the sky above. The sky above,
Under
including the sun, moon, and stars. The sun, moon, and stars are the things that are in motion, while the Earth remains
sorry.
stationary
Could you say it
beneath.
slowly? Did I say it so very slowly? Could you? I mean, you are saying a
Okay.
lot of things.
Okay. So, to be clear, the Earth
Simple,
is
explain
fixed.
in a simple
Okay.
way.
Yeah, I'm going to. The Earth is flat and
Okay.
stationary
Okay.
underneath the
Underneath.
sky.
Okay. The
So the sky
Okay.
being the sun, moon, and stars. The sun, moon, and stars are the things that are in motion. They are moving, causing things like day and night and seasons, while the earth remains stationary underneath the sky.
So are you saying, okay, let me understand. Earth is stationary, sun is moving, moon is moving, and the stars are moving, right?
Yes.
So like our Earth is like middle of black hole. Everything else is moving. That's what you're saying.
I don't know about black hole, dude. I'm not interested in black holes.
For example. Like black hole is
Yeah.
in middle. Everything else move around it.
Yeah, it's just going to make everything more complicated. You want things simple. So, to be simple, the earth is the floor that you stand on, and the lights in the sky are above your head.
Okay. And those lights are moving.
Yes.
So lights are moving like in a circular way or a spherical way? How it's moving?
Well,
Like a
we can. It depends what you're looking at. Be more specific.
For example, take a CD for example. If you, rotate a CD like when it is table, like that, the stars are
Siri,
moving.
sorry, do apologise. The star Siri.
No. A CD, music CD, which
Oh,
contains
sorry,
information.
music CD. Okay, no.
Yeah.
No.
For example, when you rotate it, like it's flat now.
Yeah, it's flat, but also it's a table. It's going to be weird when you rotate a disc. What are you trying to explain when you're rotating a disc?
No, that's what I wanted to give an example as your point. Like you are saying, Earth is stationary, like table, and for example, if CD is stars and everything, the CD is moving on the Earth.
What I was saying, right, was really that you don't have enough to say that observing the sun to move is proof that the Earth moves, because there are other options. So you need to eliminate the other options. Because remember, this was about you being able to prove that since you don't experience the Earth to move, that it is actually, in fact, in motion.
So let me ask a simple thing. How would you explain why we have day and night?
The sun.
Okay,
The sun. Okay. So the sun, the relationship with size. You maybe think that the sun is massive compared to the size of the Earth. I don't know the size of the sun. Right. I don't think it's as big as we're told. Okay. Now the Earth can only be
do you think
illuminated.
the size
Okay.
of approximate how much do you think sun is?
I don't know, dude. I really don't know the size or distance
Because
to
I
things
think
in the sky.
in a lunar eclipse, both moon and sun will be above each other. So moon and sun is of the same size.
Possibly, I don't know.
But if they are of the same size, they would have been together very close. And if the sun is so hot, I think our Earth will also die.
Yeah, I don't know. But obviously, that isn't happening. The moon isn't catching fire, so we seem to be okay.
There's the proof. The sun is very far away, and we get it till here.
Dude, you're asking me how I explain day and night. Right? You're asking me how we explain day and night. I'm trying to get you to remove all of the ideas that you think that you know about the Earth, its size, and relationship to the sun, and its size and distance. It's not that. Okay? Now, the day and night is clearly caused by the motion of the sun. Day is when we see the sun, and nighttime is when we don't see the sun. Now, the sun obviously can
explain me in a simple way, an example, like a table.
For crying out loud, this is painful.
As you are saying, Earth is like a table. For example, teed up set, example as a table, and as a torch. If we put torch on the table, it's like sun. So explain me how it would be night.
Okay, so the table is massive, and the light source ratio to the surface, the light source is at a distance and size that it can. Right, dude, sorry. We're already upsetting other people that are trying to listen. You're asking questions I'm trying to answer, and you're still talking through me?
Okay, continue.
Okay, now the table's big, and the light source is small, and at a height where it only illuminates a small portion of that surface. As it moves, it illuminates a different portion of that surface. We call this motion day. Right? When it gets above a certain location, we call this solar noon. Other places where the sun isn't above will experience different times of day. 8 a.m. in the morning, for example, where the sun for you appears to be relatively low on the horizon. Now, this is due to your location and relationship to the sun as it moves across the Earth. The other limiting factor to the light that's cast by the sun across the Earth is the air that's on the Earth. We understand how light...
Okay. You're going far. Okay. I understand your point. As you are saying, sun is not so big, so at some point its light is on some part of the Earth and absent on other part. That's what you're saying, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's what you're saying. But what about North Pole? I think they never have night there. They should have night there.
Okay, so they
according
have...
to your logic.
Yeah, they have 6 months of night and 6 months of sun. So we call this the land of the midnight sun in the summer. This is where you, an observer, standing in the Arctic Circle, can observe the sun rotating around you for approximately 6 months of the year. Conversely, in the south, where it's winter,
if
it's
as
dark.
your explanation, see, Jedi, you are trying to explain me, right?
I'm just describing what we observe at the moment.
Don't tell me stories, man. Just answer me simple yes or no.
I'm not telling you stories. I'm describing...
Winds are blowing sailors are going. Don't tell me those things.
Sailors? No, dude. I'm telling you what is observed in the Arctic and Antarctic circle in the summer and the winter. Now, if you want, you can Google it.
No, that's not what I'm saying, man. If the Earth is flat, according to your logic, if light is on some part of the Earth, then it should be consistent on every part of the Earth.
Why would it be consistent if the light's moving?
Because according to you, Earth is flat. So it.
Yeah. So why would it be consistent if the light source is moving?
So how is the light source moving? That's what I'm asking.
No. Don't ask me how. Just agree that it is. Entertain the premise inside the idea.
So right? It's just an idea.
The sun is in motion.
So it's just an idea.
So how would it be? I'm asking you. How would it be constant if the light source is in motion?
It would be constant, man. Simple thing.
Why would it? If I had a light, like a flashlight, or the lights on the front of my car, and I turned them on, and then I went away, would it be as bright in the room when I removed the light source?
No.
That's why I get upset.
According to your logic, night.
According to your logic, light would remain everywhere. It doesn't matter where the light source is.
No, that's your logic, man. Flat Earth logic.
No, that's not my logic. Now you seem to be broken. I'm going to get upset.
According to this guy's logic, he doesn't experience the Earth moving, and his evidence of Earth moving is watching the sun moving. Explain that one.
So okay. So you.
Yeah, I understand. Your logic is. I know how much Earth is moving by how stationary it feels.
It feels okay. Have you seen? If you want to see visually, you have to go in space. That's what I want.
Is that what you did?
Yep.
If you want to visually see,
hold on. Is that what
That's
you
why
did?
I'm taking an example of sun. Okay, Jetta, you were saying something. Hello?
You watch the sunset and you think you're rotating backwards.
I didn't say that. It's your logic.
Oh, you don't think that's the case anymore?
I never said reverse. Don't put words in my mouth.
So you don't think you're rotating backwards when you watch the sunset? You might be a flat earther.
Backwards?
Yeah.
I never say forward or backwards.
You think the globe is rotating backwards when you watch a sunset?
Yeah, you think you're moving in the opposite direction to you're facing.
You know how crazy that sounds, right? And you think we're crazy, right?
I never said that you are crazy.
No, you're acting like.
We're not crazy. At the moment, we're just trying to describe to you what you see in the world. You seem to have a problem with that.
No. To be honest, it's a good conversation.
Okay, for example, how long is the summer in the Arctic Circle?
I don't know. I think you said 6 months something. 6 months?
Yes, it's 6 months. It's also known for the people that the Arctic Circle is the land of the midnight sun. Why do you think it's called the land of the midnight sun?
Land of the midnight sun.
Yes. What does that mean?
That sentence I have heard for the first time. Land of the midnight sun.
Yeah. So land, you know what land means?
Yeah.
Okay. So in this land, we can observe at midnight. You know what midnight means, don't you? The sun.
Okay.
So it's the land of the midnight sun. So it's a perpetual, that means ongoing, day. We see the sun for 24 hours. In actual fact, we see it for those 24 hours at the
for approximately 6 months of the year. Now, in the Antarctic Circle, that's in the south, we do not observe the sun. It's perpetual darkness and winter for 6 months until the sun moves. And that sun is obviously constantly in motion. Now, as the sun moves away from the north, changing the seasons that we perceive on the Earth, it moves to the south. And you can stand inside the Antarctic Circle and observe the land of the midnight sun. And you can see the sun above the horizon for 24 hours for approximately 6 months of the year. You can Google that if you want to.
If I want to, Google will say Earth is round. Do you want to believe that?
Yeah, I know, but at the moment, I'm just pointing out what is observed. That's all we've been trying to do to you for the last half, is point out what we observe. For example, when
Earth,
you go outside, go on, carry on.
1 minute. It was okay. So, what are you saying?
No, please. What do you want to say, sir?
I think if you want to explain this very clearly, you should. You guys have some type of model map of Earth, something Earth?
No, we just have measurements of the surface of the Earth.
No, I mean, how would Earth look around the solar system? Some map.
I don't know.
I don't think he's ready for a map discussion.
Yeah.
Something.
You don't know how maps are made, do you?
Oh.
Yeah, no, seriously.
No. I'm not saying you that whole map of the Earth, like a model, something explaining how Earth would be and where sun would be and where moon would be, like something similar to that.
Like from outer space?
Not outer space. Like how would you like how you guys are explaining it?
Like how
Something
God
like
would
that.
experience it?
No, you guys. How you guys got?
You can't go to outer space to see flat Earth.
See, no. I am not saying outer space or anything, man. I am saying that the logic which you guys are explaining. Do you guys have any something model on it? Some model on it?
Yeah, you can download an app on your phone called Stellarium. Stellarium will model the sun and the moon, the stars and the planets and everything in the night sky.
Sorry, I don't think you get it. What I'm trying.
I don't think you get it. Download any planetarium software of your choosing.
I think they will say Earth is round.
They will say Earth is round?
If any planet, like
you
Google
asked
Earth,
us for how to model things in the sky. Yeah, those apps model things in the sky.
I am not saying to show you complete map of Earth, with continents and everything. Like if the term which you are explaining, how would you show it to someone in visualistic way? Like how Earth would be flat and where would be the mountains and would we have a boundary for contain water, something like that? Do you have some model on
Bro, hey, 1 sec. We're having a hard enough time getting people to acknowledge their direct experience firsthand, let alone trying to get them to comprehend something from a perspective they don't even have and never will have.
No, I am not talking about their perspective. According to your perspective, do you have any model of flat Earth?
No, why would we? Like I said, we're having a hard enough time getting people to understand and acknowledge their direct experience and their direct observations.
So, like visual observation. What are you trying to say?
Yes, the only one you will ever have, right?
Not true. I mean, you can't see many things. That doesn't mean it's not there. some things you can't
when
see.
we're dealing
Like,
when we're dealing with a shape, you know, yeah, there's got to be some direct experience or observation of the thing that the object or the surface, the matter that you're dealing with, right? You're not going to just imagine it's something, right? It's going to be based on something you can actually at least look at, right?
like
You're asking us to present to you a representation of a very, very large surface area from a perspective that nobody
no.
Yes, you are. Yes, you
Yeah.
are.
I am asking the things which you are explaining, like how Earth would be, like sun is moving, everything. Do you have
From
any
outer
model?
space.
Yeah, Jedi already did. He did do that with you.
Could you share it in the chat? I mean, a photo of how flat Earth would be.
From outer space?
No, from your perspective.
Whoa. When you go outside and
just go outside.
Just go outside?
Yeah, go outside, touch some grass, sniff some air, and thank God that you live in a pressurized environment.
Okay, so I don't.
You've never seen the curvature of the Earth.
You are literally, I do apologise, asking the impossible from us. You're asking us for a model of reality.
No.
How
Sorry. It's not impossible. See, guys. You guys are explaining.
It is.
I think this voice is on for 103 hours. You guys are explaining to everyone about your perspective and everything. You guys should have some model on Earth.
Do you want me to continue and tell you why it's impossible?
Okay. Are you saying it's impossible? I am fine with it. If you are saying that.
Okay.
Just save it.
Well, let's put it like this. You're asking me, the individual, right, to go out and model reality. Did you come up with the heliocentric model? Did you do this? The answer is no. Obviously, you didn't do this. This is just something that was...
Sorry. I didn't get you. Ask me again.
Did you come up with the heliocentric model?
Heliocentric model? What
the solar system model.
Okay. Solar system model. I am. Yes.
Yeah. Did you make that?
Did I make that?
Yeah.
No, I think lot of smart people's around 500, 600 years
that's
ago
the point.
made it. Yeah.
Yes, someone else made that. Okay, so you didn't make the heliocentric model. You're asking me to make a model of what would be the entirety of the known reality. That would be
non-reality.
Yeah, the known reality. You want a model of the Earth, the Sun, Moon.
NON reality or KNOWN reality? I think I didn't hear you with non-reality or known reality.
Known.
KNOWN, right?
Yeah, you want a model of what is known. Right? Now, for example, right, I don't know what the sun is.
You don't know what the sun is, okay.
No. Do you remember earlier? I don't know the size and I don't know the distance to the sun.
Okay.
Now, do you want me to now start making up things because I can't actually give you that variable within the model? So I'll have to make something up to make that fit then, wouldn't I?
Okay, that's fine. I guess if you didn't know the size of the sun and distance of the sun, you can simply say you don't know it. You can't assume it. Am I right?
Yeah, don't know these things.
Yeah,
right. So if you're asking,
even I didn't know the distance to sun. It doesn't mean I will say it very near to Earth or very too much far to Earth.
Cool.
I will say
now
provide me some scientific evidence for it.
Okay, we can model this in many different ways.
Yes,
No,
yes. Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So, being as we can model it in many different ways, which one's
Okay.
true?
That's your responsibility. You are proving it.
Yeah, it's this thing about models, right?
Yeah. See, I'm not asking about 100% accurate model. Like something similar, like, which we can explain it.
Yeah, again, it's hard for the individual myself, right? I can't tell you what the Earth looks like from God's eye, or when you go high up in the sky, right? That idea, right? I don't know
Why are
that.
you okay? This is fine. You can say that you don't know how Earth looks.
Okay.
This is fine.
Neither would you, and you just believe a story.
I would say the same thing to you. You just believe a story with nothing
So
proof.
what story do I believe?
That's what I'm saying. If you are so sure about it, you should have a single person going to space and having a photo of flat Earth. Something.
No, we don't need a single person going to space. We just need measurements of the surface.
Do you have a single photo of something similar to flat Earth? Do you have anybody
Again, everyone in unison, just tell him to go outside.
which is flat? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, water's flat. Yep, water's flat and level.
Water is flat. Why would water be flat, man?
What are you talking about?
Water is not a solid thing. We can't say whether it's flat.
No, when contained and at rest, water forms a horizontal surface when no other forces apply, like wind. It's like folklore at this point, right? Everybody knows that water seeks its own level and forms a horizontal surface. We've known for centuries that water does this, and we use it to find and reference level. That's a straight line from left to right. That's really handy when you want to build things. It's a simple premise of building and construction. Level and true, perpendicular, vertical, 90 degrees to horizontal. To understand how you get these things means that you must know that the Earth is level, that's horizontal, because that's where we get it from. We get horizontal or level when we reference the Earth. For example, your glass of water on the surface, when you look at it and hold it up to your window and you see the horizon, that surface will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the Earth, in this instance water, appears to meet the sky at distance. So level comes from the Earth itself. The Earth is obviously flat.
Hmm. I'm not gonna lie. Still, I can't believe it with just an example of an water. I mean, you should give more solid evidence for it. Something more solid.
What you should do is go and prove this to yourself. You can make a long distance observation. You can do many different tests to survey the land. You can prove this to yourself. I have.
I don't think I do. I think my country have done enough. They have went to space. They have landed on moon. They have taken pictures from there. I think it's your responsibility as you are doing it. You should make some spaceships and move to space and give me single photo is every.
Wow, space.
So wow, space. So space is there or not according to you?
You're not going to space, are you?
Not me. I am not that rich now.
So you're going to trust people that go to space?
Who are you trusting, man?
Myself
I
at
am
this
not trusting
moment.
people.
I'm
I am trusting smart
literally,
people. I am
my
trusting
friend.
smart people
I
who have
literally
researched for
appealed.
600
Dude,
700
you need to
years
stop
and
talking.
have benefited the humanity, invented
Yeah.
many things. That's the people
That's
I'm
lovely.
trusting, on which our
That's
devices
lovely.
and everything are working. You guys are
That's
trusting
lovely.
nothing.
No,
Just
we're
delusions.
trusting. We're trusting measurements of the surface of the Earth.
You are trusting water.
Yeah,
we're
what you're
trusting
doing.
measurements of the surface of the Earth. I don't understand why this is upsetting to you.
Brother, can you give me a model of the globe, please? Of the heliocentric model. Can you get that? Do you have a model?
You can search simple Earth model as famous model, which you don't believe. Something.
Where is that? What? No, I want you to show it to me. That's not a model. Are you talking about the globe itself? That's not a model.
Yeah, globe. I'm talking about globe. That's what I was
Okay, so
something like
that globe. Hold on, bro. Does that globe have a radius of 3,000?
globe. No, I don't think it's that big of a globe. I don't think we have made it.
You don't think the Earth is a globe?
I don't think. Sorry.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think that the globe that you see on your teacher's desk, do you think that that's what the Earth looks like?
Something similar, not exactly.
Okay, so what is the radius of this globe?
I don't know. It was a lot of radius. I guess some thousands of kilometers, some miles. I think thousands of miles.
Yeah, 3,959 miles is the claim radius of that globe. Do you have any problem with that? Yeah. So where did that value come from?
I think the first one to discover them was some Egyptians, some thousands of years. So they were sailing in the seas, and they, with the help of stars, they make it. And also some Greek philosophers, some scientists.
Yeah, I don't think that. Okay, can you show me any evidence for any of what you just claimed, or are you just telling me a story?
No. It's really true. Let me see it.
I mean, you guys are not, obviously not satisfied with our evidence, so we'll see if you're with yours.
Copernicus. What?
What'd you find?
Let me show you. I'm giving you the links. There are some books.
Some books? And what are these books going to tell me? You're not going to in here. Did you read these books?
Some part of it. I mean, they.
Okay, and where's the evidence bit that I need to look for? I don't want you to send me a link for a book I have to read. I want where I can find this evidence.
So what you want? Let me ask.
I want, number one, the evidence for the measurements that you said someone took, Greek scientists, Egyptian. And I want you to tell me how they measured Earth curve.
That is what written in the book, how they measured it. That's what.
Great. Tell me how they did it. Tell me how they did it.
You want me to tell you?
Yeah, you said you read it in the book. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Oh, sorry. I didn't say I read the whole book. I said at some point of time.
No, you can't. Yeah, you can't present dumb shit, dude.
Don't tell me that it's in a book. Why don't you calm down for a half a second? Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Listen. Is that what you guys do? You just let us listen? I want the measurements. Yeah, I want the measurements, bro.
Tell me one thing. What you want? You want either the book, I mean the references of it, or do you want something else? What you want?
So far, you haven't even given me You're giving me a book that tells you a story. Is it fiction?
Fictional stories?
Yeah. Is this fiction or non-fiction?
Nothing is more fictional than flat earth theory, man.
Sorry, man. I don't need you to, be incredulous about this. I just want you to tell me it's books.
You want me to give the books?
Dude. So you're not listening to the question that I'm asking, are you?
Okay. Tell me one again.
Are these fictional or non-fictional books?
These are historical books.
Historical. Okay, great. So what is the name of the people that measured the Earth curve?
Let me see. His name was Eratosthenes, I think.
Okay, Eratosthenes. Great. Can you get me the primary source data from Eratosthenes?
Primary
source data, meaning his writings, his measurements. Do you have that?
I think it's almost 400 years before Jesus.
That's fantastic. Do you have the data and the evidence for what he did?
You mean like there's something written by his hand?
Yeah, obviously, if we have the record of him doing something like this, we should have the documents and when he lived and who he was and how. But where does the primary source come from? Where's the primary source?
Where he's buried, so we can go to his site and put flowers down, thank him for showing us the ball.
Yeah, where's his gravesite? Why is he so famous? All that stuff.
Who are his kids, his descendants, so we can go interview them? All those people.
But surely it's not just some story someone told.
Yeah, this isn't like
family. The people in the family, they have the records. They're hanging on the walls. We're just waiting for them to show up in here with all that stuff.
Is this like Santa Claus? Did someone just make this up, or did you make it up? What's going on?
These are all historical things, man. Historical research.
Yeah, don't yell at me about what you think is historical and that it's a fact. I want to see where the facts came from. Where's the primary source?
I don't know. I think I don't.
You don't know. You don't have it. Okay, so we don't have a primary source for the stories that you're telling me, even though it was in a book. So it must be a fictional book you read.
Fictional? Okay, man.
So you read okay, well, you're proving to me that it's fictional because you don't have any source data for what you're claiming. But I tell you what, I'll let you off the hook. Why don't you show me where we can measure Earth curve today? We don't have to worry about somebody 2,000 years ago, do we?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me how we measure the Earth curve. So we have a basis, so we have the actual values of the Earth curve, so you can make a globe model. How do we measure the Earth curve?
He went, his friends went somewhere from one place to another, and with the help of sun and sailing to the stars, he measured the Earth, something similar. I don't know the whole story.
Oh.
I forgot it.
Okay, were they using angles to the...
Yeah, something. Yeah, I think they were using some angles.
Okay. Well, that requires the Earth to be flat, so that doesn't help you.
That requires?
Yeah, the baseline of your angle will be a flat Earth.
Baseline will be a flat Earth, you are saying?
Yeah, obviously, it's not going to be a curve. You won't get an angle.
If you want an angle, you have to have thousands of miles of scales if you want to see an angles. If you have that
thousands of miles of scale. So you're telling me they didn't measure an angle? So you're telling me
for an angle, with your angle, which you are trying to say, for your angle, you need to have.
With my angle, no. This is your story. I asked you if they measured an angle. You said now I want to see how they measured that angle.
Just now you said me, na man. Just now you said me, if they measured it, they should have a baseline that should, and then flat, then Earth is flat. That's what you said just now.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what you said. You said they measured it. You said they measured it.
Are they or are they not getting the angle, right, to an elevation angle to something above the surface of the Earth? So they're getting the angle of line of sight to that thing above this. Right, okay, so they're getting an angle between the Earth's surface and the line of sight from a single point on the Earth's surface to that object above the surface.
Sorry, man. I think this thing is difficult for me, which you are saying.
Yeah, I know it's difficult for you to understand it, but I asked you if they measured an angle. You said now you don't understand. Why are you going back on it?
I was just saying some point, man. You are actually.
You were just saying some point, man. I get it. So you were just saying stuff because you thought it would get you out of this. How do we measure Earth curve?
I think something. I don't know, man. I think I have.
You don't even know how you measure Earth curve? Is there any Earth curve to measure?
Curve to measure?
Yeah, is there any Earth curve to measure on the surface of the Earth?
I don't get it.
Is the Earth curving like a ball?
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yes, there is. Okay, great. How do you measure that?
And he said he doesn't know that.
I just want to make sure he knows that he doesn't know. So if you don't know that, and we don't have any measurements for it, the only thing that you can refer to is a book, a fictional book, about a guy that lived 2,000 years ago and some sailors, which is a flat Earth. So there's no Earth curve to measure. Is that what you're telling me?
No. I'm saying
no. Okay, no problem. Then get me the Earth curve measurements.
Measurements. See, man, I am very weak in maths. That's what I wanted to say. Very weak in maths. These measurement things, I am very weak in it.
They're very what?
Weak. I am very weak in this measurements. Math.
Measurements, big maps, what?
How should I explain this?
What you're essentially telling me is that you don't know how the Earth curve was measured. You don't even know if it was. But you think the globe on your teacher's desk is a model of something that wasn't measured. Sounds like Santa Claus to me. Do you believe in Santa Claus?
No, I don't.
Well, there's just as much evidence that the Earth is a ball as there is for Santa Claus. So I think you have a different version of Santa Claus.
What about like the stars? They also like think below the horizon when going to other countries, you know?
And what's your point?
I don't know. I think it's round.
Okay, you think it's round.
Go below the horizon.
Why do you think it's round?
Beside like the ships, even the stars. When you like here in my country, in Morocco, if you see a star, you go to other country. It's like it's the same star, but no, you
yeah.
the other.
Thank you. I got your point. What is your like? So how does that end up you being on a globe? I'm sorry. You see the stars
No,
disappear at the horizon. So what?
listen. I'm just trying to have an explanation. I'm just asking, okay? I don't want to say
No,
this is or
hold on a second. You're not giving me an explanation. You're telling me about the phenomena. Now I want you to draw a conclusion from the phenomena you observe.
I want to see if this like what that means, you know. Sorry,
What
I
it
don't have
means?
that best English, but yeah.
Oh, it means that the stars will disappear at the horizon over time. That's what it means.
But if it disappeared, it should be like flat, you know. Like it should be round.
No? Why?
I think like if it flat, we will see the same sky, you know.
Nope, not true at all. You don't even
Really?
experience that in your own life in a big warehouse. My goodness.
I don't know. Anyway, thank you.
Yep. So Am doesn't have any measurements of Earth curve. He only has a fictional story about perhaps somebody measuring Earth curve, but we don't have that. We don't have primary source data. And he wants a model. How ridiculous. So does anybody else have a question or a comment? Instead of trying to, reason through their own model, if they want to make a claim that the stars or ships disappearing into the horizon has something to do with the Earth curve, help us figure it out. How does that work? All right, who killed the chat? Mm-hmm. All right, I posted a definition of a model. Admiral, why are you interrupting me? Anyway, we got here a model, a three-dimensional representation of a person or thing or a proposed structure, typically on a smaller scale than the original. Okay, so it's a three-dimensional representation of a structure, right? So if that's what a model is, then a globe would be a model of an Earth as a globe, would it not? So, and to say that there's no globe model, that wouldn't be accurate, would it?
Well, what's it modeling?
That's modeling their representation of what they think the structure is, just like the definition.
Then it's not a model. If they
No, it
think
is a model.
it's if they think you said a model is the representation of a structure, typically to
Or
smaller
proposed
scale.
structure. Or proposed. It doesn't have to be real.
Okay.
Just like you can model a car that doesn't exist, right? You make a model and you say, hey, we want to make this car in real life. In fact, a lot of models for cars, they're just like styrofoam and then they cover it in clay. And then there's artists that sculpt the clay to make the form that they want the vehicle to be. It doesn't yet exist. They're mocking it up, but that's definitely a model. I'm just saying there's no reason to get hyper pedantic about saying, oh, globers don't have a model, especially if they present you a globe and they're trying to say the Earth is a globe. And then you say, well, what's the heliocentric model? Well, the heliocentric model may include the Earth being a globe, but that doesn't mean the Earth can't be a globe apart from it. It's kind of a pointless point to make. Because then if you're denying that objects that represent something else can be models, I mean, then you basically have to take almost everything that we model and throw it in the garbage and say, no, those aren't models anymore. Now we need a new word to make up for those things. How does that even make sense? For example, if they ask you for a flat Earth model and you say, well, I don't have one because I don't know where the sun is or all this stuff. Well, now you're not talking about the flat Earth anymore. You're talking about a cosmological model, which is different. A globe is just a model of a globe. It's not a model of where all the celestials are relative to its surface. So yeah, a globe on a table is most definitely fits the category of a definition of the term model. Now there are different terms that the same word is used for that it doesn't fit. But if you want to use those and say that it's excluded from those, you have to parse that out. You can't just say it's not a model, carte blanche, end of story, because that would be false. Easily disproven by a simple look into a dictionary.
Also, by the way, things you find just because you find a word defined in a dictionary doesn't mean that the definition that they put in the dictionary means that that's true, right? Which we are already agree. In some dictionaries, you'll find that level means curved around the Earth's surface water. Well, that's in the dictionary, that's defined. So does that mean you have to accept it? Of course not. Definitions don't create realities in themselves, right? We all agree on that, I would think. So challenge of the day is if you had to model flat, how would you do it? Not flat Earth, not where flat Earth is in the cosmos relative to other objects, just flat itself. How would you model flat?
I would take something and make it horizontal.
Okay, but what if
something that's flat?
So you take something already flat?
Mm-hmm. Like maybe flat-ish, but the flat part would really be orienting that horizontally, and I'd be like, that's a model of a flat surface.
Okay, but you're already using the known flat surface, but how would you get a known flat surface in the first place?
No, it's just like it could be a slab. It's not like flat, like 2D flat, but the bottom line is like, if you're saying model something flat, I'm just going to take something like a slab and place it horizontally.
Fair enough. Fair enough. How do you know the slab's flat? Because you're telling me it's flat, and I would agree with you. I would agree with you. A slab is flat.
I didn't say that. When I'm saying horizontal, that is also equally like I'm saying that's the part that I'm saying is flat. I'm not talking about the slab itself. You're saying model something that is flat. If you don't mean horizontally, then no, I'm not talking about doing that. I just thought you meant model something horizontally.
If I wanted you to model something horizontal, I would have said that. I just said flat in the first instance.
Well, flat and horizontal are the same, but I get you now. So, okay, I'm stepping out.
Yeah, but there's no reason to step out. It's a chore that everyone needs to know how to do. If they're going to say something's flat, then they need to know how to model flat. Right. Like what determines that something's flat?
When I say something is flat, I'm typically saying what I just told you. So I wouldn't be doing.
Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. So there are many things in your life you encounter that are flat, that are not horizontal. And so clearly when you use the term flat for describe any of those things, horizontal is excluded. So flat is something unique that can be modeled in itself. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. I'm asking you to do it.
Well,
I'm asking you to model flat.
You said I don't have to step out, but I am, though. That's what I'm saying. I opened my mic to do one thing. You said that's not what you were talking about. I said, okay, fine.
All right, fair enough.
I concede. That's all I was saying.
Fair enough. Does anyone else know how to model flat that's willing to participate?
Hello.
Hey, brother, who just chimed in. If I told you, model me something flat, how would you do it?
Can you repeat that?
Okay, so I'm asking you, I want to know how you know something is flat, or can you model me something that is flat? That way we can understand what flat means. Could you do it for me?
No, I'm too dumb for that.
Okay, but you could point to something in your house that is flat, right?
My desk, for example, the top of my desk.
Right, so you know what something is that is flat. But how could you create something that is flat? So let's say you don't have anything flat. How would you make something flat? You want to make a flat surface, how would you do it?
For example, I will take a wood and I will cut it to be flat, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair, but you're just using the term flat without telling me how you cut it to be flat. Like what about the cut is going to make it flat? Like what actions are you going to take?
No.
Must have been a trick question, huh?
Yeah.
So when companies, they're making products, right? And let's say they're making a granite countertop, or they're making a surface plate, or they're making a machine part that goes into an engine or something, and they want it to be flat. How in the world do they know how to make something flat?
They grind it that way using a very large surface grinder. And they do it so much that when they put a gauge on it, they don't get any deviation from one end to the other.
Okay, so they make a surface that has no deviation from one end to the other. What type of deviation?
Pretty much. Oh, it's like in the millions, maybe 5 decimal places.
Well, that's the value of the deviation, not what kind of deviation.
That's what I thought you asked for. What is the deviation? Bumps.
Okay, bumps. And bumps would be perpendicular to the plane of the surface that they're trying to make, right?
Uh-huh.
Right, so you have a plane surface, but you have bumps on it, which are essentially verticals, you might say. If you lay the surface horizontal, then you'd have verticals. But you could also do it vertically and then say that the bumps are horizontal. But either way, they're perpendicular to the surface, right? So you're trying to get the overall plane of the surface to have the least amount of variations in the perpendicular angle to the surface, right?
Yeah.
Right, and that's the only way that you can actually describe something that's mechanically, physically flat, right?
That's how I do it.
Right, that's in the machining handbooks and all that stuff. That's how they define it. Right, so if you were going to model something flat, what you would have is you'd have a surface plane in which all the points on the plane are within a tolerance perpendicular to the plane that's very narrow relative to the overall surface area, right?
Yeah, you should be able to zero. You should be able to take your indicator anywhere on a plate, zero it, and move it around, and it shouldn't move. Should just stay right there. If it moves at all, you got a bad plate.
Right, especially when you've got different tolerance instruments. You know, like if your goal is to get it within a 10,000th of an inch, then if you have a bump readout, then you fail.
Yeah, 10,000ths. That's you can drive a truck through 10,000ths of an inch. 0.0001. That's 10,000ths. 1/10,000th of an inch, or are you saying 10,000ths like 0.01? There's
either one.
1/10,000th of an inch, which is 1/10 of 1,000th, or there's 10,000ths of an inch, which is 10/1000ths of an inch.
I'm just saying. What did I say?
I don't know.
10,000ths of an inch.
Yeah. So.
So let's just say 10 out of 1,000. So that would mean you have 10 out of 1,000 parts of an inch.
Okay. Yep. So point.
Right, so if your meter. Yeah, so if your meter was unable to read anything more sensitive than that, and you put your meter across the entire surface and it read 0, no deviation, then you say, okay, I've successfully engineered this thing, right?
Yes. You can get gauges that only read in 10 thousandths or even 1 thousandths if you wanted to.
Right, but if you got an even more accurate gauge that read even smaller increments, then you put it back over the surface, all of a sudden you'd get deviations, wouldn't you?
Yep, and they would all average out to the same number eventually.
Right. So then we know that to get something flat, it doesn't have to be perfectly flat. It just has to be that definition where the variance is so much smaller than the extent of the plane, right? And they're all basically, once they're meaned out, they're essentially parallel between two parallel planes.
Yeah, they would be parallel. I mean, they would be parallel, not basically. As close as you can read with any kind of gauges.
Right. And if you had that item arranged horizontally, then they'd be parallel between two horizontal parallel planes, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you had the whole surface of the Earth, which is covered in water, which is level, and the highest point to the lowest point of the whole surface is 13 miles against 197 million square miles of the known territory, and they're all between two horizontal parallel planes benchmarked by sea level and averaged out against sea level, you'd end up with a very, very flat surface, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's pretty flat.
Even flatter than some panes of glass, by the way.
Actually, glass is pretty bumpy. I mean, you have to grind that if you want it to be okay. I'm not going to get into it, but anyway, just laying out glass kind of comes out bumpy. Getting it any better than that requires some work.
I was talking to Elder Bear one day, and I was saying, how do you know something's flat? He goes, a pane of glass, that's flat. So I looked up the tolerances on a pane of glass. Not necessarily every different ones because they all are different, but I looked at least one pane of glass. I said, okay, this pane of glass is definitely flat, right? He's like, yeah. Then I looked at the tolerance and said, oh, wow, this is actually a greater tolerance than the surface of the Earth would be. So the Earth would actually be flatter than this pane of glass, bro.
Yeah, glass is pretty wavy, even though you might not see it. You'd have to measure it.
All right, so when we say the surface of the Earth is flat and someone says, well, do you have a model of that? I'd be like, yeah, I do. All the points on the surface that are available to us are between two horizontal parallel planes with a variation of 13 miles over the 190 approximate million square miles of the surface, which means it's modeled mechanically flat. So yeah, we do have a flat Earth model.
If we took a Starrett surface plate and then called that however many millions of square miles you said, and made one side whatever, make it so the square, that's what it equals, right? So then you can put a little dot on the table, and that would be your highest mountain.
Yeah, then take a little pinprick and just smack it on there for your lowest divot, and there you go.
Oh, there's probably there might even be a hole in the table. You might get lucky and see a grain came out somewhere.
Yeah, so the practicable concept of flat three-dimensional reality is a model, in case you guys didn't know that. It is a model by definition. It can't be anything else. Because Platonic forms don't exist in reality, in case y'all didn't know who are listening.
So I'm going to use
don't exist.
I'm going to use the Starrett surface plate as my model for flat Earth from now on.
Yeah, but you should well, I'm not saying you have to buy one unless you have one, but if you could just put a little Photoshop dot on it and be like, there's Everest.
I have something similar to a surface plate that's close enough for work. It's a big slab of, granite that's been ground. It's similar. It's like this thick stuff. I actually use it as a surface plate at home. And it came from another guy who used it as a surface plate also, so it's pretty flat. I mean, I've checked it. It doesn't deviate. So when you can get that close for shit I work on, I only need to be within 1,000th of an inch. That's way within tolerance. I can probably do that. I can probably scale that block. It's pretty big. I mean, it's like 36 by 24. And then put a piece of dust on it and say, there's your mountain.
Man, a 36 by 24 Starrett plate. What's that, like $3,000?
Oh, a real one? A plate from them? Yeah. That's got to be more than that. Maybe that. No, they got to be more than that. No, maybe that's about right.
No, the smallest size that they sell is in the $3,000 range. I know that.
Well, they make bench tops too. The little tiny 6-inch ones and 8-inch ones that aren't that expensive. But then mostly, I mean, I don't know. We have Starrett tables, so those are expensive.
Hey, when they I can finally talk. When they make mirrors, don't they use water like on a big huge table, and then they let the water settle, and then they make the mirrors that way? I was watching a video once. Because water is like the kind of like one of the best tools to use, if you'll say.
But they did it on mercury. Water would just vaporize.
Well, they use water in whatever they use in it when they're making, like, to form the glass. They'll put on the table, then they'll put water to like establish the complete flatness that they need. Yeah, liquids. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Any liquid at that point, then.
Like you said, if you put molten glass into water, dude, it's not going to end well for you.
No, I would definitely be. You tell me before you do that too, because I want to be I want to be out in the parking lot. Actually,
it's a good way to make Rupert's drops.
Yeah, you can make a lot of those.
Dude, you can't even put undried metal into molten stuff. It'll explode because there's water on it.
Yeah, plate glasses may float it on like liquid heated lead or tin or something like that.
That's why it's the same. That they're doing that because of the qualities of liquid, where it seeks a flat level surface.
Yeah.
So yeah, the globe does have a model, and that model is that the surface is curved. And flat earthers have a model, and that model is that the surface is between two horizontal parallel planes. Those models can be tested, right? And so when you go out and test it, you don't really find that curvature that they said was there. And every time you find something supersedery, they just give you excuses, right? So they have an unfalsifiable model, which makes it not scientific.
We only need to measure the flatness of one of those parallel planes because they're parallel.
Right.
And
the other one's just assumed.
And you can't make any surface of a sphere flat. No matter how hard
that's
you
fine.
want to argue that.
Well, that is fine, but spheres don't exist.
True.
So if you say if the Earth was a globe, it must be a perfect sphere, and then argue against a perfect sphere, that wouldn't be very fair, would it? They have dimensions, right? They have dimensions and they have topography to deal with. So we already know the values. So you just argue against the actual real world values that they claim. Right. So, for example, in the real world, there's a certain topography for an area of land. You don't have to assume it's a perfect sphere surface because it's not. It's clearly got topography.
Right. Yesterday, it was so stupid. Yesterday, Mordwan was on McToon's channel, and he in his presentation, because they were talking about drones in Ukraine, and he was saying how the system they use is a flat plane, and then to do damage control, McToon's like, just for the audience to make clear, like a flat plane is still adhering to the curvature of the Earth, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, like how asinine is this dude, bro? Like it was comical.
So you mean my drone, when it flies in XYZ space, is actually curved?
Exactly. It was, and then
that's weird because I can't program it then.
And then he literally shows a little like an image from his manual, and it literally shows XYZ in like on it, and I'm like, are these guys that dumb? They're literally showing it's an XYZ frame of reference, if you will, and I'm like, oh my god, these guys they're. I mean, that's the Glober in a nutshell, though. They just have to chant, but it's a globe. Trust me, bro. Even though we just showed you as an XYZ. Oh, and then another one. He says that satellite signals, they curve. The signals that they send, they curve. And then he shows a meme showing like all the satellite and the drone and the jets, how they're sending signals to the ground, all straight lines. And I'm like, the hypocrisy, bro. Like these guys are stupid, dude. In their own presentations, they debunked their own words. It was comical last night. I'm just laughing.
They follow after the philosophy of the great Greek Hippocrates.
There you go. Contradiction galore over there. He should name his channel Contradictions Galore. Yeah, they said a lot of dumb things last night. I just kept pointing them out. And to answer your question earlier, you're asking, I would model flat by I'd grab my level and be like, this is how we know something's flat, and then I would go there. But
Well, the plate on the bottom of your level should be flat and straight, right? But in actuality, it only needs to be straight on one axis, because if it's curved on the perpendicular axis to the plate that you put against the surface, it wouldn't matter. It would still read level. But if it's curved on the plate that's supposed to contact the surface, then it wouldn't read level, would it? Yeah, so friends, don't shy away from allowing the Globers to claim they have a model. Accept their model, that it's a model of a spheroid that has certain claims to its dimensions, that's their representation of what they think is reality. You have a model as well, which is flat, which is all points on the surface available to us are between two horizontal parallel planes benchmarked by sea level, right? And you can compare those two models to which is in reality, right? You don't need to talk about the sun, the moon, the stars. They're not relevant to what I just described. I mean, unless you want to talk about that separately, but the Earth being flat has nothing to do with the sun or the moon or the stars. Right? We all agree on that, right? Oh, by the way, the Earth being a globe would have nothing to do with the sun and the moon and the stars either. The structures of the objects would be what they are, regardless of what the sun, moon, and stars are doing. But you know, a lot of the arguments on the globe side are for reverse engineering the shape of the ground from their interpretation of the objects that are not the ground. Whereas the flat Earth positioner should be, I'm determining the shape of the ground by how the ground is. So those are two different ways of looking at the information. Check this out. If I go out and I'm just standing wherever I'm at, let's say I'm on a grassy field, and I take out a compass, which is a drawing tool. It's got a pencil on one side and it's got a stabby pointy on the other side, and it separates at the center so you can draw circles. So let's say I take that and I stick it in front of my eye and I point the pencil, let's say at the sun, and then I point the stabby metal end at the ground. So I now have an angle of separation between whatever point that the point of the metal thing is pointing at, whatever point the sun is pointed at with the pencil. So I can then take a protractor, put it against it, get an angle of separation. So now I have an angle. Okay? Does that mean the ground I'm standing on is flat? Anybody? Anybody at all? The answer is no. That information alone would be impossible to know if the ground I'm standing on is flat. That information alone could not possibly tell me that. Any disagreements?
Which information?
Oh man, were you not listening? All right, real quick.
Just which information was it? Yeah, really quick.
Just an angle between my eye. Let's just say at my eye, I have a device that can point at the ground. So I'm going to point it at the ground until it intersects with the ground in front of me. And then I have the other point intersecting the sun. And then I take a protractor, put it on that device, get an angle. I now have an angle of separation between those two things. Can that angle of separation tell me whether the ground is flat?
Well, by you saying angle, so you'll see, you're from your eye up to that line there. No, that cannot.
Right, can't possibly do that, right?
Nope.
Not enough information.
That's correct. But if you put your angle from your eye down to your feet, then you've got a problem.
Well, let's say I put it at my feet. Well, wouldn't the ground be right in front of the thing?
Yeah, wherever you see that horizon should be right there.
Right, so that would only be a point, though. I'd only have the information of a single point. So I could be standing on a hill. That's a continuous curve, right?
I'm going to have to measure it.
Right, so I'd need an additional piece of information.
Yeah, you're going to need to know if you're flat between you and the other point out in front of you.
Right.
So what we do is we set a theodolite up with a guy with a stick with a red line on it. We say, there's your mark. Keep going. Oh, now the lines line up. Now right there, stay there. Don't move. And then don't move all day. This is a 12-hour day, and you're not allowed to have water either. Stand there.
Oh, while everyone else goes around and sights you. you just stand there and hold the stick.
Yep, you're the stick guy.
And then the next day, you introduce the new guy to the thing that stabs into the ground and holds the stick.
Yeah, because you're the senior on there when the new guy shows up. We do that to people all the time.
Well, it actually makes sense that you'd have to hold it, because what if you have to call the guy and say, hey, move over to the right 2 inches? I mean, come on now. It's obvious. They got me in the army with that one, with the bags of exhaust. Take this bag around the exhaust. You got to take a garbage bag around the exhaust of the tanks and then tie it up and bring it to the maintenance to test.
That's how they're checking the cars.
Oh, I'm procrastinating because the next thing I have to do is insulation. I don't want to do it. Although I do have to run an outlet, so maybe I'll run the outlet, then I'll do the insulation. Dude, it's crazy looking at the little mouse getting through the panels. So this wall had panels on it, and there was not much of a gap. And so when the mouse got to the studs, he just had to chew out like, I don't know, maybe like a quarter to 3/8 of an inch. That's all he needed to squeeze his body through the gap with the panel. Then he lived in the insulation, took all kinds of turds and peas, just made himself a happy home. So if you took a Starrett surface plate and then you took a band, like a band of board around it, so that now you have like an inch deep container on top of a Starrett surface plate that you can fill with water. And so if you fill the Starrett surface plate container that you just made with water, right? What the Glober wants you to believe is that the Starrett surface plate is flat, but the water on top of it is curved. Even though the water level across the entire Starrett surface plate is identical. So in other words, we can model our claims in tangible, practicable reality. Right? So for example, when they give you a globe model, okay, a globe that you go buy at a store, the water that's on the globe, what's it made out of? Ink or paint, right? It's painted on. It's painted on. So the only time you get curved water is when you paint it onto a ball, bro. So next time they say the oceans are curved, oh, you mean the painted oceans? The painted oceans are curved?
Bob Ross, when he does lakes and stuff, he doesn't make them curved.
Right. In fact, he even talks about it, doesn't he? He says you got to make your horizon flat.
Yeah, you got to make it flat, and you got to work off that. Actually, everything is based off that perspective. I think a lot of the times he can start up at the top, but he always draws that halfway point.
Right. And if you are going to make a horizon, so if you make the horizon high in the image, it's the illusion you're looking down. If you make it low in the image, it's the illusion you're looking up. If you make the horizon slanted or diagonal, it's the illusion you're falling on your ass. You can try this out, the listeners. If you take your camera and turn it diagonal and take a photo, and then look at your photo, it's going to be crooked. Because the phone's orientation, when it's diagonal, it doesn't understand, and it just takes the image exactly as it's coming in. Now, your eyes don't work like that. Your eyes actually have a gyroscopic effect. When you tilt your head, your eyes actually turn horizontal. Now, of course, eventually your eyes can't turn horizontal anymore, and if you're falling, you'll start to see things sideways. ish, But up to a certain point, your eyes physically work to keep the arrangement of the things in front of you horizontal. Isn't that interesting? Go look in the mirror if you've never done this before. Go look in the mirror, turn your head crooked, and you'll see it happen right in front of your eyes.
Okay, the eyeball talk is where I'm going to start pulling my eyes out.
But that's not eyeball talk. That's gyroscopic centrality of the horizontal reference being ingrained into our biology. It's almost like we live on a horizontal plane.
Holy big words, Batman.
But that's why Bob Ross paints that way, because that's the way we see. That's how we understand the world. We operate in the world with a consistent horizontal reference. That's how we're biologically designed, and that's how everything works.
Always take note of when you first get up, you have to reference yourself and then you can start moving.
Dude, I came across that, there were experiments in the past where people were trying to flip your vision and just see like how your brain really works with your eyes, because the image comes in upside down and your brain flips it upright. But there's a guy that did a test and he put forced flipped vision goggles, and he was unable to do a lot of things, but eventually he was able to interact with objects, and his brain, any object that he was physically touching, his brain would make it appear right side up, even though the rest of the environment was upside down. It's like his brain was correcting the portion that he needed to interact with. It's crazy. Now, of course, that's going by his testimony, because no one could see through his own eyeballs, so he had to describe what he was seeing. But you notice how when he flipped it horizontally, he flipped it over the horizontal vertically, right? But that was already giving concession to the horizontal reference that he needed to flip the image with.
احكي واحد.
ولا ساعة جوستي.
Yeah, the earth is flat. That's what we said, in case you didn't hear.
May I get this? Welcome to Mike. Thank you for calling Microsoft Help Desk. Can I get your social security number and your birth date? Been waiting this whole time for this A6 to talk, because they're going to tell us how water is curving around the ball, and so far nothing.
A6, isn't that a sneaker brand?
Yeah, but it's not spelt the same way that he spelled it. I think it's ASCI.
Hey, Jedi. I'm waiting for somebody to rat me out that I said there's a flat Earth model. Oh.
Has nobody done that yet? No.
What's that?
Has anybody done that yet? No.
Nah.
Nah.
I have one. I'm gonna go take a picture of it right now.
Everybody's still butthurt about Yoder's list. They can't think about anybody else.
Are they still butthurt? Ages ago.
Yoder what? His what?
Yoder's list. It got them pissed. So everybody else's faux pas they miss.
Wow. Can't believe people are still going on about that.
Man, dude, where's my 9/16 nut driver? Holy crap. Brad, when you ever buy a new set of bits because you're sick and tired of looking for your old bits, and then you have like a time limit to where your new bit kit is also going to be lost?
Bits like hex bits or sockets?
Well, like bits for like an impact gun or something, you know, like Phillips heads, Torx, things like, you know, nut driver bits.
If I took a picture of the drawer, there's got to be maybe 250 or 300 little bits in this tray that as soon as one goes, yeah, I pick them up and I throw them in there, and then I go and grab them and go, oh, this is a bad one, and I throw it. I miss the garbage can, then I pick it up and I put it away.
Yeah, and some of these screwdriver bit kits, they don't have enough number 3s or number 1s in them.
Dude, my problem is always when I'm picking up at the end of the day when I want to leave. It's like, screw it, it's all going in the bucket.
Exactly. Just sweep it into your hand and drop it in the bag is what I do. I'll get that later. And then I empty the bag out later, and then that's the end of that.
Exactly.
I bought this DeWalt kit, and they've got like these 6-inch extensions that don't fit in the little plastic holder that the rest of them fit in. So they got to go in the bag.
Yep, crazy.
For the life of me, I can't find any of my bladed wood cutters, wood drills.
Metal bits.
Yeah, paddle bits. I don't want to buy any new ones. Because all I really need is a 5/8, just enough to make an AC90 cable fit.
Dude, I like to have the ones with the screw on the front and the ones without the screw. Because sometimes you feel like screwing it, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah, the 5/8 I got has that little bit of a screw on the front of it. The tip is a screw, not just a little auger. And then trying to buy oscillating blades. Damn, those things can get expensive.
Bro, I do them online now. I'm sick and tired of buying them at stores.
Yeah, there were some pretty cheap ones at on the Jungle site, but we're looking $50 to $100 for ones at Home Depot.
Yeah, for like 7 blades for $100. It's like whatever, dude. I'm gonna get mine from Amazon from now on. I just got a pack of 50 for $28.
For which blades? Which blades?
For the multi-tool blades.
Multi-tool blade. I don't think I have one of those.
It's like a Fen tool or an oscillating tool.
Yeah, I don't have one. I want one of those. I need one. I'm probably going to get one when I redo my bathrooms and shit coming up. I don't even want to think about it.
Well, definitely buy your blades online, dude. 100%. At the store, they're like 2,000% markup.
Yeah, the cheapest one I saw for a single blade was like $30.
Yeah, for a good one, you can get a regular blade for like $13 to $15, but that'll be gone in a half an hour.
Yeah, soon as you hit anything metal with it and it overheats, done. Because all I want to do with it is move an electrical switch junction box from one corner to another corner, and of course I have to cut through some metal studs and some wood that's behind it, and it tore the shit out of my other blade. So.
All right, I found my piece. Oh yes. I don't have any other DeWalt bits, so I'm trying to be responsible and keep them in the DeWalt yellow case. So I know where to go to find them. See, Radwin, if you show them the stare at a surface plate table or whatever, if you take a picture of it with the boundaries of the table, they'll be like, aha, the Earth has an edge. Where's your edge?
I told him there's got to be somewhere because we have air pressure at basically a fixed volume, so that means that it doesn't go on forever.
Well, you know how you diagram that, right? You draw those little two wavy lines to demonstrate that the surface continues for an indeterminate amount of distance.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, let's see. Where's the ground? What?
Fuck isn't my clock setting?
Yeah, that's right.
What is going on here, folks?
You're a flat earther. You're too dumb to set a clock.
Oh, no, I'm designing one. Actually, I'm trying to figure out why it's not setting off a message that's being sent. It should be. I'm missing something.
Yeah, right. Everything's good. Everything's good. Take these. That's tight. I'm setting up a 50 amp disconnect for an electric vehicle charger, but it's got a GFCI and it constantly trips because the vehicle has like a diagnostic program which tests the ground, and every time it tests the ground, it trips the breaker.
I guess you're going to have to call a real electrician.
Nah, it's a common problem with this brand of car. Apparently, you have to go into the software of the car and lower the amps that it charges at, and then get a certain brand. Yeah, then get a certain brand of breaker that can withstand the test without tripping. So the instructions from the manufacturer just said, get this type of breaker, gave the readout for it. And I said, okay. So I went to the store, bought that type of breaker, set everything up, and then it just trips like every time so let's say the car has 6 cell phases. Every time it goes through one, it tries to test the ground again. And so you can't fully charge your car overnight because it's going to trip.
Yeah, I'm glad I just got to go to the gas station.
I know. I'm not impressed with any electrical car experience I've ever heard from anybody.
Until they have electric cars like you drive in your garage and it charges like you're laying your phone on a charging pad, that I don't want anything to do with them. And I only want that to be really cheap so I can just drive it around town, literally around my town, not...
Yeah, like your electric car is the cheapest vehicle you own, not the most expensive.
Yeah, the one that I can leave, just pull it in its little spot, let it charge like my lawnmower, and just take it when I need to take it. And then the other cars are the expensive ones. That's because that's what they are, actually.
You want to hear some bullshit? So, like many years ago here in California, they were like giving like us these like credits, and like there was these like it was initiatives to get electrical. Like everybody go electrical, and then like a bunch of people got electrical. And this year they're like, all right, now we're gonna tax you because you're using our grid up too much. It's like, wow, you like incentivize everybody to like get rid of their other car, and now you're gonna tax them because you can't tax them on the other car as you have been. I swear to God, I hate this government here, dude. In California, we have the worst fucking government. Well, probably not the worst because there's probably worse, but it's horrible here. It's a bunch of idiots running this state, ruining it.
Quite a while ago, there was a little vehicle called the EV1, which people were test driving. Basically, they had them on loan, and they took them all back.
Yeah, that was GM.
Yeah, sad that.
30 amps, dude. Dude, why would a 30 amp be going to the exterior wire? What the heck, dude?
What are you wiring up, an electric chair?
This is one that whoever had the house previously left, and the wire's just cut outside. Noticed it was live, and I'm tracing it back, and it's going to a 30 amp breaker. It's like, what in the heck, dude?
Is it a new build?
No.
Is it a rehab?
Out the same hole was two fuel lines, so it seemed like they had some kind of fuel system out there. Maybe they had an external boiler or something.
You guys got oil there that you burn? Is that how you guys do heating?
Yeah, a lot of people do around here.
Man, that's
In the
nasty.
city, in cities they can get natural gas or whatever, but people that live further away, they do oil and wood. Just go ahead and turn this breaker. What the heck, dude?
Pow!
What could that possibly be for, dude? Yep, that's it, dude. I was gonna run an exterior light on that. Give me a spot for a 20 amper. Wow, straight up 30, yeah. Okay, it goes down to that outlet. Perfect. So that will be lines.
you.
There's questions, comments, concerns about the topic of the room. There's questions, comments, concerns about the topic of the room. Questions, comments, concerns about the topic of the room. Lead Tech, what's up, bud?
Hola, Luis.
Lead Tech, what's up, bud? Ocean, you're playing the audio in the background and it's echoing. Ocean, you're playing the audio in the background and it's echoing. Ocean, you're playing the audio in the background and it's echoing. A6, you're a new face. Trust yourself. That's a new face. Either of you have questions about the topic? Surreal, I've seen you in the text chat. You have a question. A6, you could be having that conversation in BC, and the conversation would flow so much better.
He said he was coming on mic before and gave up. He became afraid when he saw he had lost like an hour ago. He's just been in here just hoping that something fits, like throwing shit against the wall and seeing what sticks, what doesn't. Nothing sticks. It's just like runny, wet goo.
Hi.
You have a question about the topic? No? Okay. Max, you got a question? Nope. No, that's not you. There was a guy, M-A-K-S, Max. I was asking him if he had any questions, but pretty sure my signal was trash at the moment. Vika, do you have any questions about the room topic? Leonardo. Javier, welcome. Goodbye. Jake, what's up, dude? Any questions from the language sloth? And maybe we can answer some questions. No. I think English Hub is easier to get a genuine conversation because people are less likely to have a conversation to look dumb. Right? I feel like since people are getting used to speaking English, I think it makes them less likely to troll.
Hello there.
Microphone check.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Sounds good,
bro.
Hey, does anybody here know the specific reason why Rich Evans is banned from the English Hub server? He was asking.
So he got you to ask.
You ever talked to him before? One-on-one? No, I mean, other than the obvious reasons why he's banned. I mean, is he banned again? Like,
There you go.
Is he banned on site again? Or, I mean, I'm not trying to white knight too hard for the guy, but you know.
Well, he shows up in multiple, so
Yeah, he's got a bunch
He's
of
probably thinking. Yeah, he's probably thinking that the amnesty extended to him over politics should be applicable here. I'm not sure how Cyclone or DJ feels about that.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks, you guys.
Dude was LARPing as a female with a voice changer. Like, come on.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say back in PNR, I think we caught him and Rob Utah going into people's DMs that we were having like genuine conversations with too. That's weird.
Falco, what's up, bud? You have any questions?
Hello. Not really. I'm new here, to be honest.
You don't have questions?
Oh, well, yeah, I was just curious about this channel.
Well, we are here to cater to the guests. We ask them how they know that the Earth is a sphere, and we get them to challenge their unconscious bias, the thing that they believe to be true without thinking about it.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Because, I mean, we all went to school, learned the same things, right? We was told, hey, you live on a sphere. This sphere is in an ever-expanding vacuum. No one actually questioned it. They just remembered the information they was required to say, this is the correct answer on the test at the end of the week, and went about our lives. So the question is, have you ever seen the Earth as a sphere?
Oh man, I got scared off.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, sometimes I think you would need someone like Sasha to be the greeter. They'd be like, "Oh, this guy's like me. Broken English. Yeah, cool."
Well, Falco sounded like he had pretty good English skills.
Yeah, he sounded a bit shy, didn't he? Whatever, it's all good. He might come back.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
How are you guys?
Good.
What's the voice chat about?
Whether or not the Earth is a sphere.
Oh, hello, Flaky.
Do you have proof that the Earth is a sphere?
The Earth is what?
Doesn't
A
matter.
sphere. A
Doesn't matter.
football.
It does not matter.
A globe.
Bro, do you know what I believe?
Bro.
No,
What
that's
does
why
it
I'm
matter
asking.
for? What does it matter for?
Do you believe is Earth is a circle or flat?
Well, a circle is flat. A sphere is a three-dimensional circle, I suppose. Because you would need
I
more than one
didn't know that
circle to make
before.
it. Yeah. So
So do you
the whole
believe the
the
Earth is a sphere or flat?
Both of you. Jimmy, a real question.
Flat.
What does it matter?
Well, it gets you to question your unconscious bias, the thing you believe to be true without thinking about.
No. What does it matter knowing if it's a sphere or a circle? Have anything to do with my conscious or unconscious?
Bias. Conscious bias.
What
The
do you mean
thing
by
that
bias?
you think about I'm explaining. Conscious bias is the
Fine, buddy.
thing you think about.
Put your mic before explaining.
How's it?
It's still glitching.
We didn't hear you well.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit, bro.
Yo, what's up, lads?
Yo, what's up?
That's what do you believe? The Earth is circle or flat?
Well, like Jimmy was saying, circles are flat, but the Earth is flat because it was measured to be so.
How is it measured?
Like the surface of water. The water's not dropping away.
Why would it
Because
drop
of the gravity. Do you know gravity or do you don't?
That's what I'm saying. That's it's not measured anywhere.
No, but realistically, why would that drop?
In reality,
Why would the water drop away if it was a sphere?
well, when they show you pictures, right, from outer space, that water is curving. So we should be able to measure that drop over distance to confirm the photos that are given to us.
Are you aware of the physics you're talking about?
He's
Physics.
He's American.
What physics would you be talking about? So why don't you be specific? Start with whatever physics claim you're going to make.
Well, Lats is talking about physics, so let him say whatever he wants to say.
You said physics. What physics are you talking about? We're talking about water, right? Does water? Excuse me.
Something about water drops.
Yeah, no, he didn't say anything about water drops. The surface. No, he did not say that.
Let's say.
So, fellas, I understand that English is not your first language, so we'll try to make sure that we're very concise, we're very accurate about what we say, okay? So we all understand each other, that's what we're going to do. He's saying that on the surface of water, like a lake or the ocean, the surface of that water is flat, horizontal, and straight. It does not curve, meaning it does not drop in the vertical plane away from you as would happen on a ball, on a sphere. Like the pictures from outer space, they show that the oceans are curving. Wow, this is interesting. I was not finishing my point, and you're talking through me already. So, now you're still talking through me, and I don't understand why you're doing that. So, according to the photographs that may or may not be of the Earth from outer space, the oceans themselves are curving, meaning that if we go to the ocean, the surface of the water should be curving down away from us in the vertical plane. Do you agree with this or not? Wow. So you guys don't actually want to listen and have a conversation. You just want to talk through me, right?
But you kicked me out. So who's rude now?
Who kicked you out?
What?
You. I just got kicked out.
I didn't kick you out.
Well,
I didn't
somebody
kick you
did.
out. Is it possible that you dropped on your own because you're still here talking to me?
Because I came
Somebody
back.
transfer him from another room.
Oh, someone transferred you from another room. Did you get kicked out of another room and end up in here?
I just came here. I didn't go to any other room.
Great. So who can show me that the surface of water is curving downward from the vertical plane from where you establish on the surface of the Earth, where you stand, where that water is dropping, curving away from you at roughly 8 inches per mile square? Who can measure that for me? I mean, somebody earlier was talking about physics, so let's talk about physics.
I was talking about physics, and my point was, if you would see horizontally, you would see you would see from America to China. but you can't see that. You can only see.
Who made that claim? Is that your claim?
You just made that point.
No, I didn't make that point at all. That's your claim now. So you think that you can see from America to China? That's your claim? Did he run away? What's wrong with you guys? There was another guy that bounced in. Do we have anybody else that would like to, prove their globe? Jim, I didn't mean to take over. You were roboting a little bit. So. My bad.
You want to try unmuting Noor, Eden? Give him another shot. They're gonna try and prove poop Earth to us. Let's see what he got.
All right, let's see what kind of trolling is going to happen.
Bro,
Noor Eden.
Trolling.
Okay. Do you have any Earth curve measurements consistent with an Earth sphere radius of 3,959 miles?
You just say that when we just enter. The English is not my first language, and just me and my friend going to have some fun with you guys.
Why are you telling me this? I'm asking you about the globe. Do you believe that you live on a globe?
I don't know what the mean of globe.
The Earth, a sphere Earth.
But if you believe the Earth is flat, just convince me.
Sorry.
You
Sorry,
can travel from China.
Isn't this weird? I just asked you a question if you believe that you live on a sphere, and you didn't answer my question.
Yeah, I believe it's a circle.
Okay, why? No, circles are flat. They're 2D by definition. So you think you live on a circle?
Sphere.
Sphere, okay, that's a 3D, right? 3D shape.
Okay.
A sphere, a ball. Yeah, so you believe you live on one of those. Why do you think that?
Bro, because that how we teach in the school.
Okay, so the school taught you. Did the school tell you how they know that, or did they just tell you a story?
Just when the ship go in the water, you can't see it when it's go so far. And when you want to travel from China and America, you just can across the sea. It's not. It's like a ball. It's all connected with each other, not flat. Have some lines in the left or right. There's no limit. It's just all connected from each other side.
Yeah, so you can go across the ocean from, let's say, Japan or China to America. Right. What does that have to do with the Earth being a ball? That's water. Is that water flat or curved?
I just want to know how.
Oh my gosh!
If that the Earth is flat, how did you go from America to Japan from the sea?
I'll tell you. On the ocean, the water is flat on the surface, and so the whole ocean is flat, and you get in your boat and you go from one place to another. That's how it's done.
And where is the end of the world?
I have no idea.
So how did you want to convince me it's a flat if there is any?
I see. I'm not here to convince you. No, I'm not. You messed up. I'm not here to convince you of anything. If you can't actually see that the Earth is flat and then go out and measure to see that the Earth is flat, how am I going to convince you?
I don't know.
Okay, so why don't you go measure the Earth and see for yourself that it's flat, and then you can make your own decision. Because the Earth does not curve. There is no Earth curve anywhere across any ocean, and all the land is measured within respect to that flat ocean. It's a flat Earth.
Bro, I just see a theory yesterday about someone like you believe that Earth is flat and go and buy some devices to see the light and sorry about my English, but they put like a wall and in the wall there is a hole and they put a light and go so far.
Yeah, there was a really stupid flat earther out there named Jaron. He's back on the ball now. Yeah, he was so stupid that he decided to poke a couple of holes in some pieces of cardboard and shine a flashlight through it. Does that sound very scientific to you? Very technical?
I don't have a lot of knowledge, but I told you my only I know about that topic is what I teach it in the school and some reels I see in the Instagram.
That's great. So would you agree that shining a flashlight through a couple of pieces of wood or cardboard is not a very good test? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, great. Yeah, we don't agree with that either. That's why we decided to go out and get a $30,000 laser and shine it across a frozen lake at 40 kilometers and measured 0 Earth curve.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
meanwhile, every industry, that being, let's say, map making, right? Like the people who measure the Earth, the people who measure it, that survey it for patches of large land, for construction projects or to make sure that the jurisdictions and the plots of land are in the right places, where they put the lines to divide up the Earth itself. Those people all measure the Earth to be flat. The people that make the topographical maps, they measure the Earth to be flat. The people that navigate the surface of the Earth, well, they're navigating it as a flat and horizontal plane. And their instruments, like let's say a theodolite, that also measures and references the Earth to be completely flat and horizontal between points. We have the military who is using point-to-point laser targeting systems, surface to surface, right? Over 100 miles plus to paint targets and shoot them down. So all the major industries on the Earth today are measuring the Earth and treating it as a flat and stationary plane. So there actually are no measurements, no evidence that the Earth is a sphere in any way, shape, or form. Believe me, we've looked.
So when we send some ships in the Mars, did anyone take a photo for Earth?
Ships to where?
Do you know to Mars? Do you know?
No one's gone to Mars. Mars is just a light in the sky. The whole idea that they've got Johnny 5 up there with a helicopter on Mars is a complete lie.
So you said the planet Mars is a lie?
No, the light in the sky that we call Mars, that light in the sky, it does exist. We call it Mars. It's a light in the sky. Now, the idea of it being a planet, a big ball hurling and orbiting through space, the vacuum of outer space, at some ridiculous distance from the Earth, that whole part is all nonsense. And the videos and the pictures that you think that you've seen from NASA and everything being on the ball, I don't even know how far is Mars from Earth supposed to be? Anybody know? Probably in the millions of miles. All of that is nonsense. That's just made up. But I certainly would be happy to be corrected if someone could somehow verify to me that Johnny 5 is on Mars with a helicopter taking pictures.
No, I just ask you if the ship we sent to Mars is take any photo. I don't know. I just ask.
No, Yeah, there's no such thing. The thing that you're thinking about did not happen.
Okay. And when the American land in the moon, it's
Didn't happen.
a right thing, and it's just a lie.
Yep.
It's just a lie.
Yep. But like I said, I'm a reasonable man. If anybody can somehow help me verify any of these stories, I'd be happy, to follow along.
I would too, but first of thing, I don't have a knowledge, and second thing, my English is very bad, and I don't know a lot of word to open a conversation like this.
That's okay. You're more than welcome to hang out, practice your English, ask questions. You're very welcome here, especially if you're here to listen and just have a nice, reasonable conversation with you. We are happy to oblige. That means we're happy to help. So yeah, if you have any other questions, certainly ask them. But I'm here to tell you, this is just a channel for information and for people to practice their English, that there are zero, meaning none, there are no measurements of Earth curve anywhere, not one.
Yeah. Just I tell you in the beginning, I just joined here to have some fun with my friend, and you. Nice to meet you, and you have a very good style on chatting and convincing people. And good luck in your life. And
thank you.
Do you want anything?
No, I mean that's great. I appreciate the kind words, and like I said, you're welcome anytime.
I feel so much guilty when I enter and just want to have some fun. And when I just talk, I see the patience you have in this topic, and much research you do to convince, to know the truth, not to convince people. You want just to know the truth. You don't have opinion and stack on it. No, you just want to know the truth, and I appreciate.
Yes.
I appreciate.
Yes.
How did you say that?
Yes, 100%. We want to know the truth. We want to tell. Yeah, appreciate. That's right. You said it right. Appreciate. Yeah. So yeah, no, we just want to help people understand what is actually measured, what is true, what we can verify. And I understand that, when you first came in, you thought it was kind of a big joke, and how silly and stupid could these people be? That's a totally normal reaction to the idea of flat Earth. But it turns out it's much more complicated than people might think. And so we have to be very precise and specific and accurate, and get all the knowledge correct, and get all of the facts correct, and get all the figures correct, and the measurements correct, and verify it all. So I can appreciate that at one point you thought this was silly, but I promise you it's not as silly after you start to look into it.
Maybe some days when my English become better and do some research on internet and goes to some library in my country, we have some good conversation here. Maybe someday.
Sure. Yep. Well, keep practicing, man. You sound pretty good. Your English is very good.
I don't feel so. I don't have too much confidence on myself.
Well, I can understand you pretty well, so I'd say you're doing good.
Thank you, bro.
Yep.
So let's put the earth inside. How old are you?
44.
44. Oh, you're very close to age of my father. I am 90 years old.
19? Okay.
Yes.
Well, at 19 to know 2 languages is a pretty good accomplishment. Good for you.
My original language is Arabic.
Okay. Yeah.
I am
Where are you from?
Syria. Do you know Syria?
Syria. Yeah, I know where Syria is. I've never been there, but I know where it is on the map.
Yeah. What did you study in the college?
I didn't go to college.
So you just work like how did I say that? I don't know.
Well, I work in what we would call the automotive trade. I work on cars.
Cars, like a mechanical.
Yes.
It's a very good job. I wish if I learned it when I was a child.
Well, you still have time. Although the cars that are made today are much more complex and very hard to repair and built very cheaply. So they're falling apart like crazy.
Yeah. I can assure that. My friend have a Mercedes from 1997, and it's still work. And my brother bought a new car and have a lot of problems.
Yep. I think that's on purpose myself, but yeah, they just don't build them like they used to.
Sadly, it's everything built like that, not just cars. I have a very the knowledge in the computer. I study computer science or software engineer, not computer science. I study software engineer in the college.
Okay. Good for you.
That's what my English is sort of good.
Yeah, it sounds good. So yeah, even the computers are probably not built as well as they used to be, right? The chips, the motherboards.
Yeah. The companies are very want the money, just want the money. Don't want the customer feel good.
Yep, I believe that.
Sadly.
Yeah, it is sad.
So sorry, bro. I gotta go. My electricity will turn off after 5 minutes, so I have to shut down my computer.
Okay. Well, like I said before, you're welcome anytime. But thanks for coming in, and we'll talk to you later.
Okay. Nice to meet you guys. I see all of your message and respect for you guys. Goodbye.
Yep. Goodbye.
Yeah, good stuff, bro.
Flat Earth? Come on, man. It's 2026. Are we all in here trying to make fun of flat earthers? Is that it? Earth is a globe. Just gotta join NASA. Well, thank God Glitch is here, man. Like, dude, these flat earthers are beating me up.
What?
These flat earthers, I feel alone, man. I'm the only globe earth believer here. All these flat earthers in here are in denial.
Huh? What's he talking about?
Well, this is a flat earth room, and so there's flat earthers in here. They're all ganging up on me. Do you have evidence for the globe? I need help, man.
Oh, Earth is it's like a ball. We know that. We all know that. There are a lot of experiences that are made to prove that.
All right, I just need one posted in the side chat so these flat earthers will see how silly flat earth is.
Okay, let me check for a proof. Actually,
I appreciate it, man. This is horrible. I feel so dumb right now.
well, we can start with the horizon. Can someone that says the Earth is flat, can someone talk and confront me? What?
Okay, the horizon's where boats go over the curve, right?
Yeah, if we search for how the horizon comes, let me give you that.
Right. How far away is the horizon?
What?
How far away is the horizon?
How tall?
Yeah, how far away? What's the distance? If you're standing at the beach, how far away?
Okay, wait. The horizon is apparent boundary where the sky meets the ground or sea, created by the observer of light and coming. Let me try again.
Yeah, like if you're 6 feet tall, how far away are the boats when they start to go behind the horizon?
Around 4.8 kilometers or 3 miles.
Awesome. Do we have evidence of that measurement?
Okay.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. These flat earthers, they say there's no earth curve measurements.
We think for a logical one.
There is measurement of the lack of curvature.
Of what?
There is measurements of the lack of curvature.
Can I give it?
That's the other thing they keep saying. They say there's no measurements for curve. I've been looking like all day, every day for like 4 years, and I have not found any measurements of earth curve. Oh man, did he leave?
Sounds like it.
What's up, Jemsy?
Not the snow that is on the floor now.
He came in here and I gasped at him like I was like, bro, you gotta help me, man. I feel so stupid. These flat earthers, they say there's no evidence for earth curve. You gotta help. And he's like, okay. He starts like Googling. But he never put
I'll find it
anything.
in Google. I'll find the curve in Google. Mhm.
That's a testament to my ability to sell.
Well, that actually doing that depends on the person. It might go well. It could be interesting, but if the person is not like following the convo, it's just they're just gonna leave like that without warning.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. It just he was all in, and then all of a sudden he just left.
Yeah, he heard my voice. Like, oh no, la migra.
Yeah, I think in the future I'm gonna start like playing stupid and just like, these flat earthers, man. They say there's no evidence. Can you help me find evidence? And then when they present it, I'm like, how do you know that?
Yeah,
How did you
that's
verify?
Yeah, kind of play like you're in their team, but you cannot find the evidence to prove your case or your team's case, so you asking for help. Help me out here. We gotta prove this flat earth is wrong.
It's like in Scream when the killer's pretending to be one of them. So another thing that I'm starting to do, Jimsy, when people start talking about the lunar eclipse and how the Earth's shadow is cast on the moon, I'm going to start asking them to show me a picture of that, because there's a good chance that these people don't even know what a stellar eclipse is, and they're just parroting what Google says. And they're probably going to show me a picture of a lunar phase instead of the stellar eclipse.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time about the Celine Dion eclipse?
The Celine Dion. So yeah, the lunar eclipse, right? In order for the shadow, the only time you see the quote unquote shadow of the Earth being casted on the moon, right, would be during the Selenelian eclipse. But the problem is it's upside down, and it only happens in a specific location on Earth during certain lunar eclipses, not all lunar eclipses, right? So these people come in here and they say, "Oh, how do you explain the Earth's shadow being cast on the moon during a lunar eclipse?" Okay, show me a picture of that, right? And then when they pull up a picture, they're probably going to show you a lunar phase instead of the actual Selenelian eclipse.
Okay, you got a remedy for the sickness?
Yeah, man, it's to point out how they know nothing about anything going on.
Yeah, were you saying that they're gonna present most likely some? I mean, if they present something, they might present the cycles of the moon, and they look, the moon is blocked by Earth shadow, round Earth shadow, and then
Right. It'll be a chance to point out how they don't even know what's going
yeah,
on.
yeah, that's the case most of the time. You gonna use their own ignorance against them? Come on, bro, what are you doing?
That's it, man. That's it. It's to point out their own ignorance, their own faulty logic, and to get them to just let go. Like, oh, I really don't know. And then, then we can get back to focusing on the curvature.
You gotta round it. Yeah, you gotta round it up for them to. Once you make it to that step, hopefully, can bring it to some line of thinking that might come to a logical conclusion, maybe. Because obviously they're gonna be thinking about more excuses in their minds. But if they're following what you're saying, the globe cartoon doesn't add up even to the real observation. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, like usually what they try to do is like, oh, just Google it, and they want to jump off the subject. And it's like, no, I'm going to keep you right here. You're going to present me a picture of this lunar eclipse that you're talking about. Because what are they going to show me? A full orange moon? That's not the Earth's shadow being cast on the moon.
Lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse. GIF. Right here in Discord. Let's see what we get. Oh well, look what we get. What do you think about that one? That's evidence. Earth globe. Earth globe right here. There you go. Look, I got proof. We see this. I can see this with my eyes. Earth globe.
That looks like a lens being passed over the moon. That's all that looks like.
But actually, I've seen the lunar eclipse, and it looks. This is a time lapse, obviously, but it looks like this. When you actually looking at it, you see this actually happening on the moon. What we're seeing here in the GIF.
Oh yeah, I've seen it fade from orange to white. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I also think it's a lensing thing. Your gut is right. It is a lensing thing, but it's of the celestials level. It is some type of lensing happening there.
Yeah, you know, remember those bingo chips? Instead of using the ink toppers, used a little clear bingo thing. That's what it looks like. Is somebody's passing a red bingo chip in front of the moon?
Well, what about a photo negative? Remember the photo negatives from the past?
Oh yeah.
When you have the photo, the roll that you take the picture, you got the negative, and it looks like that color. It's like a negative of the light, some sort. From what I've heard from other positions of the world, you can see different colors on the moon. Allegedly, I've always seen it either that white, grayish color, or like this in the lunar eclipse.
I've seen it blue and I've seen it white.
Blue and white, yeah.
Yeah, here I'll show you a picture of the different colors of the moon. I have a image.
I remember looking into that some time ago, and there was some photograph allegedly from Africa, and look, many different colors, different positions across the world.
Like Japan, I'll have like that pinkish, like that extreme pink or purple color, and the moon sometimes will be that color because of the sky. Oh, here we go. There you go. There's all the different colors of the moon.
That looks like colors of people. Well, to a certain degree. To a certain
minus the purple and some of the reds, but yeah, and the grays and whites.
Not the gray ones, obviously, but even the skin colors are there.
Yeah.
Been talking to a lot of new people today, or what?
They might have. I just came in. Kodara has been one of the more frequent ones recently that is determined to disprove flat Earth. Like, why would you spend all your time trying to disprove something? Why don't you just prove something? Like, prove your side instead of disproving my side.
Is that you in the photo? That looks exactly like your voice.
Yeah.
If I hear your voice or I picture you like that.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, Jack. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for asking.
Hey, I got a problem, man. Like,
what is
I
that?
came in here earlier today, and I was talking to these flat earthers in here, and I don't know why they're here, man. Like, there's got to be globe evidence, right? Like, I've looked all over the internet. Can you help me with some globe evidence? You believe the Earth is a globe, right?
They're not engaging.
They will. They will. This is English Hub, so I don't expect a whole lot.
Yeah. No, they do engage. Yeah, I know. Do that same thing, but to the right person. The one that wants to actually talk about it.
Right.
Bro, I'll help you out. Don't worry about it. Give me 1 minute. I'll go find it. I'm a play role. Okay. Oh, welcome. My Google, the number one globe.
It's going to be the Selenelian eclipse.
The Celine Dion one?
Yeah, the Earth's shadow on the moon. It's the number one globe proof, supposedly.
Actually, it says here the most direct and compelling evidence that Earth is a globe comes from direct observation of Earth from space. Images and videos taken by satellites, space stations, and interplanetary missions. Okay, so I'm gonna click that was in the search result, and I'm gonna click images. I'm gonna give you the number one because that's the description. And then when
like in 2013.
When I click
2013, does it have Cassini? Cassini took a photo of Saturn with Earth in the background, and actually, if you zoom in, you can see the little tiny dot next to the bright dot that is supposed to be Earth, and that's the moon.
Holy guacamole!
Oh yeah, because they're using 8K P10,000 imagery.
Bro, I found a website, Mezzacota. Mezza, MEZZACOTTA.net. 100 proofs that the Earth is a globe. Don't take it on faith. All right, you guys are done. I'm gonna share it in the chat. Shut it down.
Finally.
I did it.
Finally, after it's been a long 4 years. I know for some of y'all it's been longer, but it was a good run.
What more do you want besides 100? There's 100 right here, guys. Look, link is in the chat.
100 proofs?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it should have been 201 proofs because they need to beat Eric Dubay.
Listen, in the first one, when I searched the first time, I said, he gave me this explanation. Oh, bro, you mentioned it. he said that on other key evidence includes, in the number 1 spot, lunar eclipses. Earth's shadow on the moon is always round, regardless of the moon's position, which only occurs if Earth is spherical. There you go. You called it. That's like the number 1 in the list.
Yeah, I looked it up probably a couple months ago. And then I noticed like a lot of people in English Hub, when they come in, they say, what about the lunar eclipse, right? And then, but that honestly, I can tell that that's just them Googling or asking ChatGPT.
So from the number 1 evidence, I got this explanation and this image of, outer space photographs. That's the evidence, though. Yeah, they say that a lot, actually, that you've noticed. They mention the lunar eclipse a lot. You're correct. Now that I think about it, they do mention it very often in here. Welcome. Download image. What is more direct than a direct measurement? Because here in the explanation, it says the most direct and compelling evidence that there is a globe comes from direct observations of Earth from space. But wouldn't the most direct will be direct measurement on the ground instead of going away from the ground and looking?
That would be, but they don't have that, so they've got to go to the next best thing, the next most direct.
The most direct, going away from the direction, going in the different direction from the direction that we're talking about.
Yeah, but then they turn around and direct their attention towards the Earth.
Towards the Earth, yeah. Okay.
I mean, I can't do that.
I mean, who's done that? Because you said it, but then they turn around. But this is a mental exercise. Like they're saying, bro, we go to outer space, and then I look back, and what I see is a globe. But
exactly, haven't you seen it on TV?
That.
Look, it's not my fault you can't create a nation, right, and get your workers to, develop enough produce in order to make enough sales, to make enough tax to pay for a space program. But get it together, guys.
Hey, by the way, I read that article, and it only has 46 proofs, not 100. He quit at 46.
I mean, if there was a group of people that independently did raise enough funds to actually build a rocket that could achieve at least low Earth orbit or something, right? Purely independently, they had the money there, they had all the people ready to go, they bought the materials, they've got the engineers, they've got your rocket scientists and everything ready to go, right? They'd get shut down. There's no way that they'd let it happen. No, the authorities would not let it happen. NASA and the US, everybody would come in and say, no, we'll help you. And we said, no, we don't need help. We can do it. Thanks. And they're like, no. You might run into our stuff up there.
Like, what? I was like, well, get it out of the way. Here's our plans. Make sure it's not in the way. No, we're not letting you do it. We'll blow it up. Oh, okay then. I bet. I can't prove that's what would happen, but I'm assuming that's what would happen. They would not let it happen, right?
Well, I mean, like, we have the seas, the ocean, right? That's international water. There's no reason why we can't freely and privately explore anywhere in the world off land.
Well, for various security reasons. Because it could be spying or installing a weapon in the sky, or you might, like I said, if we did that, we might run into stuff up there that valuable satellite technology that's orbiting the globe. Take out central hardware. Well, what if you ran into the Himawari? How are we going to know what the weather is like then?
Earth is not flat.
That's what I keep saying, but nobody believes me.
That is.
Yeah, water is though.
Uh,
Yeah, the water's flat.
no, it's not.
Is it
Water
not?
is not. It's not flat.
What is it?
I mean, it doesn't have a consistent shape.
Yeah, but the surface, if you just leave a body of water at rest, that'll be flat, right?
If there's a no, not necessarily always. Do you know the adhesion force? Adhesion?
Okay, could you show me a curved body of water then?
Oh yeah, for sure. Adhesion and cohesion.
What do you mean, like a meniscus or something?
Adhesion force water. Let me just show the pictures. You know, like there's bubble. Droplets.
Yeah, bubble's not a body of water.
Just think about droplets.
Yeah, but that's not a body of water. Think about a body of water like a lake or a pond or a swimming pool. What about that?
Yeah, put an image in the side chat.
Like I said, water can be flat. That is fact. Water can be flat.
Yeah, the body of water
it doesn't
is flat.
It's not consistently flat.
Yeah, no, it is always flat. Yeah, that's the point. That's the hydrostatic. That's just how it works. That's the physical nature of water. You didn't know that? School has let you down.
Yeah, if you look in the side chat, Kebab, I got a whole bunch of different bodies of water where they're all flat on the surface.
Yeah, that's what water does. You didn't know that, Kebab?
But I'm with you, Kebab. I can't find any evidence, so I'm on your side. You present the evidence, and I'll back you.
What's he going to present evidence for? Curved bodies of water.
Oh, good. We're just in time.
Yeah,
planets in outer space.
A curved body of water. Is that what you're showing us, Kebab?
We're at the moment in time triangles where flat earthers are stupid and we're all Glovers.
Oh. All right. Think he left.
Yeah, what happened, Kebab? Did you realize bodies of water are flat?
Poof. Yeah, he just disappeared.
Oh well. Easy come, easy go.
I can't host an event, but do y'all want me to start an event?
What kind of event? The Kebab learns that water is flat event?
I'll have to think of something bait worthy.
Mm. Oh well, Kebab came in being like, Earth's not flat, but now I guess he can't talk. Did you give up, Kebab? So soon?
He left. Kebab left.
Did he?
Yeah.
I was saying he left.
No,
Poof,
he's still
just
in the
like
chat.
that.
He's deafened himself. He was finding it too painful to hear about flat water. He went looking for the bendy water. I'll ask him in the chat. Kebab. Kebab. What happened?
Jemsy found an article that was 100 proofs of why the Earth is a globe, but it only went up to 46.
That's funny. And really, I bet it didn't even go up to 1. 46 cool stories that dumb people believe makes the Earth a globe. The numbers. Nope. E20. Looks like Kebab Seller had to go somewhere more his speed.
Well, that's a shame. I guess there just isn't any proof of the glow. When are we going to see it? Ah, damn it.
Yeah, maybe he's gone to ask the feminists for proof of curved bodies of water.
Oh man, Radwin left.
Oh, did you start that event?
Yeah. What do you think? You think I should change the name to Flat Earth 10 years undefeated?
More like 10,000 years. That'll snap up the evolutionists as well.
Or maybe the globe Earth is archaic and outdated?
Yeah, do the Wikipedia disclaimer, but make it globe Earth. That's funny.
Instead of scientifically disproven, you say geometrically disproven.
No, I don't know. The scientifically disproven will trigger the Globers Guild.
That's true.
Because they think they've got science. Even though none of them know what science is. It's getting rowdy in here last night. Was it, T-Dub? Hearing that?
Rowdy in here or over in politics?
Oh, was it in politics? I don't know. Wherever it was.
Yeah, I lost my shit at that mark.
Yeah, I heard, I heard you losing it. That guy was annoying. Oh, shit. That Farms guy, what a weasel. I knew it. We were going to talk about the lasers, but then he straight away just deflected into something else and he got everyone talking about some other bullshit. I had to end up dipping off, but yeah, I feel like the room just got distracted with some bullshit. One, two, three.
Oh, because Rich Evans has been unbanned or whatever. He's like, I don't know if it wore off or he found amnesty or something over in politics. So he was DMing somebody in here today, and asking them to ask us, is the same, can he have unbanning here as well? And I said, well, that's kind of up to Cyclone or DJ, whatever. Like, yeah.
Yeah, can he fuck? Little weasel. Straight away, I asked him the question, all right, after all this time, give us some of your glow proof. And he was like, well, it depends what you mean by proof. Like, all right, okay. You still don't have any then? Little melt.
That's true. Yeah, I heard that. I remember that. Yeah.
Like, why did you even bother coming back? And then he was like, oh, well, we have a model that's an abstract idea. Oh, very good. So you got an abstract idea.
Right. Yeah, he's got these explanations for things, like not that they need proving or anything, right? But then when it comes to the flat, that's what I said to him. I said, you got it the wrong way around. You are giving the globe the benefit of the doubt and testing flat Earth like it's like the thing, it should be on trial, right? It's the other way. It should be the other way around, bro.
Yeah, he's just delusional, isn't he? Little melt. He said something as well that gave his whole game away. He was like, I can't remember what it was. Like he was talking to Torah or something, and he was like, he basically said the reason he disagrees with us is because of the attitude that he perceives flat earthers to have, not the content of the argument. He was like, your attitude.
Weak sauce.
Yeah, like the way you say it or something just makes me want to disagree with you, basically, he said. So it's like, yeah, of course it is. Of course you were never actually talking to the substance of the argument, and it was always just you felt annoyed at how someone was talking, you childish little bitch. These Glovers, man.
Yeah, he tried to pull that on me because I said something to him, and he goes, "Now see, 20 caps or somebody and I were having a nice conversation, and now you're coming in all aggressive and."
God. You have to spoil my funds. Like, well, go and take your bullshit somewhere else. Go and speak to the feminists or the vegans or something. I don't want to hear your shit. Intolerable.
So we have Mike. Welcome, Mike.
Hello, guys.
You don't sound like Mike.
What?
You don't sound like Mike. I suspect you're not Mike at all.
I can't speak. I don't know.
That's all right, Mike. Did you know the Earth is flat?
I want to learn English.
Okay. Earth
You might need a
is
better mic.
flat.
My English
There
is
you go, Mike.
Sorry, I interrupted that. Sorry.
Yeah, you fucked that up, T-Dub. It's too late. Sorry, Mike. I was going to let you in on the secret, but T-Dub interrupted.
I can listen. I am here for listen you, but I
Yeah.
can't speak.
That's okay,
Understand?
Mike. All you need to know is Earth is flat. Can you repeat that? Say that after me. That's your first lesson of the day. Earth is flat. Say that.
I understand you. Sorry.
Just say it. Say Earth. Can you say Earth? Say Earth.
Ah, Earth. Okay.
Earth, yeah. Earth is. Say is.
Brazil.
Earth is.
Where I am?
No. Just say these words. Earth
Earth.
Repeat.
is
Earth.
flat.
Flat.
Correct. There you go. Lesson concluded. Class dismissed.
Sorry.
8, 19, 3, 4, 4.
A plus.
Yeah, that's a good first lesson, Mike. Well done. Your turn, T-Dub. Teach him some English.
I got one. Repeat after me, Mike. Ready? Oh, he left. I was going to give him extra credit, man. I was going to tell him space is fake.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Save that for the next guy. Wow, what a public service we're doing here. I mean, I'm not saying we should be given medals, but I mean, if there are medals, you could do worse.
I give out for participation.
Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, there you go. That's a participation trophy.
I'd love how much that would trigger the Globies. You should get one.
That would be a great future event. Nobel Peace Prize is a participation trophy.
No, give flat earthers the Nobel Peace Prize. Or the physics prize. Maybe the physics prize. We've done more physics than any of them.
Have you ever seen the Illuminati card for Flat Earth?
Yeah.
It says Flat Earthers know something.
Yeah. We know the water's flat.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good one. Birth is an archaic belief. That's amazing. Appreciate that. Man, where are all these fundamentalist globe heads? I need some entertainment while I do some late night work.
I think we're allowed to post invites in the other rooms.
You know, we can bounce people from this channel into other channels. Can we just pull people from other channels into this one? That'd be funny.
There's only one way to find out.
Doesn't look like I can. Like a big tractor beam. A gravity beam.
Had some good interactions today. So all in all, it was productive. I don't know why it just dropped off right now. Might just need to give it some time. Maybe head over to one of the other channels and just start posting flat earth memes. Here's a general chat.
Yeah, I used to go into the general chat and just post some flat earth stuff, but they spazzed out so hard it was almost just too obnoxious. Plus, I'm doing a bit of work, so I'm kind of half distracted.
All right, I'm in the general chat, just repping us.
Just say, is water flat, and watch them all lose their minds. No. No. The rain.
But some triggering has occurred. Swole Dog bringing up the memes.
Absolutely.
Oh, we got someone in general chat that thinks you can see curvature at the ocean. I know Earth isn't flat. I've been to the ocean. They're saying because it has waves. What about mountain? Can't believe people seriously think that flat Earth refers to a two-dimensional surface of Earth being flat like a piece of paper, like Flat Stanley. Like whoosh, right? You say Earth is flat. No, it has mountains. Therefore, it's a globe.
I posted that meme of someone licking NASA's boot, and this guy replied, "Better than licking a conspiracy." He's weak, Globies.
Just got to prime the pump a little bit. To prime the pump, it kind of takes on a life of its own. And just sit back and let it happen.
You said there's a pump happening or something?
Yeah.
What's pumping? Gold, silver?
24/7 flat Earth.
It was for a little bit.
Says who says he likes my rebranding of the Wikipedia.
Rebranding.
Yeah, man. What did I put? I said planet Earth is an archaic and mathematically and scientifically disproven conception of the Earth's shape as a sphere or globe. Many ancient societies subscribe to a globe Earth cosmography. The model has undergone a recent resurgence as a conspiracy theory in the 21st century.
Yeah, I love that. Just change up the little tramp stamp. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello to whoever said hello.
Was that Swole?
Yep.
What up, Swole? It's Charlie.
What's up, Charlie?
Dude, these fools are scared to come in here.
I don't know why. I went back to the globe. If anybody comes in here and they're for the globe, I'm going to back them up.
I was just thinking that. I'm just going to be a Glober from here on out.
I posted my globe evidence in the chat, just in case anybody's wondering. It's official.
I mean, that seems legit. Who's going to argue with that, really?
It shows the close relationship between the Earth and the Moon.
Yeah. It's to scale and everything.
So the only evidence that Globers have that they live on a globe is that they've been told that they live on a globe, right?
That's it. I mean, even I remember as a child when the teacher was teaching the globe, because I'd done some traveling as a child. They're like, "Oh, you live on a globe, and it curves because of gravity." And I raised my hand and asked her, "What do you mean? It looks flat." And then her response was, "Yeah, that's because it's really big and you're really small."
Well, I mean, that's the right answer, right? If the Earth is a big sphere, that's why it would be flat to you. So, I mean, I don't know
No,
why
that doesn't make sense. If something is what it is, it doesn't. It shouldn't look like something else.
Tanks, come on, man. Yeah. If it's that big, then it'll appear to you as flat. That's not debatable.
Yeah, it is. I mean, have you ever seen a really large sphere, or have you ever been on a really large sphere to say that that is what you should expect?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see the sphere in its entirety, right? It's too large.
That's what I'm asking. How do you know that that's true? How do you know that a sphere would behave as flat if you've never been on a sphere? To then say that's how a sphere should be.
Just by, I mean, geometry. You can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. According to geometry, if something is curving, then it's going to be a curving thing. It's not going to be a flat thing. not going to be
Yeah.
it's a big curving thing that is flat. It's going to be a curving. It's going to be what it is.
That's why you can use math to say that, okay, from the height of the ISS, the world would still appear flat by their own math. I mean, it's mathematics. That's not debatable, Tanks.
Yes, it is debatable. Something that's not flat shouldn't be flat. That's just the law of excluded middle.
So your contention is something that is not flat, no matter its size, could never appear to be flat. That's what you're saying.
It just it wouldn't be flat. You wouldn't know what flat is then. Yeah.
That's not what I didn't say it wouldn't be flat. I said it appears to be.
Yeah, so it would appear to be something that it's not. How would something appear to be what it's not?
Well, I guess that's just above your pay grade there, bud.
That's right. Yeah. So for somebody to say something like, "Well, if it's this big, then it should appear to be what it's not," how would they know that? Yeah, how would they know what it's? What are they comparing it to? Are they comparing it? So they've seen flatness in reality, but they've never seen like sphericity in reality. So which one are they comparing it to?
No, they've seen both. So I mean, it's geometry. If a sphere is of a sufficient size to you, it will appear to you to be flat.
I don't think so.
Well,
now I think I would probably agree with that. And I'll tell you why. So let's pretend, right, that this is a massive ball that we're standing on. And so if you were looking in 360 degrees around you, then yeah, that angle or that tangent point to the Earth curve would be a flat line 360 degrees around you. I don't think anybody would argue with that. However, that's only one axis. The other axis we have to check, in this case, would be what? The z-axis? Is it curving that way? That's the claim, and it's not. So appearances, yeah, possibly. Measurements, no.
all right. Here's a reasonable response. There, you need to listen to your flat Earth brethren.
Nope, I don't agree. That's just he's looking out at the flatness. That's all, and it appears flat. He's not saying it appears curved. He's never experienced living on a ball to say that this is how a ball would behave if you looked out at the horizon on a ball. He's just imagining it.
Okay. What's your point?
A rotating sphere at that.
Yeah, my point is that that I don't know how you've come to I don't know how you've come to this this kind of middle ground agreement that something that is not flat should appear flat.
I didn't say something that is not flat should appear flat. It depends on how big it is to your relative size. I mean, it's geometry.
No, if it's not flat, there's going to be a change in elevation. So, if you were saying hey, I'm standing in the middle of the ocean, and I'm looking out to the tangent of the horizon, and it's a circle all around me, right? But if there's a change in elevation between you and the horizon, then you're going to see that. You're going to observe a hill. You're going to observe a hump. You're going to observe the middle of the water to be getting in the way of the horizon. You don't. Right? That would be the geometry. You don't perceive that.
No,
you don't see it.
It doesn't get in the way of the horizon. That would be the horizon. So
no, there's a straight line between any 2 points on this, right? That's what you're doing. You're saying I got a straight line of sight from my eye to the horizon. Are you saying there's no change in elevation between you and that your position, point A and point B?
No, I'm talking about, and what you're saying, the hump would be the horizon. That's what would be the horizon.
No,
it wouldn't be
between any 2 points. So you're saying there's only a hump there. It's right. It's only the horizon. There's no change. There's no change in elevation between you and the horizon. It's just you to the horizon is flat. That's just flat, dude.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Honestly.
Why are you saying that the horizon is the hump? You're saying the horizon is the curve, as if the Earth ball is not curving everywhere. It's only curving at the horizon.
That would be the curve. The horizon would be the curve.
Okay, and then between the horizon And yourself, is it also curving?
What do you draw? What are you talking about? There's nothing curving.
You got to remember, you're standing in the middle of the ocean and you're looking around you 360 degrees and you say, I see the horizon out there in the distance. The horizon is the hump or the curve. But then you're saying that between you and the horizon that there's no rate of change of in elevation or slope.
I didn't say that.
You said that is the curve, you kept saying. So I'm asking you, are you then implicitly stating that there is no curve between you at position A and the horizon at position B?
No, I'm not implicitly stating that at all. I'm saying that point, that is the horizon, is the point at which it's curving away from you, past which you can't see. That's what that would be.
Yeah, right. Sure. By you saying that, you're leaving out the part that I'm asking you, which is it curving between A and B?
Yes, obviously, yes.
Okay, so then we should observe that. We should observe that there's a change in elevation, right, between the guy who's standing on the water doing a 360-degree circle around him. He should perceive a change in elevation between him and the horizon, and we don't perceive that.
No, why? How would you perceive a change in elevation?
Yeah, it would be humping up.
Mushkane, to be fair, we perceive changes in elevation all the time. I mean, I'm looking out my backyard. I'm in a rural area. It's hilly, but I can see, right, the changes in dimension and elevation. Is the horizon flat? Yes. Between me and the horizon, the terrain does slope. It does do all kinds of things. It can be perceived.
Well, yeah, obviously you can perceive changes in elevation, but can you go in your backyard and tell that there's a 3-foot drop between you and, 100 yards away? No. And I mean, we're talking about looking at, miles away. And No Tanks is like, you should be able to perceive that. No.
Why can't you tell?
I mean, you could tell a 50-foot drop probably, but you're not going to be able to tell a 3-foot drop over 50 yards.
Like we can go to the desert. Like people go to the desert and they look at the desert and they're like, man, I can perceive, even though it's like gradual and huge and like, enormous. I can perceive that I'm going to have to be walking up or downhill over there, right? They can see that. But you're saying that when you look at the water doing the same thing, you can't see it. Why not?
Well, at least he defined the horizon is the edge of the ball, Earth. So that's a definite point from where you're standing that we can go measure. So he should that pretty much debunks flat Earth once he proves that.
I mean, I could be, plenty reasonable. I'll be generous here. So let's say you're a 6-foot observer at the ocean. You're looking out over the ocean, and let's say we're on a giant ball right now. The horizon is flat. But between us and the horizon, there should be about 3 miles. And over that course of 3 miles, there should be, 72 inches worth of drop? That would be hard to see. I'm not going to say that wouldn't be difficult.
Be very hard to see.
Yeah.
I mean,
the problem is that you realize is that our experience is of a flat Earth between us and the horizon itself. And what can be measured is also flat. So is it possible to perceive it? I guess I don't know. I've never been on a ball that big, nor has anybody. That's the fun part.
Yeah. Usually you make good points, No Tanks, but I don't know. I think you're having an off day today.
I am having an off day, but this point is solid.
All right.
Yeah, it would just be what I'm pointing out is you'd be begging the question that on a ball, you'd be begging the question, right? That on a ball this large, you've never experienced a ball that large because just now, I mean, me and you, we went through it, and we can prove like using differential leveling, etc. That's just straight. That's just the shortest distance between 2 points. That's flat. There's no observable. There's no observation to be made there. To say that we'd be living on a ball, and that if it was large, it would be flat. We've measured it to be flat.
Well, that's why you need something, like a boat or a building or something like that to make an observation. And I've seen plenty of them here that debunk the curvature rates. I mean, at that point, I don't have any evidence to counteract that. So,
Yeah, and then the people who have brought forth, they say, well, look, here, I can show you a boat disappearing bottom up, right? And then they show me the video or the photos, and I can see that that's a swell, that's a change in elevation of the water. I can see it with my eye. I can perceive the curve over miles with just my eyes. I can see it. So, you got to remember the earlier statement was that if there was such a slight change in elevation over the course of miles, you wouldn't perceive it. But I can perceive it through the shadows and the depth of the waves, and to see that there's a swell, that there's a change in the elevation of the water on the ocean. I can see it with my eyes.
yeah, but you're not perceiving a rate of change of Earth curve. You're perceiving ocean swells and things like that. But the rate of change of curve, that's too subtle. That's why you need markers.
But from me, from where the video was started, right, like at the beach, like this was somebody saying, look, I got a marker out there that's 4 miles, and I can't see I can't see the bottom of the boat that's a little bit beyond 3 or 4 miles. So from them all the way out, for where they're standing, all the way out to the boat, it's flat. But then I can perceive that's very slight. It's like where it ramps up the swell of the water. I can see it, and you were telling me, and they're telling you that you wouldn't be able to see it, but I can see it. It's very gradual, all the way from the beach, all the way out 3 miles, and I can see it.
Oh wait, what are you seeing? From the beach boat, you're seeing a change in elevation in the water.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you've never seen that? You've never seen like the rebuttal to flat Earth? Somebody goes, look, here is the bottom of the boat disappearing, and they show you a video or a photo, both hopefully, of the boat you're not seeing the bottom of the boat, right? And they're attributing that to Earth, to ocean curve, right? If you want to call it that. And it is ocean curve. That's the ironic part. It's the swell of ocean curve. And you can perceive, from your point, from position A all the way out into the distance, you can see the ramping up of the water.
Okay, yeah, but that's an ocean swell. That's not the flatness or the roundness of Earth. That's ocean swell. So that's kind of
that's what they're claiming. That's what they claim the globe is. They claim it's a big swell.
I understand what you're saying now, though.
Yeah, the point is that they say it's so big you can't see it, but I can see it when it happens, and then when it doesn't happen, I see that it's not happening. And that's the point, that you would perceive it because I do. And I'm making the claim that you would perceive it because I do perceive it.
Just fuck up.
That's a good point, Mur. Anything else?
Somebody having a hard time? Are you guys all right?
Yeah. Then some guys, right, like some real like hardcore like globe believers, right, what they'll show you is they'll show you a computer program, right, and they'll say here's a computer program that shows a sphere, right, of an approximate radius of 4,000 miles, and then it'll zoom in to like a person, right, like on the ground, or like standing on like flat horizontally on the ground. They say, look, you can have horizontal, you can have flatness on a globe. And then I like to point out to those guys, right, that what they're using is a computer program that uses points and the shortest distance between points being straight lines to then conjure up what approximates a sphere, but is actually just points and straight lines. To then, so I like to point that out to them to show them what they're using is straight lines to make a sphere, not a sphere to make straight lines. And they think that's proof of concept, that you can have flat on a curve, but what they're really showing is you can't have curve on a flat. You can't have it.
Yeah, that is pretty funny when you tie somebody up. They're like, they get confused as like, can something flat also be curving? And they're like, wait, what?
Yeah, even though it's like it'll be almost like we'll be talking like two different languages sometimes, right? Like, is that a straight line or a curved line, right? Like somebody might ask you as if that's a true dichotomy, but in the definition of line, there's no such thing as a curved line. It's not even a thing. But in our speech, we say that.
And he left.
How about you, Wober? I heard you. Somebody was saying that Wober, if you're at your mic, that you were going to explain the Al-Biruni method. Is that true?
Ooh, that sounds good. He's already in bargaining stage though in the chat, so I think he gave up and he's now bargaining. He's like, "So what? It isn't going to change anything." So he's already telling us how nothing matters anymore and all that.
I mean, I don't know. I never went through that stage. I don't know what that feels like.
I did not go through that at all. I was like, I knew it the whole time. I just didn't know how to tell people that. But now it makes sense.
Hey, I'm amazed though. He went to straight up. It doesn't matter anyway. He bypassed. Why would they lie?
Well, he knows government lies. See, now most people know that, so now they don't know what to say. Well, and then I told NASA. Why did they get? Go ask them why NASA changed to a intelligence agency, and he probably looked it up, and now he's mad at everybody in here.
Sheepdog, I see your little picture there. That is false.
Okay.
I'm burning it with a fiery emoji in the chat right now.
Yeah, I know. I put it up there because you said there's no curved lines, only straight lines.
That's true.
I'm just curious, how so?
Well, by the definition of a line, it would be the extremity shortest distance between 2 points. I can't curve.
I don't know. I'll look up the definition of line, but I'm pretty sure it's not the shortest distance. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but you can take a longer route to that straight line too, or to that point also.
You can, but that wouldn't be a line. But you would have to look it up in I guess you just go like proposition 1 of Euclid. It'd be like Euclid proposition 1, 2, and maybe that's it. It'll be how does Euclid prove a line?
Well, I'll look into it. I mean, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but that's not the only way to measure distance between 2 points.
That's how you define a line.
Yeah, and then like you can go into the way you can use like Euclid is like you can you define the line, right, and it goes according to these points that lie evenly within themselves, et cetera, and then the thing that we're calling a curved line is just the not that of the straight line. So if it's not a straight line. So if it's not a line, then we call it It's not that you're. So what am I trying to say here? You can prove what a line is, right? And then if it doesn't adhere to those things, like the curved line that you're putting in there, if it doesn't adhere to the definition of a line, so it would be not a line, and then we just call that locally like a curved line. But it's what it is a proof of not a line. No, you just maybe just read if you read the definitions, you would. But that's why I'm saying it. I understand, like when we say what we mean when we say, oh, it's a curved line. I understand what we mean.
What did you say though? Euclid's what?
Oh, if you just looked up like Euclid's
Proposition
proof
for proof.
Yeah, if you just looked up like Euclid's proof of line, and it would just start with a point. A point is the beginning, and then it would go from there.
Yeah, no, I'm always up for education.
Yeah, it's really not. I'm pushed to talk, so I can't really look it up and say it at the same time, unless I was at my computer. But
I'm at work, so I can't.
He'll just start off with constructing a line, and he'll start with a point, and the point is defined as like an indicator that takes up no space, and then then you extend that from that point an extension to another point, and all points that lie evenly upon that upon that will create a straight line, and then you go from there. Yeah, I mean, it's been a few years since I've read it and kind of went through the stuff, but it is really elegant and interesting the way that circles, triangles, and straight lines all connect to prove each other. Like you can use a circle to prove a straight line. You can and then what ends up happening, like I was saying with the straight line, if it doesn't, if you have point A and point B, the shortest distance between those 2 points, and then if you try to make another line, right, and you want to make sure it's straight, it has to lie on that line. But the way to prove that it's like a consequent proof is if you put that point out there, right, and you put a third point somewhere, and if you go to connect like A, B, C, C, A, you're going to form. If it's not a straight line, you're going to form a triangle. And then the interior angles will add up to 180 degrees. So that'll be the proof. It'll be the proof that it's not straight. It will be that it forms a triangle. So it is interesting how they all kind of work together. Like I don't even know if you could. I don't even know how much you could prove without the circle. So it's I'm sure it gets down to like the fundamentals of this whole globe lie, which is derived from Euclidean geometry and circles. Yeah. What do you want, Solomon? Yeah, maybe it'd be more like fun for me to like put in the effort and come up with a more, I guess, cohesive argument, or maybe like demonstration. And what I mean by that is um, like the straight line and the distance and the triangles. Those are things that you'd have to go. Like if you wanted to show that somewhere in the world, you'd have to go from A. You'd actually have to go from A to B. But if you can work out all of those theorems on a piece of paper, the thing that you can use to not have to even move anywhere is you can use the circle, right, and the consequent relationship between angles, triangle, and circle to then like derive like some kind of knowledge. And I'm sure that's what that's what we all know that's what they did. They stood on the ground in one place and just drew a circle in the sky and said, well, the angles, which have been proven with Euclidean geometry, triangles, straight lines, and they all depend upon this relationship of the circle, where you can use the circle without even moving. That's that's what they did. You can stand now at one point and use the circle. But what the thing that happens is, as well, is that you need that straight line to have the circle. You need like the radius, even from your position, like from wherever you're standing, you need a radius. So you need both. Now, whether it's like refraction, perspective, or whatever that's affecting their angle, that's where it all gets muddied up. Like there's like it's like one thing. There's like a, I guess, an experiment or whatever, a demonstration you could do in reality, right? Is you could use like the relationship of like a radii, a radian, and a distance to then predict where something along that circumference should fall according to geometry. Meaning that, what I mean is that you'd have to have 3 points of known height and elevation, and then you could take out your optics and see if they line up. And then you could say, well, okay, are we viewing reality in Euclidean space, or is it like hyperbolic or some other type of effect due to perspective or whatever going on? So, but you'd have to do a test where you'd have to get 3 points of known elevation, one being yourself, and then another one and another one, and you'd have to carve out like the radians and see where they should fall. But currently, all you ever see is people doing proofs of like 2 points. They're just doing 2 points. They're saying, "Look, me to the mountain. This is what I should expect. I should expect to see if the Earth is this, and this is what I see. Therefore, the Earth is this." But you don't see them bringing the circle into it with 3 points on a arc segment. Because that's where the proof would be. Then that would be like a null hypothesis or a falsification, and you would prove something. Either we do or we don't see in Euclidean. We don't in Euclidean geometry, and the globe requires that we do. So. All right, sheepdog. So when you're done driving, that's your homework. All right, for the month.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Very well. There they are, my friends, my fellow astronauts or ostriches.
Well, that's right. We're all ostriches. That's right.
Absolutely. That's what we're doing. So how's it going, fellas?
Oh, these guys just have their head in the sand.
I'm drunk. Probably too much flat Earth discussion, right? Yeah. I get it, man.
Well, it should be like quick and easy, right? Like you should just prove it and then you move on. But it doesn't seem to be that easy.
Right. I mean, people are just holding on to their, I don't know, stereotypical views on the world, right? I guess.
Well, yeah, like what
just
happens?
wanna-
They'll say, listen, they'll say, get like a simple test. They'll be like, give me a simple test that proves that the Earth is flat, right? And then say one of these guys here, they go, all right, here's this simple test that you requested, exact parameters that you asked for. They prove it to them, and they go, but then if that's true, then how does this thing work? Well, what does that have to do with? What does one thing have to do with another thing? You proved one thing. That's it.
It's a strange world, guys. Especially debating a topic like that is quite, obvious, but, the discussion is just purely irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the most obvious thing there is.
Right, but still there is a discussion, right? So humanity likes to, I don't know, debate things that are just unnecessary, right?
Well, I don't know. That's what's so interesting about it, right? Is that you would think, okay, listen, like maybe we disagree on like politics, we disagree on like evolution, we disagree on atoms, we disagree on whatever, right? But we can all just agree on something that's proven, right? That's just like it's just going to be something that's self-evident and obvious to everybody. Let's just agree on it. And then we can't even do that. We can't even agree that water's
and then we
flat.
can colonize Mars at some point, right? Maybe, but we're keep getting stuck at the old patterns, right? Discussing the obvious.
No, we're not going to a light in the sky. That's silly.
What's silly?
Yeah, like it's obvious to everybody
Flying to lights in the sky sounds silly. You said colonizing Mars. That's like flying to a light. It's like flying to your street light and landing on it and colonizing it.
Absolutely, that sounds like fun. Why not? Are you not up for the adventure?
So you want to go live in 300 degrees minus? You can't even live when it's 0 degrees outside now, and you want to go minus 300 degrees? That sounds fun.
Well, only the hard, right? And there's a saying in Austria, that only the hard get into the garden, so that's probably true for Mars.
No, I don't understand.
I mean, evolution, right?
Marix, I think we might. Are you saying it's so obvious that the Earth is flat, or are you saying it's so obvious that when you look at the Earth that it's not flat?
I know it's obvious that the Earth is, of course, not flat, right? Absolutely. I think we should colonize Mars. That's my debate.
Yeah, but no. What about? Yeah, I'm just asking. Like, all right. So then we look at the water. What about the water? Is obvious that it's not flat when it's flat though. What's obvious that it's not flat?
About the water, I mean, a really interesting one is, when the Greeks back in the days, like ancient Greece, when they wandered, and they did their travels far, to the north, they discovered that the North Star, right, actually changes. When you're at the equator, the North Star is more like on the horizon. But when you further up north, the North Star can be, above you. Like it's literally above
I hear
you.
Dude, I hear you. There's like a degree change when you get, but that's not the Earth. I said, what's obvious about the water? That it's when it's flat.
That means that the Earth is not flat as well.
No, that's just a star. That means something about a star.
Well, yes, but it changes degree.
Well, what changes?
on the curvature of the Earth, my friend.
Hey, how did you do? All right. So what actually changed is what I'm asking.
Wait, anyways, but you're advocating that the Earth is flat, my friend, or what are you advocating for?
Well, the Earth is measurably not flat. The water is a tool that we utilize to establish horizontal to measure elevation change.
Okay,
That's
so
why I was wondering what you were saying. That's why I was wondering what you were saying was obvious.
What's obvious about it? What do you mean?
Yeah, that's why I was asking you. What did you're saying is so obvious? Like it's what was so obvious?
I mean, I'm not the guy researching it, right? Am I?
No, I don't know. But all right, so like, let's say even though you have the stories mixed up, let's say that I'm standing under my ceiling light, and I'm going to call the ceiling light the north ceiling light, right? It's going to be straight up, right? It's going to be right above me, and then I walk away from that ceiling light, and I'm going to keep pointing at it, and I'm going to keep putting my hand lower and lower as I get further away from it.
Okay.
Now, what did I figure out?
Okay, let's talk about another example that I'm thinking can be very plausible.
Let's finish this one up. Can we just finish this one up? Like, I'm just going to call it the north ceiling light, right? I'm going to point straight up to the north ceiling light, and I'm going to point straight up. That's like 90 degrees. But then I'm going to keep pointing my finger at it, and I'm going to walk away from it, and my finger keeps pointing down, 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 down. What did we find out?
I don't even know if I want to discuss those things right now, to be honest.
That's what you brought it up, Ostrich. You said it. You said it's so obvious that the Greeks did it, and now we can do it. So I did it with the ceiling light. What did I figure out?
The Greeks did it.
I know. I said give them this mixed up stories. It doesn't matter, but
I don't know. I've honestly, I've read it. I
we just did it with this. Like you can do it in your north ceiling light.
I started reading A Brief History About Time today from Stephen Hawking's. And that's the exact example.
Oh, yeah, that guy didn't know anything. Yeah, he didn't know anything.
Oh, gosh.
No.
There come the critics. I'm probably in the wrong chat room, to be honest.
That was all, he was made up.
Oh, it's all made up. Well, anyways, I'm going to leave it to you experts.
Yeah, that dude was made up. He wasn't sitting there typing out shit with his mind.
Honestly, I have no idea, dude. Maybe, right?
No, that's not true. You can't do that shit.
Yeah, maybe.
Only in sci-fi movies.
What in sci-fi movies? What are you specifically referring to?
You think Stephen Hawking types out shit with his mind?
Didn't say that.
So yeah, he didn't write any books. He didn't do anything. He's just a guy.
So how did the books been created?
Oh, another guy wrote them, and they just put his name on it.
How do you know?
Because Stephen Hawking can't even wipe himself. How's he going to write a book?
How do you know that?
Ask everybody that took care of.
Ask everybody. They were talking fairy tale discussions here. I don't know.
You're reading fairy tale books about
shit what are you reading?
In pretend space.
What are you reading?
I don't read pretend space books.
What are you reading? Tell me. Tell me your wisdom. Lay your wisdom upon me.
I'm reading MicroPython libraries right now.
Okay.
Who mentioned the ceiling light thing? What did you say you did?
Ceiling light thing. I don't know who mentioned it.
Ceiling light proves your table's a ball.
This ceiling light on your ceiling proves your table is a ball.
Correct. Yep.
You got to explain the context of that.
So take a beer can from your refrigerator and make sure your table's underneath a ceiling light. Make sure your table's underneath it. Put that beer can directly underneath that light, and then make sure you can have enough room to put another beer can at the end of a table away from a light, and you'll get one shadow, no shadow, and then you'll get an angle, and from that you can figure out how much curve your table it has.
Yeah.
Just like Eratosthenes, the Greek.
Now I know why it's so silent in this channel.
I'm in a hotel room, so I can't do that, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
But how come they're able to put
Did that hurt your head?
lasers 20 miles apart on a lake and the lasers can see each other, whereas the globe Earth model says there should be a 200-foot elevation between those two lasers, but those lasers can still see each other over a body of water.
Because the Earth is flat?
Yep.
I'm convinced now.
Because water just conforms to the shape it's over. So if the Earth is a curvature, it would just conform to a 200-foot elevation and the water itself would be curved. But it wasn't, according to the lasers, and they could see each other further than the human eye could see. But that's because the human eye sandwiches things to a horizon, just like a fisheye lens. If our vision was perfect, we would just see for infinity all the way until, I don't know, eternity, whatever. I can't even imagine it.
Guy scared the Glober away.
Whoops. How you doing, Cyclone? I haven't talked to you before.
Yeah, all good. What are you saying?
Just chilling.
Oh, did the guy who was reading Stephen Hawking leave?
Oh, I don't know who said that. I wasn't.
Yes. Yes, he left.
Oh,
Did I
wanted
miss
to
a
ask
Stephen
him-
Hawking reading?
I wanted to ask him what he learned.
He learned that Stephen Hawking can't wipe his butt, and somebody else wrote a book for him. And then he left.
No, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Does anyone know any good Stephen Hawking jokes?
Can't remember. I don't ever think about Steven. I'm still thinking about that beer can example that guy gave. Like, since I've never heard of light like displaying a curvature in anything, I know I had to learn how light works when I started using Unreal Engine for video game design, for like ray bounces and the color of the walls, the color of textures, because the color of everything affects like the color of the light and how bright the light is, even. But it doesn't affect anything else besides that, as far as I know.
You sound drunk, Time.
Oh, I am. I just had 2 IPAs. Sorry.
Crash.
I wish I was drunk.
No, you don't really. You don't really sound drunk. Two IPAs. That's it. No.
Wait, I don't.
Wow. You sound as normal as I've ever heard you before.
Oh my goodness. This hotel internet is terrible.
fuck?
Now he sounds like he's overdosing. He's
Fell in the IPA, I believe.
2 IPAs and he's roboting like crazy.
While doing the robot.
I'm on my hotspot now. I think I can hear everybody better now. Yeah, like 5 people have left since I started talking. So sorry. Like my voice like emits like a frequency that like people think is annoying or something. I'm pretty convinced.
no, I was just messing with you. You sound fine.
Oh, cool.
Hi.
So
Hello, guys.
Thank you, Dave.
Is there anyone here?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yes. Ask the question.
Fuck your motherfucker. I love your mother.
Well, that was short and pointless.
Hello, everybody. Hello. 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 Can you hear me?
Yes, a little bit.
Barely.
Yeah. Yeah. Fine. I'm from Morocco. I'm new person here. What about you guys?
USA.
What about you guys?
Yeah, been here a long time.
Where are you from?
North America.
Oh my God! Nice to meet you, brother. Again. Which are you? Are you speaking about a specific topic or any topic we can discussion?
Most topic is the shape of the Earth.
Okay, my friend. You find me, guys. I'm speaking with my love, with my wife.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah, I don't have the mic. I need to slide now. We have different time. I'm so
Sounds like you're
now.
on the shitter.
Oh my God. Sorry, brother.
And in case you were wondering, when they make float glass, the tin bath can be as typically 50 to 60 meters long and anywhere from 3 to 9 meters wide and about 6 centimeters deep. It's all liquid metal.
And water ain't flat either.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry.
So can we who is having conversations with people that believe that the earth is not flat? I'd like to have a conversation with that person.
Everybody in here is more than capable of having that conversation.
Are you a flat earth believer, or I mean, I don't really know which.
Are you a
you guys
roundy?
label.
Are you a roundy?
Yeah, I was about to say that I don't really know how you guys define yourselves. Like, what? I mean, I meant no offense. That's why. That was kind of a follow up.
Oh, I define myself as a normal person. Yep.
Yeah, but when it comes to the shape of the Earth, you believe that it's flat, correct?
Nuh-uh. It's measured flat. It's not a belief. Like you believe that it's a ball, that's different. I don't believe it's flat.
Oh.
It's already measured flat. Yeah, it's a real thing.
It didn't really sound to me like you're willing. You're open to conversation. It's like I kind of felt like you're shutting me off here.
No, you were asking if it was a belief, and I said, no, it's not a belief. It's been measured to be flat. It's not measured to be a ball.
What does it mean? It's been measured to be flat. What does that mean?
I mean, surveyors went out and did planar surveying over the plane Earth. Didn't get a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't measure a ball. It's just they shoot triangles, and you can't have triangles on the surface of a ball. Obviously, we all know that.
But what's there at the edge? Like, if it's just a flat
What
surface, the edge of the flat surface that we live on.
I don't know.
I mean, we live in the time
That's
of
something that
frozen
Globers always. That's
earthquakes.
something Globers always claim. And that's something we claim.
Yeah, but I mean, I really, that's why I'm here. I wanna talk with you guys. I'm really interested because I mean, but wouldn't it be wouldn't it really be easy if one person could maybe film the whole thing on a drone or something, like the edge of the.
Yeah, do it. Take a drone and go. Stand there with your drone and fly it and see where you can see how far you get.
But I'm not the one saying or claiming that the Earth is flat. It's
The Earth is measured flat. If you think it's a ball, yeah, let's see it.
We're not making a cartographic claim. We're not making a a claim of dimension, right? Size, shape. We're just saying, we're just giving the surface a quality description based on measurement across the surface. Like, so it's not actually. We're not saying it has a size, right?
Why would
No
all
one
these
here has
scientists
ever
lie?
claimed to know the ends of the Earth, so you asking about an end is incoherent.
Okay. But yeah, what's the like? Why would all these people lie? Like, including scientists and
I
the
don't know,
majority
you
of the
gotta ask
population.
them. The Earth measures flat, and you can go out and test that for yourself. Why someone else believes something else is irrelevant to the fact that the Earth is measured flat.
I'm starting to get curious who told these guys that scientists are the one who came up with the ball Earth.
Who came up with the ball Earth?
Oh, I don't know. You guys
The
priests and weird shit, Catholic priests and Big Bang people and stuff like that.
Cults.
Wait,
Yeah,
you
it
don't
was
believe the
cults.
Big Bang is real?
No, that was made by a Catholic priest.
Jesuit.
Wait, isn't it like in the religion? I think in Christianity and Islam that the Earth is flat. I mean,
Yeah, all
it is.
ancient religions have a flat Earth basis. The ancients
Yeah,
all
so
knew the Earth was flat. The globe religion came from a cult. Pythagoras started it after convening with demon worshippers, and then it spread throughout the world after that cult was dismantled by the public, after it took over the control of a town and murdered people.
yeah, but that's really not a point because demon worshippers and religious people. I mean, it's all fake. I don't believe. I mean, religion was made up. It is made up.
Yeah,
All religions are made
that's
up.
fine. You can believe that. The globe is a religion. It came from the religious people trying to create a counter to other religions, and it's purely religion-based, philosophical, not evidence-based. We are not here
It's
to
made
give you
up. It's
Yeah,
made
we're
up
not
like
here to.
you said, dude. You said how religion is made up. The globe is made up just like your religion.
Yeah, we're not here to
Yeah,
give you
but
a replacement religion or something else to
I'm not
believe
looking
in.
for a replacement religion, dude. I'm just
Yeah, we're just telling you, bro. The outside, you can go out and test the images and the belief system that they told you as a child before you had critical thinking and the ability to question their claims. And you can go out and test the water and see if the water is curving, like in the images of the space ball in outer space. And you will find that the water isn't curving, the Earth isn't a ball.
Anyone here say the Earth is flat?
Yeah, most of us.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, go outside and measure the ground. The ground is flat, the waters are flat.
Just like this?
Yeah, very simple. It's measured
Just
flat.
like that,
We're not-
dude. Just like that.
Well, you're not going to find any curvature, that's for sure. Unless you're talking about hills and valleys. But across the water, you won't find that curvature that you need for the Earth to be a ball.
Yeah, even if you surveyed the hills and the waters and the mountains and the valleys, it comes out to be that there is no Earth curve. It's still flat. Flatter than a
but
pancake.
if it is flat, do you also challenge the whole belief that the Earth revolves around the sun and the whole thing, galaxies and blah blah blah? Do you guys believe in that as well? Do you think it's true, or what do you guys
No,
think
we
when
don't.
it comes to that?
You got to understand that the entire cosmology is based on the assumption that the Earth is a globe. It's extrapolated and assumed based on the assumption that the Earth is a globe, and they create the distances to all the things in the sky based on the imagined size of the Earth. Imagining Venus is similar in size to the Earth, and then from there getting the scale of the entire supposed solar system. But you got to understand that all of this is just looking into the sky and imagining things. It's not measuring anything.
Yeah, but what do you guys think? I mean, when you look at the stars or the so-called stars, what do you think these are?
Yeah, see,
mystery.
We're empiricists. We're more rooted in reality. So when we look at the stars and see the stars in the sky, we just see the stars in the sky. We understand there's lights coming to our eyes. We don't make imaginations and try to convince people of some imaginations about how that works. We don't make claims about that. We're not creating a replacement cosmology for the sky. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Uh-huh. So I suppose also the moon landing is fake?
easily verifiable. Werner von Braun said you would need 3 rockets the size of the rocket they claim to use to be able to go to the moon. Elon Musk claimed he would need like 10 to 13 starships to get to the moon.
I have a
simply
special
because they would-
announcement for you guys that may not have heard, but the NASA has canceled the Artemis mission that was coming up. So, yeah, I guess you guys aren't going to the moon again.
Oh no!
Who's you guys?
They keep
Wait,
canceling it again and again.
Is
Yeah,
that canceled or delayed?
Yeah, they delay it always.
What's the difference when you
there's no
cancel?
difference.
Okay, if I'm supposed to go on a trip Friday, but I delay it till next month, did I cancel my trip on Friday? Yeah, I'm not
yes.
going anywhere on Friday. I canceled it. I'm going some other time now.
Yeah, you delayed it until a month later, and then a month later you say, well, no, I'm going a year, next year, I'm going next year. And then next year you say, well, no, I'm going 5 years.
Oh, yeah, in a
later.
month. Yeah, in a
And then
month,
after
the moon's
5
not
years,
gonna
you're
be
like,
right.
10 years, 10 years, then I'm going.
A month, the moon won't be quite right. They had a quote window. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not really gonna lie. This whole moon landing thing never really convinced me. Yeah, I mean, when you look at the political scenario back in the day, it made sense to convince people that we went to the moon to defeat the Soviets and blah blah blah. It's understandable, really.
Bro,
So
bro, it's even worse
it's
than
impossible.
that because it's even worse than that because when America and the Russians beat the Germans, they recruited with Project Paperclip a bunch of Russians to form NASA and
Yeah, I know
CIA.
Operation Paperclip. Yes.
Yeah, and the CIA. However,
It was
what most-
basically Germans in America versus Germans in the Soviet Union.
Exactly, because
Yeah.
the Soviet Union did the exact same thing. They recruited the Germans, they created their own space program, and then the Germans were in this propaganda war where everybody's like, "Oh no, who's going to make it first?" Where
I understand that. I mean, most of the stuff that the governments say is not true. It's, just with the Epstein files. I mean, they're never
Yep,
gonna
yep.
convict anyone and blah blah blah. But I don't want to divert into the Epstein files. I mean,
no, I get
it's just it sounds to me that, I mean, you say the curvature of the surface and water and that point. I mean, isn't it because of gravity? Like gravity pulls everything together, so it kind of works out. I mean, I'm not a scientist.
yeah, that's what we're told. Yeah, we were told that gravity bends everything into this ball, and we're shown this ball in these images from NASA and the space agencies. However, that is a certain size ball they tell us, and so the curvature for a 6-foot observer standing at the ocean's edge, the horizon should be only 3 miles away. But we're seeing 10, 20, 30 miles away. That's crazy.
Maybe it's the same thing, but on a further kind of scale. Like, for example, if you're on the beach and you get like the most advanced telescope or something, you're still not gonna see the edge because of the curvature of the. Maybe it's, your point is correct, but maybe on a bigger distance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll show you where it all went wrong, and so you can understand this a little bit.
Okay.
The ancient Greeks, they started assuming the Earth was a ball based on their religious beliefs, all the way back to Pythagoras and his cult. So the Pythagorean cult came up with this globe belief. And they would look at the horizon and they'd be like, well, I can see this far based on the ship and stuff like that. And that was then, we still use the same fallacies and the same reasoning that the Greeks used. And the human eye, based on the aperture of the human eye and the Rayleigh criterion, the diffraction limit of the human eye as the light converges in the eye, there's a certain point where the light from the ground and the light from the sky converges in the eye, and you can't see beyond that point because that point is unresolvable. And so that's the limit of the optics. So you get a bigger aperture, a bigger camera, you can see further. And so the ancient Greeks didn't have access to bigger aperture cameras, didn't have access to optics like we do, didn't understand any optics. they thought they saw via invisible laser beams that were perfect, and that's how they calculated the Earth based on looking at the horizon, ignoring refraction, and believing in invisible laser beams. And they did this by drawing a circle and then drawing the observer and a line down a tangent point to the sphere. However, when you try to do that and then use that as a calculation to figure out how much of an object you should see at a distance, well, using the human eye, you can calculate and figure out that if the Earth is spherical, you would not see the bottom of an object at this distance, and if the Earth is 3,595 3,959 miles in radius, then things would disappear at this rate, and you would drop the bottom of the object at this distance. And so they calculated this in orthographic side view. However, we humans and optics in general see in projection view, not orthographic view. We see things appear to get smaller with distance, and so in their orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. And so in reality, we actually see things get smaller with distance. They get compressed together, and once they reach that 0 point in our vision, or beyond the ability of the eye to discern differences, we can show you. I have a video I can show you which goes over the math of this.
Yes, please do.
You can derive the radius of the sphere based on the diffraction limit of the human eye, and that's where the Greeks basically got it. They got it from looking at the horizon and assuming the Earth is a sphere, not understanding optics. We understand optics better today, so we use bigger aperture cameras, and we can see 10, 20, 30 miles, not just 3 miles, which we see with the human eye. And to further test and verify this, flat earthers have taken out smaller aperture cameras with much smaller apertures and lowered them down to the surface of small ponds and flat surfaces that are engineered flat. And we've seen bottom-up disappearances over flat surfaces using this method. So we can show that aperture.
Do you perhaps have video references?
Yeah, no problem. I'll grab it for you real quick.
Okay.
And I just posted the video, and you can observe this effect yourself when you look down a long corridor or something like that. You'll observe, because you see in projective view, that the ground or the floor appears to rise up in your vision, the ceiling appears to drop down, the walls appear to close in. And if the hallway is long enough, the walls and the ceiling will come together into a point. That's the vanishing point of your vision, the limit of your vision.
But you know how with the other things that the governments lie about, there's always like a motive that you can always guess. Like, for example, the moon landing, it's easily guessable why they did that.
Well,
the covering
is
of
it-
the
is
Epstein
it-
Island and blah blah.
Is
Yeah,
it really like you can guess things about the moon landing? Like, they're doing it because they're fighting, but are they really fighting? Do you really know
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
or do
they
you
were.
just believe
They
that
were.
because that's what they're showing you? They don't mind their population dying. That's not them fighting.
But it's propaganda. it's better for the. It helped them paint this whole idea that the U.S. is
Yeah,
better
it's
than
control. It's control. You get more money.
Yeah.
You get the people to accept getting taxed more because war. You get the people getting taxed more because we're exploring the world. And then they just give them bullshit they can't verify. So what are they going to do? They just have to accept it.
They should explore putting water lines in the neighborhoods around us.
But to continue on, so from vision, we got the assumption that the Earth is curved. But it's all affirming the consequent, because they really wanted the Earth to be a globe because Pythagoras told them the secret knowledge of the world. And using the Egyptian math coming from flat earthers, they conjured up the globe after talking to the Magi. That's the story. The story is that Pythagoras went to Egypt, learned from the flat earthers all his math, then went and talked to the Magi and learned from them, and then came back and started his cult. They then tried to affirm this belief through logical fallacies because they didn't understand logic. And so they went like, well, I see, the Earth is a globe, and I see boats disappear bottom up. Boats would disappear bottom up if the Earth was a globe, so therefore the Earth is a globe. This is an affirming the consequent logical fallacy, essentially. And so they're just arguing in circles. And they stack onto this with like things like, I see the moon has a dark spot on it during a lunar eclipse. Therefore, that must mean that the Earth is casting a circular shadow onto a moon. And people just accept this, but they don't really understand that shadows have specific physics. Shadows conform to the shapes they hit. So if I cast a straight shadow onto steps, if I look at it from the side, that shadow will look jagged. It will not look straight. It depends on the surface it hit, it conforms to it. So if I take a sphere, and you can try this in real life, you take a sphere and you take a circle or something that casts a circular shadow, and then you move that shadow across the sphere, you'll notice that the shadow distorts along the sphere because the shadow conforms to the sphere, and so you sometimes get an S-like shape to the shadow. However, when we look at the lunar eclipses, we don't see any of that. So there's no evidence that the lunar eclipses, for instance, are caused by the shadow of the imagined ball Earth in outer space. But
are there video experiments of that? Like people using the shadow thing that you mentioned?
Yeah, I can give you an example.
Yeah, it would also be nice if you could provide me with. I don't know if there are people who dive into this more on YouTube. I've never actually tried to look for it on YouTube.
Well, after 2016, it got very censored. You're probably not going to find much on YouTube. The ad apocalypse was basically caused by flat Earth becoming the most searched topic on the entire internet. And so Google and Facebook were dragged in front of Congress in America, and they were asked, like, what are you going to do about all this misinformation? And so they said, like, we'll shadow ban it, we'll make it less visible.
Demonetize it.
Since then we haven't been able to search it very easily.
In fact, when you search it, they put videos like how to debunk flat Earth instead.
Wait, let me actually try this. Hold on. If this is true, it must be crazy.
I'll post a video for you of where they were at in Congress saying that. And then the World Economic Forum also says that they own the science, so what they say goes.
It's not really the case. I just searched for flat Earth, and it's. I see some of the videos that you mentioned, like are flat Earthers really right? But I see some of them trying to prove that it's actually flat.
Yeah, but you don't know that because you don't are not as involved in the conversation that most of the only people that are allowed to slip through the algorithms are people who are misrepresenting our actual position or people who are creating their own things that can easily be debunked. So that's why they're prioritizing the algorithm along with the debunks to give you a false sense of flat earthers are crazy. And then that validates the debunks, whereas the debunks actually never address anything we say.
Yeah, but there's this video by a guy 4 years ago proving the world is flat. It has 2 million views. Let me try to share it in the. Here. I don't know why it doesn't show a preview in the Discord chat. Oh yeah, I get your point. Shut him down. Because they did the same thing with how Facebook and Google were stealing and mining our data. And I also read somewhere that all of the videos and pictures of planets that they show us, it's all fake. It's generated. It's not real.
Yeah, I'm looking at the video here. This is the description for the video. I'm asked on a regular basis by the Flat Earth Army, in quotation marks, he's not a flat earther, about the world being flat. And I even watched some documentaries on it because I was curious about their point of view. I decided I would create a way for them to prove or disprove the theory once and for all. This is an anti-flat earther. It's just framed to try to convince people otherwise.
That makes sense.
We do have reports of late that the censorship has somewhat been relaxed, so people are getting